can make fun of me and make all the videos you want about me. I don't care. Say what you want. Put all the videos out there that you want, because frankly, I don't care what you think. So go ahead, all you trolls. Make videos about this. Go and make all the videos you want. Or you want to make videos about me? I just don't care anymore. I really don't care. I don't care if people re-upload this video. You can make fun of me all you want. It doesn't bother me.
Let me first play this disclaimer so you guys can see it. This way it's up for the public record. Disclaimer. Nothing in this presentation was obtained illegally. Everything you are about to see has been researched using public domains such as Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or other forms of social media platforms. No family images, home addresses, and/or any direct information shall not be used unless it has already been publicly displayed on either Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or public social media outlets.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Oh, I hear myself. Okay. So it's time. Dogpile Thursdays. This week on Wednesday, I have a poorly named show. It was funny at the time, Dogpile Thursday. But then I realized I like having Slippery Wet on. But he has secret Mason meetings on Thursdays. Well, I guess they're not secret anymore because I just told you. Or every other Thursday, I think. But I like having him on, and he hasn't been on in a while, so I decided to change it to Wednesday. But anyway, that's right, Dogpile Thursday, and some legal stuff up top. I always forget to do the legal stuff. This is 18 years older because it's going to be cursing. Every now and again, somebody sneaks on, some guest, some smart aleck, and puts up some pornography. So that may happen. So don't let your kids watch. Even though one of my guests tells me that his kids watch. Terrible parent, that guy. And of course, if some guest comes on and says some craziness, it doesn't necessarily reflect my point of view. I'm just being courteous and letting people on. And on that note, last week, my show kind of went off the rails. Psycho Soap came on and he was sharing the mic with some guy named Chat, which now I know why his name is Chat, because he wouldn't shut up. And he was a bit of a weirdo. But he seemed like a funny weirdo. But anyway, I think he kind of, he took the wind out of my sails. I think some of the other guests were getting fed up with Chat. So Chat, I hope Psycho Soap, I hope Chat went back to wherever he came from. And let me cam up. Here we go. Boom. Okay, there I am. So yeah, let's look at the chat. Oh, it's all Hank to Mean Man. I'm supposed to refrain. Oh, Hank's having a bad week. Right off the bat, government. Listen, guys, I know conspiracy theories are a big thing with you guys. But time out with the conspiracies, okay? Hank, I'm almost afraid to ask. It's not that bad. Everyone, not just Hank. It's not that bad. Life isn't that bad. The government's not coming for you. Now you're starting to sound like Wally. The government's going to come and force you to love trans people that you don't find attractive. It's not that bad. America's not that bad. We're doing okay as a country. Savage Cock, greetings. You too, buddy. I always think I like Savage because the first live stream he was ever on was on my show. It's a big honor. I appreciate that. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, okay. What I normally do is I open up a browser in another browser and have the live stream going, but there's a little bit of a delay, so I talk and then I wait to hear myself on the internet, and that's how I know. But there's a few seconds of delay where I'm like, oh, is my mic not working? When I first fired up my machine, there was something wrong. The camera wouldn't pick up. OBS is cool software, but it's a little flaky at times. I had to reboot my computer, which I hate doing as an IT guy. It's like you want to try to wrestle with the computer. But the truth is, IT guys don't want to tell you this, but 99% of the time, you reboot your computer, fixes everything. But don't like still go to IT guys and let them take your money and fix the computer. But between you and me, just reboot the computer; it'll be fine. So I rebooted, and boom, everything's working. Oh, Hebrew Spaceman is chiming in. He'll jump in soon. That's cool. Thanks, Hebrew. It'll be good talking to you. Hebrew was he's been doing a grown up stuff. He's starting his own business, and he's struggling and pissing away money. So Hebrew, I appreciate it coming in. I know that you're a busy guy doing stuff that we could only dream of doing. Some people, I know it's surprising, but some people in this world just sit in their apartment all day long and just rant about nonsense, and they watch news and politics, and they get crazy. But Hebrew's the type of guy, he's out there and he's doing shit, and he's not gaming the system at all. Some people, I know it's surprising, game the system. They apply for benefits that they really shouldn't get, and they apply for grants that they really maybe they go to a place that gives out money, and they're like, oh, I'm looking to move, but it's really hard to move. And then they get money, and then they go, oh, you know what, actually I'm not going to move, and I'm just going to take that money and put it in my pocket. There are people out there who scam the system and game the system like that. Speaking of that, so while I was a little worried that I don't have any material this week because Wally's been quiet for the whole week, but that doesn't matter because there's so much to talk about. But yeah, his last video, I think, was like 6 days ago. Let me go over. Let me jump onto my Nemesis's page. Let's see. I think he made the last video we saw. He was throwing a Hail Mary. He was doing his baby mama. You have to love me again. He didn't actually say, but we all know who he's talking about. He's all vague, and he's like, some people in your life that they just don't, they won't forgive you, and they don't give you a second chance. 7 days ago, that was Wally. His some things in life are worth fighting for. That was the title of his video, and it was the same video. We've seen this video 417 times, and yeah, he was all vague. He's just like, oh, but I'm gonna do something that I haven't done before, and he doesn't tell you what he's doing. But it was a Hail Mary pass to presumably try to get baby mama back, but it doesn't work because she's not watching. I'm guessing, we're all speculating here, but his Hail Mary, I think, was he got a friend, because he hinted in another video. He's like, because baby mama has him blocked on every conceivable phone number and chat message and username, just the way Wally blocks everybody else. So she can't hear from him. So Wally, I think, probably used a friend's phone and said, hey, it's Wally, don't hang up, it's me. Maybe he left a message, maybe he texted her. But his Hail Mary, I'm sure, was violating restraining orders. That was the Hail Mary that MAGA man went through. So we're just waiting. He threw the Hail Mary and then he went quiet. Although he wasn't quiet, because let's do the math. So today is the 27th, right? So Wally's last video was the 7th. But on the 21st, if you guys checked out my previous video, what I'm looking at, I'm distracted by the thing. Hold on, I'm in the wrong thing. What's this, Hank? No, MAGA man is not the government, Hank. I assure you. He's just a lunatic watching TV all day long. Cadalorian. Codalorian. It's Mandalorian? Codalorian. Codalorian? I don't know. What's going on, Codalorian? Welcome. Yeah, but like, she moved on with her life, baby mama. But MAGA man, he threw the Hail Mary, and in his mind, he's waiting for her to call. So yeah, we're speculating what's going on with Wally, because I was going to say his last video was 7 days ago, but a day after that, he tried to cancel my channel. And I was thrilled because, one, of course, I made a video where it was nonsense. YouTube threw the case out, if that's how you phrase it. YouTube was like, yeah, no, Dan King is using fair use, which we all know. Like, I love to think, I talked about in my video, that like when the YouTube police went to review my video, the first thing they see is a disclaimer, and then it's the guy who's complaining about the copyright, going, "Go ahead, people, use my videos. I don't care. Go ahead, trolls, make all the videos you want." So I think, like, in my mind, it's like that's a done case, especially because I'm not just putting up his videos. I think this would happen to Slippery and Wet, is he just put up Wally's videos. He didn't modify them at all, and I think that's easier for to make a case that they're like plagiarized or whatever. But I try to modify them, and I talk about them. But long story short, YouTube agreed with me and they threw it out, and now Wally. But then we haven't heard from Wally since then. And the other thing I was thrilled about is that Wally, when he reported me, he's like, at 2:07 Dan used this video, and at 4:17 he used this. So Wally obviously is watching my videos. Wally, I'm so thrilled. For a while I was worried that I was making all these videos for naught, and you're watching them, and it makes me feel good inside that I know that you're watching my videos. So thank you, Wally. Of course, I really don't appreciate the copyright strikes that you tried to implement on my channel. But Wally, in my last video, I hope you watched my last video. I'm coming for your channel, and I was really like torn that, like, I don't want to be like known or brag about shutting down people's channels, but I think everyone understands, and you have it coming. You piece of shit. Like, you just, like, you talk about cancel culture, Walter, and then you try to cancel everybody. Like, you don't see the hypocrisy. I know it's always a different. You're an exception to the rule. Even though you did the same thing with Big J, would talk about you, and then you talk about Big J, and you'd use his material. You're just being a hypocrite. But again, I'm thrilled that you're watching my videos. And again, Walter, like, you want to come on my live stream, come on in, man. It's just, and if you're worried about, like, I'm gonna do Dogpile Thursday this week. I'm not gonna forbid guests, but Walter, if you want to do a one-on-one, I mentioned it on another live stream. Maybe one of the MAGA army. I don't see any MAGA army in the chat. You can, we'll do a one-on-one. It'll be you and me, Walter. It'll be my live stream, because if I go to your live stream, Wally, you'll just talk over me, and then I'll say something like 9/11, and you'll go 9/11, and then you'll boot me off the show, and then you'll then do 4 hours of looking at your folders of nonsense. And so that'll be if I join your live stream. So I don't trust you, long story short. But Wally, you want to come to my live stream? We could do a one-on-one. I'll answer any question you want. I won't mute you. I won't boot you. I won't cut you off. People, I'm not going to block people from the chat. I'm definitely not going to give you a wrench. I know that's your thing. But again, well, you want to do a one-on-one, we'll talk about it. We'll have a conversation, instead of me calling you a fraud and then you doing a comical imitation of me going, Dan says I'm racist, with the aluminum foil. We can have an adult conversation and talk about anything you want. But, you won't, because you're a coward who hide, Mr. Keyboard Warrior. You're hiding behind your keyboard, attacking everybody with copyright strikes. Anyway, I'm rambling on. I see Slippery waiting. Here we go. Bump, bump, bump.
Hello. Happy
Mr.
Wednesday,
Slippery.
Dan.
Yes, happy Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's freezing by me. I don't have my patented bomb pop thing, because it's literally, I think it's 32 degrees outside. What's the temperature like in Long Island?
Oh, it's kind of like in the 50s, but it was really a nice day today. But first of all, I want to say congratulations on the victory lap. That was so satisfying.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do nothing, but it was great to see that. Like, at first, I'm like, my heart dropped, like, oh no, in the email, and then it was like, no, we sided with you, because
Yeah, you did the right thing. You were able to get over it. Where he hit me with these copyright strikes, and he did one, and then they gave me one strike, and then I didn't address it. I didn't even do anything, and then it was 2 and 3, and then my channel was gone. And then in order to try to address it, I would have had to go back and go fill out this form, and so I just said the heck with it. But now you've got the right formula. I'm going to make Wally, I'm going to make a little commentary beforehand, because as if you always do a great job. You take it apart, you cut him down. If it was a fight, he shouldn't get up, like in the Rocky movie, stay down. He should stay down. But
maybe Mama needs to throw the towel from the ring.
Exactly. My tactic was
just to like put his stuff up and just here it is. You know, any reasonable person knows it's off the wall, but you know but now I have to modify it so I don't get the
And it's just
strikes
like I've
anymore.
said it before. It's just a dick move because it's not like Wally. No one's making money,
Yeah.
and Wally has no production value. He's just like put up a camera and he talks. It's not like he's like lost any, you know, like. But he knows that's a quick way that like YouTube will pay attention to that more than his other nonsense. Like if you report other reasons to remove a channel, but copyright always gets the notice, so he goes for that because he's a slimy son of a bitch.
Exactly. It's just the easiest thing for him, and I like the
Yes.
way he details it, like he did. You showed me the email that he details it.
He's watching my videos.
He lifted it. He lifted. Yeah, he
Blatantly
lifted it.
was my favorite. He blatantly took it from my live stream.
He uses the word lifted it, and it's like, yeah, he
Stolen.
lifted it, yeah, and you commented on it, you know, to just show how ludicrous the whole thing is. And he's like, you know, yeah, like you said, you're not using it because nobody's getting monetized, and you're not using it for this big extravaganza that's gonna, like, he's gonna lose money by you using it, or you're gonna make money by using it. It's just, you know, it's just a bunch of guys
His
talking.
career has been trashed like Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
whatever. You know, like come on, man.
Oh my God! Speaking of Johnny Depp, I was watching some videos. It's become quite fascinating. Whether you like Johnny Depp or not, I happen to think he's hysterical, to tell you the truth. But I'm watching it, and they had this. I don't know if you saw it. They had this expert female psychologist on there, and she was talking about histrionic disorder and what's the other one?
Oh, that's we think Wally's got that.
Oh,
That's
whatever
like
she
a
said.
drama queen, yeah.
Whatever she said, whatever Amber Heard supposedly has, Wally's got that too. They must have been separated at birth, because everything she was describing as, I wanted to cut it out. What she was describing as histrionic disorder and what's the other one? Borderline personality disorder, and the descriptions she gave for it, and like set that to some of like Wally's videos, because it's like perfect. It's like a perfect description of the guy's behaviors. I mean, it was great.
Yeah, I think he has everything. Like all the mental illnesses, he has them all.
You're exactly right. I mean, I look up some of these things and I'm like, oh yeah, like bipolar disorder. Yeah, he's got that. Histrionic disorder. Oh yes, it's like everything. There's you know, there's nothing beyond the wall.
Paranoia.
Yeah,
Well, that's all like
of it.
side effects of it.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I haven't watched it all because I just think they're terrible. Both of them, Johnny Depp and what's her name, they're just terrible, awful Hollywood rich people. They're
Yeah,
just, you know.
You know what it is? It's like us on YouTube talking about stuff and talking about Wally, and they're doing the same kind of thing. Nobody really cares too much about us, but since they're millionaires and billionaires and zillionaires, and you know they have money to throw away and just hire lawyers to do. I'm thinking actually that Wally in his world thinks that he wants to be like Johnny Depp, and we would be sitting where Amber Heard is sitting or something like that. And
Oh, you
and
think
they
he's
would
gonna
be
use it like as
Yeah.
like how he says like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know Carano and Judge
Yeah,
Kavanaugh.
yeah,
He's gonna
yeah,
be like
yeah.
I'm Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
Everyone's after me.
he's just, you know, I can see in his mind he's just hoping that either you or I are sitting in like sitting in like that witness chair, and he has his lawyer, you know, his Spanish lawyer,
Yeah,
sitting there, we're
definitely.
sweating bullets and like, oh, did you Mr. Slippery say this on this and this date? No, you know, like we'd be melting down in it. That would be his big dream come true.
We got Hebrew in the chat. There
Hey,
Hey, what up,
HS.
guys? How you doing?
Hey,
What's going on,
good.
HS?
Oh man,
How's the new business taking off?
it's killing me. And actually,
Yeah.
that, and I got the coof.
Oh
do you
no!
really?
In the middle
Oh,
of all
gosh.
that.
As of last Saturday, yeah, I
Oh
finally
my God.
last
Ah,
domino to fall.
How you feeling?
I feel better. I admittedly a few days ago was touch and go. I was
Yeah.
like, all right,
Jeez.
where is it? Which direction is this heading in? I had fever for like 3 days. Breathing started getting a little wonky, and I'm
Yeah,
like, we'll see. But it seemed to have turned the corner, and I've been in quarantine for like 5 days. So
You know
Oh,
what you should do?
okay.
You should sue your previous employer and say you got the illness from there, and try to get some money out of it.
yeah, well, now I'm the employer, so if I can sue myself, see how that works out. Yeah, it's been a busy time, but suffice to
Jeez.
say, everything's great in Wally World. My ugly kids and I just watched your latest video, Dan.
Don't. It's 18 or older. Don't. It's terrible. Don't.
What, you
Kids don't
checking
watch
IDs
it.
at the door? you know, they're in the other. No, they were. I love it. Like the smell of Wally's taint. It was beautiful. It
Oh,
absolutely beautiful.
that was so hysterical. I love that. Yeah,
Why, thanks. That was a quick
The-
one. I haven't. I've been out of practice. It's too much work. All the editing and stuff. This is much easier. You get more subs and views doing this.
It
Now I
is
sound like
more
Wally.
fun.
It is. Yeah, yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh my God. Oh, Dan, please, we cannot have a repeat of last time. I just can't do it.
I know. I'm sorry. Listen,
I missed last time, and I
like
watched.
Psyche
Yeah, we
Soap.
know,
I like
we
Psyche
know.
Soap is a funny guy, but he had a friend on, and the friend was
Oh, dude.
dipping into weird. He's like, "Let me tell a story," and it was a 15-minute long story. And it's just like,
Well, it was like Bill and Ted, the two high guys just kind of hijacked the stream. It was
and
just
I'm like,
all
I'm
right.
trying. I don't want to be rude. It was my fault. I didn't pull the plug. But if that happened again,
Garage Autonomous and I were like, yeah,
I know.
okay,
He was like, "Ah,
well,
nice stream. See you later. Bye." So sorry, guys. Okay, I'm new to this whole thing.
And I kind of got Garage Autonomous point now. Even I probably should have just fought those because the last time he did it, it's like he says, "Oh, I'm going to take down." You get this notice about copyright strikes, and
yeah, it's
and it has
bullshit.
yeah. So if you contest it, like they can leave it up, and then it's just up to him to take you to court.
Yeah.
And what's he going to do? What, are you going to hope for a grant or get his Spanish lawyer or what? I mean,
Well, do you think he actually has the copyright to any of that crap? I mean, it's ridiculous.
no.
I was watching an old live stream, Dan, one of your first dog piles, and it even mentioned. It's funny. I was watching this afternoon that I said YouTube doesn't give a shit about hate speech by and large because I used to flag everything of his for hate speech.
Yeah.
The only thing they care about is copyright infringement.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
sure enough, you flash ahead like whatever it is, 3 weeks later, and as soon as you say that to YouTube, boop. Oh no, we got to shut it down.
Like Garage said last week, he said like they're covering their own ass because they don't want to get
Right.
they could get like sued like you're allowing this, so they pull the plug immediately.
Yeah, you can
But
call
same
a
thing. I've been
Harambe, but you can't. You can't.
I've been the last couple days, because now I'm all like on my revenge kick. I've just been like playing a video game that doesn't require a lot of attention, and in the background I'm playing Wally at 1.5 speed, and I'm like, oh, there's the point, because I think if you flag the exact time that Wally says something, I think it makes YouTube's life easier. So I've just been going back like reverse chronological order, like his last things. Like now I'm just back into the gay black Jew phase, which was maybe like a month ago. So I'm going further back. Soon it'll be when he was manic and he was going to come to New York and kill us all.
All right. Well, I just reshared that clip that was altered, so you're safe for copyright. You played a clip of it last time.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
One of our fellow Star Wars guys. I don't know if you ever saw this Slip. Can I call you Slip?
You can call me whatever you like. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I figure we go way back at this
Yeah,
point.
we do
Slip.
actually. Yeah.
I keep slipping into slipping. I keep calling everybody by their first name. So
Oh, that's
I'm the
fine
worst.
too. Yeah, yeah. I remember when Wally exposed me, he thought my world was going to collapse in on me, and it didn't make a fucking didn't make one shit of a difference. This moron.
I
Actually,
love how he can never pronounce my last name, which was always funny as shit to me. He's like Shane Meethel. And I'm like, that's not how you say it. So fuck you, Wally.
you ever notice that too about him? Not to interrupt, but there's some words. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. There's some words that he just has a weird pronunciation of, and I don't understand why.
Or he uses incorrect.
Soup.
Oh, I wanted to write these down, but there were a couple of words. Yeah, I forget which one it was, but he kept saying it and saying
beholding was a good one. He kept saying beholding.
Oh, exactly. That's beholding. What the hell? It's beholden, right? He's saying beholding.
Beholding.
And he's beholding, and I'm like, this guy. He wants to sound intelligent, but then if you just tune in quickly, you might say, hey, what does he have to say? But then you listen long enough, and he will always disappoint. He'll always prove to you that he's a moron. There's no doubt about it.
He is articulate, right? He
he does. Yeah.
As intelligent. It's just full of nothing. Like him speaking Chinese, but he doesn't really speak Chinese. Like he can come across as sounding authentic, but with no substance behind it.
Yeah, it's like eating a jelly donut without jelly in it. It says, right. There is it comes to no point. It's just the same over and over again. He wants to be like a a Fox or like one of these really conservative like commentators. He wants to be like a who's the other guy, Joe Rogan kind of a guy, and he wants people to tune him and listen to his great insights into politics. But when you listen to him, when you listen to what he thinks are insights, it's like a drunk guy sitting at the end of the bar complaining about politics every single time.
His thing is like, that politician looks funny. Like, that's like his argument.
Right.
And he'll use derogatory stuff. He's just like,
exactly.
like, not like, oh, their policies will fail, or they have a history. It's always just like, look at this bitch.
Yeah, zero policy talk. It's always like, oh, so you see that Harambe gorilla looking person? It's never zero any policy or any substance to any of it.
I think I made about 5 flags where I had to, like, I actually had like a Word document because I kept cutting and pasting, but it was like, he keeps saying Harambe looking whatever. So I had to look up the spelling of Harambe because like, I don't know how to spell.
What was
Harambe,
a gorilla or something like that? That wasn't.
Yeah, it was a male gorilla. So Wally doesn't even have that right. It was a male lowland gorilla, and that was the 3-year-old fell in.
Yeah,
and the gorilla went over to it, and then they shot the gorilla, and it was all, everyone was like, they shouldn't have shot the gorilla. Why were the parents?
Okay.
It was the whole thing,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. But that was and I was, while he put up all those videos, like he got all animated when that Brooklyn shooter, I forget the guy's name, but the guy who did the Brooklyn subway shooting, when he did that shooting, and then Wally came in and put up this, I told, like he was puffing.
Well,
Dan,
please play this video.
Day, guys, shoot up the subway. That's a real crazy. Wow, who came up with that?
Dan, play this video.
Okay, ready? I was waiting for a break. Here we go.
I
hold no responsibility for the content.
You can fast forward to the intro if you want. But
hold on.
Day one that I was here on YouTube, and I had my very first YouTube channel, my Mega Man channel. I had over 1,400 subs. I warned all of you, and a bunch of you decided to listen to a bunch of scumbag asshole New Yorkers from the fucking Freemasons and these Star Wars cocksuckers that something like this was going to happen. And I was panned as being a crazy person. I've been personally attacked here on YouTube. I've been doxxed. I had people come to my home. I've had the police and Secret Service here. Who is fucking right? I was. And now it's happened. Now it's fucking happened. I've been screaming about this for years. Screaming. Change your ways, New York. I've been saying it again and again and again. And now we got the end result of it. This crime has been spiking and increasing and increasing and increasing to a point where it's completely gone off the radar.
Even his necklace is shaking.
My phone, even while I'm making this video for you guys, I have text messages flashing across my screen right now. My WhatsApp mailbox is completely filled up. I got emails like crazy. I just got 2 people that emailed me. I'm not going to say who they are, apologizing to me.
Yeah,
oh my God, Wally. Oh my God, Wally. I'm so sorry.
Apologize.
I'm one of the people that participated in hating on you. I didn't realize that this was going to happen. I'm so sorry. I don't accept your apologies. It's too late for apologies at this point.
Too late?
I don't accept anyone's apologies. Because I was right again and again about the shit going on in my former home of New York, and no one wanted to listen to me. I was paying as being a crazy person. Maybe you people should have been on the fucking receiving end of what this man did up there in the subway. Of course, it was a black man wearing a gas mask and a construction vest. That he set off a fucking smoke bomb and just opened fire. 10 people shot, 16 people injured. They found undetonated devices, which could be explosives. Who knows? They're not talking about it.
Yes, they are.
I was right. I said it again and again and again. When I lived in New York, people would tell me, stop talking about 9/11. Why do you keep talking about 9/11? Because of things like this. And none of you listen.
This is
Stop yelling at me.
And now it's happening again in my former home. Another potential terror attack. I wonder who they're going to blame this time. Are they going to blame Trump? They're going to blame the white man? Who's to blame? You are! The arrogant, scumbag, nimby, narcissistic, sanctimonious New Yorker. The fucking voter is responsible for this. How many more shootings will it take before you change your ways? Stop voting for these Democrats. Change your ways. Get rid of this rainbow alphabet bullshit. Change your ways. Stop with this CRT, race-baiting, race war nonsense. Change your ways. Refund the police. Change your ways. people like AOC and Chuck Schumer and Jerry Nadler and Kathy Hochul, which wasn't even voted. So nobody voted for her. She was appointed to replace Andrew Cuomo. Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Eric Adams. The list goes on. Keep voting for Democrats. This is what you
There's a
get.
whole list of
I've been
Democrats.
screaming about this. I warned everyone that New York was going to
Slippery, you're really imitating him.
New
Wow, I
York
love
was
it.
going to suffer. And it has been suffering. And I was paying this crazy man. In the
Third time
psychotic.
that he was
I'm
man.
mad.
How many more people are gonna die before you listen, New York? What about these assholes that are out there that have been attacking me? Explain this one. You won't explain it, will you? You won't be able to say a fucking thing. So that whole crew I used to be involved with, you're just as fucking guilty too. I've been screaming about this. I've been doxxed. I've had police officers come to my home. I had the Secret Service here. My vehicle's been vandalized multiple times. I've been harassed on my phone. People try to have me
It
put
rained the
out
other
my
day.
home
My underwear. I
because
had no
I
underwear.
spoke the truth.
My friend went to jail.
100% unadulterated truth. And here we are. That more people are dying in New York. And I called it out. I've been calling it out. And I was right. Change your ways. And nobody listened to me.
No one listens, Mom.
And now this.
No one wants to listen.
Come on.
But nobody will listen. It's gonna take a river of blood to finally get people
He's very
open their eyes and
effeminate.
say, wow, you're right.
Aaron Yam pointed out.
People like me are right.
Yeah.
You, the voter, the arrogant, narcissistic, sanctimonious, psychosocial New Yorker are responsible for this. The
That's not
60
a
to
thing.
65% of you that vote for useless assholes. Because they turn you into a victim. You make yourselves victims.
Oh, hypocrisy minute right
You
there.
are not slaves, black people. Stop with the racial bullshit.
I don't
You
know.
are not slaves.
I don't know what black slaves. I don't know.
All you leftist socialist Antifa assholes are not slaves. You are not victims. You are a victim
You're
of
not a
your
victim.
own
I'm a victim.
bullshit. You turn yourself into a victim. And
I'm the only victim around
I
here.
owe no one anything. The white man owes no one anything.
Wait, what?
I'm tired of fucking beating around the bush with this subject. I'm
Yeah,
so
you really
sick and
keep
tired
around
of
the
it.
bush.
Because I have to see more people from my former home die. Because of ignorance and arrogance and racist bullshit that doesn't exist. With this constant berating over cancel culture and trying to stop Trump from running for office again, to the border wall, to the high gas prices. When will it end? What is it going to take for you people to finally open up your eyes and see the fucking game is rigged? That your arrogance, the voting public, it's your fault that this is happening. Especially in New York. Great job. Good job. This is what defunding the police gets us. Where's Black Lives Matter to defend this black man wearing a gas mask and a vest, shooting people in the subway station?
You know, 'cause
You won't find them anyway. Of course not.
Black people.
I wonder what they're gonna say now. Oh yeah, he went out because somebody made a racial story. They'll make some bullshit up. They'll conjure up some sort of excuse as to why he did this. I wonder how Black Lives Matter and all these left-wing socialist Democrats are gonna defend this motherfucker.
No one's
Nobody
gonna
is.
defend. No one's gonna defend terrorist Molly.
I've been so stern about this and so sincere with every video I make about my former home in New York. I was right. And I bet you no one will continue to listen. Even after I upload this video, I'll be attacked again.
Yup.
And again.
Yup.
And again.
Yup.
Maybe some of these people should have been on the receiving end of that fucking bullet
Oh,
in that
that's
train. God forgive me for
That's
saying
right.
that.
God
But
forgive
people don't give a fuck until it happens to them.
NIMBY.
NIMBY, not in my backyard. I was right.
He's right.
You people had better wake up
You people.
before it's too late.
What do you mean, you people?
This video ends now.
Now. Oh, that was my favorite video.
Tell me that wasn't awesome.
That was great. I mean, that video, he was so animated. It was great. But then the live stream before, he was, I got to cut it out. I'm going to make a video out of it. Dan showed it. He noticed it. I noticed it.
It's
It
okay.
was like,
We could use it. YouTube sided with me for a
yeah,
copyright.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
fine.
We're good. Did he say, and it sucks. And it
Yeah,
sucks.
it sucks.
It sucks. Oh, baby mama.
And no one wants to listen. Yeah, get a clue. No one's listening. We're
Well, we all
listening,
wanna
Wally.
listen.
Do you want us to listen?
We just don't happen to agree with him, but I want to listen.
Well,
I was
you
gonna
know,
say maybe he wised up because he hasn't made a video in 7 days, but I think it's
Well,
probably
he's
something
cooking
silly.
something. Like maybe he's got his car. Like what's going on with his car? Right? There's all kinds of stuff we don't know about yet.
well, I suspect. I think I thought too. I thought maybe he hasn't been around for 7 days, and sometimes he takes those 7-day breaks where he shaves his head and comes back with hollow points.
Exactly.
But he's done that already, so he knows
Right.
we're just going to laugh
He could
about
have
that.
gotten like a strike or something, but that
That's
would
what
have
I
prevented him
think.
from being on like he could even if you have a strike, you could still go on a live stream. So I haven't seen him on his regular haunts. So he could be in the embryonic state, which I finally asked the medical professional, and they said no, the embryonic
It's the
position
fetal
is
position,
not a thing.
the embryonic thing. I know. I'm a medical professional. I could have told
Well, I
you
didn't
that.
ask you because you weren't around, but
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. I mean, that's the craziest thing of all the sperm cells that the Big Gary with his wiffle ball bat was carrying around in his testes.
well, who knows what we would have got? Maybe we would have got like a crazier person.
Wally was the strongest sperm cell. Can you imagine that? He was,
Maybe all the other ones just gave up.
yeah, or along the way swimming, maybe he was able to get, like a grant from some.
Some other sperm got in, but then he put a copyright strike on it. And they had
an ovarian grant.
Ovarian grant.
Yeah, one of the things that freaked me out a little bit when Wally
Even,
put up.
wait, hang on, I just thought that even Wally's sperm games the system. It's amazing.
yeah. It applied for some paperwork, and they had to. All the other strong sperm had to wait aside while Wally marched up to the egg.
It got a handicap parking sticker, so it got to get to the egg first.
Hey, Penny's here. Hey, Penny, come on in, Penny.
It wouldn't be a good live stream. It wouldn't be a good
Penny,
one
you'll never
without
guess
Penny.
who we're talking about.
I don't think he spelled inglorious right, to tell you the truth, but maybe I'm
I
wrong.
didn't spell bastards right either. So.
Well, that's the spelling of the movie.
Oh,
Is
okay,
spelled
all
on
right,
purpose.
okay.
Fun
I
fact.
was included.
Right, Penny? Penny, you and I could be friends, man. We both know that bastards was misspelled on the movie. Come on, buddy.
Now, I assume the nose thing is a reference to Jews having a big nose. Am I going with that correctly? Or
Yeah. Penny
right?
is totally,
Well,
he's
you know what?
That's why he's a big fan of Wally's. He's just an anti-Semitic idiot.
I didn't do one of those.
That's a lie.
I didn't do one of those tests that you can do, the genetic test. My sister did one though, but apparently I have 11% Ashkenazi Jew in me, so it must be the nose, I guess, right? Or, I don't know.
There you
You know. So
It's that beautiful cock of a nose you have. Only Wally's mind, and now I can't get that out of my head forever.
There was another one. When I was trying to flag his videos, there was a clip where he talks about he's talking about us, and he says something about they're all slippery and slimy from all the cum on their back. It was like, what?
Yeah.
Why are you thinking about shooting loads on our backs, Wally? Like, what is gross, man?
Well,
Wally, come out of the closet. It's fine. We'll still, come on.
There's a Netflix documentary about John Wayne Gacy that I've been watching since I've been home, quarantining.
Oh, I watched that a little bit too, I think. Yeah.
And it's creepy and eerie beyond belief, but
it is, yeah.
I had to stop and think about Wally and like the parallels of this kind of repressed, closeted, guy who has to take his aggressions
Who
out.
wore costumes.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about before, that subway shooter in Brooklyn, and Wally put up some of those guys' YouTube videos. That guy claimed he had PTSD.
PTSD,
Yeah, he claimed he was on disability.
He was a black Wally.
Wally doesn't see the parallels. It's
when you even look at the picture, it's like they're wearing the same outfit.
Yeah,
Wally's sitting next to the computer screen. The guy's got a chain on. The guy's got a baseball hat on. The guy's talking the same shit. He's the black Wally, and Wally's looking at this going like
blaming somebody for all his problems.
Oh yeah, and Wally's like, I'm not, the whole I can't believe he said anything anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. But when you look at the two of them, it's like a mirror image of each other.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely,
like the same person.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thought it was eerily scary.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
the police detective that I was trying to send stuff to like months ago just ghosted me, which I can't blame him because he probably has a million other real crimes to do. But I imagine after this shit with the subway shooter, I could probably, I'm giving Wally a break. Wally, you're welcome, buddy. You give me a little timeout, but you keep starting up again. Maybe I'll reach out.
Let me tell you
something.
something.
Hey, detective, this guy is just like subway shooting guy.
If Wally ends up doing something really awful and horrible, I'm gonna be really, really pissed off at law enforcement. I'm gonna be like really, really
There's
mad
paper
because
trail now with
they're
me.
all aware of this guy. I mean,
Well, that's yeah. He's on everybody's radar.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Maybe
But-
in the like, we're just watching Wally and we think he's bad. But I bet like the FBI and the federal agents probably like they could show us some other people out there and we'd be like, oh yeah, Wally.
yeah, right,
This
right,
guy,
yeah,
like
yeah.
like he's probably like low
Yeah.
level,
Who the hell knows? Maybe these guys who have been in law enforcement for all these years say, "Oh, Wally, yeah, they're a dime a dozen.
They
They're
probably
all
have
over
a
the
code.
place."
Like
Yeah,
he's like a guy who's tough talk, but they know he'll just like cave and they'll never go out and do anything.
Oh, I wanted to do a calculation. I wanted to do something like it's been 10,568 hours since my windshield in my car hasn't been smashed. How about you, Wally? Like how many days that no injuries on the job for so many
Yeah, I was
days?
gonna
Like
say those
how many?
signs.
How many days since Wally's car last was vandalized? It's like every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks.
Unreal.
He should just have a camera out there, but then like, what fun would that be? Then he can't pick up rocks. Does he still have the rocks in bags somewhere?
Oh, that he picked up a salad tongs.
Like you can't go to the police and be like, "Hey, I collected evidence on my own. Here you go." Like for obvious reasons, like someone involved with the crime can't submit evidence.
I remember when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was living in Queens, and like everybody else, I think I was at a wedding at this place called Koenig's off of Jericho Turnpike. It's just over the Nassau County border. And I went to my car, and the where's the newest spot? Oh, well, okay. So my car window was broken, and my Alpine, my 1980 Buick, my Alpine radio was gone. Right, and you call the cops, and like, you're like, they take the report, but are you going to dust for prints? And they look at you like, are you kidding me? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just going to take the report. Tell your insurance company. But Wally's like almost 50 years old, and he's still thinking like he was an 18 or a 16-year-old. Nobody cares
they're
about
not
you.
going to spend $50,000 on the case of the broken $400 windshield. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't work out financially.
Well,
they
it's
look-
Arrested Development. We've said this so many times already. Wally is stuck in like I told you, my
Yeah, yeah.
girlfriend it said to him when she saw a few of his videos, she's like, I almost feel bad for him because clearly he's like a traumatized 7-year-old, and like something happened then, and his every reference is the 80s. Everything is he's stuck back in his teenage or preteen years, and
You know what?
he can't escape it.
He's always, when he talks about his childhood, he's like, oh, but my parents didn't do it. I'm wondering what Big Gary might have done with that wiffle ball bat. Maybe it was more than just hitting him over the head with it. You know what I mean? Who
I
the hell
feel if
knows?
something like that happened, Wally would have talked about it by now because he has no shame with anything else. Not that you should have shame for that, but people feel shame when something like their parents molest them or whatever. But like,
Yeah.
But the
like,
truth
I
is,
feel
that
like
would be
Wally would have brought it up already. Like,
no, because the
he-
stuff he brings up either didn't happen or it's not about him, right? Anything that's really that personal to him, I would think he would play close to the vest. I don't think he would really talk about it.
Wally, did you get molested? Come on the show and talk about it with us.
I'm intrigued about the Hail Mary with the baby mama. If it's just the same old thing, or he came up with something out of the box to try to do it
It's the
again.
he doesn't do anything
Yeah.
new.
Yeah,
Babu was emailing me. We were talking about like Babu said how Wally's always like, "Oh, I got things behind the scenes." His thing behind the scenes is he just flags everyone's channel. That's all. There's no He's not going to lawyers. He's like, what does he do? And he already did everything else.
Did he
He's
get any of
police.
Babu's videos pulled down?
No, I might have misspoken my video. I don't remember if Babu actually said he got a notification. I may be mixing my Wally trolls. I know Baron Yam definitely he got like a couple notifications. But Babu, come on to the show. I think Babu said he got something once or something was removed. A bunch of other people said. I think Savage Cox said he had
Yeah.
Wally removed videos a few years ago. So
Well, I
yeah,
told you, that's the only thing that YouTube will care about instantly is the threat of legal action. Like you could say obviously horrible shit and they don't care.
Well, I think he got like it worked on his other. I think YouTube finally got around to looking at his stuff, and then it was like bam. Like normally you get 3 strikes, you're out, but I think they finally looked at his videos and then they were like, oh my god, and they took him away. Because the reality is we're all small potatoes. Like YouTube isn't looking at any because we got 100 subscribers. We get like 60 views. They're not worried
Right.
about that.
I was kind of a little excited too. I had just hit 75 subscribers. I was getting into the big time, and then you have to start. I kind of feel like Wally.
I'm actually surprised you got the courage to come. I figured you'd be depressed. You've been in a major depression.
No,
You'd be on the floor, and you'd have to go to the hospital because your YouTube like reason for today's visit on the hospital paper was like YouTube channel removed. That was the
Oh, speaking of
like,
how has there been no follow up on his call the EMTs because I have bad gas? Short video.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's
That-
story
yeah,
just
yeah,
died on the vine.
Yeah. Does your belly hurt here? I mean, that's
I
right.
still love that the EMT used the term belly. Like they rolled up Wally's shirt and they're like, "That's a beer belly." That's what that is.
Well, he probably called because he thought there was a pregnant woman in distress, so they
Right.
wanted to make sure that.
And then in that whole live stream, it came up. The other thing that the big dummy. The other thing that the big dummy doesn't realize that his live stream chat is filled with trolls of one form or another,
They
that
gotta be.
playing him for the asshole he is. You know,
I
what
was
mean?
reading sort of like these questions are way too they're just like obviously like a carrot for Wally. They're like, "Hey Wally, tell me about the whatever gun." And Wally's like, "Oh boy, I can tell you all about that gun."
I was having so much fun. I forget what the name is I made up to go into his live stream, and he tolerated me the whole time. But
Don't out it.
No, don't say it.
no, he banned me. Eventually banned me. But I'm
Oh, he
trying to
figured it
remember.
It was obviously
I was
you, and I'm like, how does he not know that this?
It was.
is
It was
Jeff?
oh no, it was the Magnetron. Megatron of the Monkey Fist was my name.
I'm like, how does he not know?
I mean, why do you even let that happen? He had to know it was somebody. And
I remember that because he was like, I think I know what's happening. Like he's like, okay. Boop,
But there
gone.
was somebody else in the chat who I didn't know, and he was kind of playing along with it with me. We were kind of having fun at it, but it must have been a troll of some kind. But he survived and I didn't because I just can't help myself. I just can't keep my cool. I have to, I kept pressing it, and he wouldn't even interact with me. One time he did when I mentioned Jorge Sprave.
I love the guy. Yeah.
Oh, he's funny. He's good. He's good. I've been watching that guy for years. He just I think he took a lot of heat because from what do you say? I agree. I told his chat has a loser trolls. Oh, now what? I'm talking to them.
Penny. What?
Penny,
Like,
yeah,
all
what
it's
are
gonna
you,
do
Penny?
is he's gonna make the guy paranoid.
Yeah.
He's gonna have legitimate guess. He's gonna be like, "Oh, are they my trolls? I don't know."
Well,
there's
Wally
nothing
turned
you
the
can do.
comments off, so that's both good and bad. So.
But it's all Wally. If you have a YouTube channel and you do a live stream, you're gonna get weirdos in the chat. You're gonna get weird guests. He's always like outraged that this stuff happens to him. It's like, pull up your big boy pants. You make a video on YouTube crying.
No, look,
Assholes are gonna make fun of you. Like, stop. Go to the police. They made fun of my serious video where I cried.
I mean, I would do that at night. I like watching TV when Wally still had his comments. I'd be watching TV and then I'm like looking at YouTube stuff, and then I would look at the people commenting on Wally's stuff, and I would go to their channels and cut and paste some crazy link to one of the videos where Wally's crying or doing all this stuff.
He
And
admits
just
it.
he admits doing it. Oh,
What about
this
the
is gonna be-
Biden
this is
boy
gonna be
videos?
It's 42Q.
those Biden boy
he-
videos were epic. Those were epic. Those
Yeah,
were
didn't
really
one of
good.
them get taken down though? What happened with that?
I think so. I think one of them is missing. I don't remember which one it is. I haven't checked out that channel in a while.
But those were like the grandfather of Wally's hypocrisy. I mean, you still can't beat them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Penny. Again, like your boss is an idiot. Like why? Like why are you? Like I get it. You probably just haven't. Like you're probably stirring the pot. But Penny.
Yeah, I think
your
Penny's
boss
coming
is a
around.
moron. Yes.
Who was that? Who was that cartoon character that would always like snicker? Was that Smedley? That's who Penny
What do you want,
Pounder
a medal,
reminds me.
that guy?
Like reminds me of
Nutley.
Smedley. Yeah, whatever. He's
What do
always
you want, a medal?
giggling,
Yeah. Now we're showing our age. Anyone under 35 is like, what are they talking about?
But
I think Penny's coming around. I really do.
You
No,
know,
he
what's
just
an
like stirring a pot.
You know, it was an interesting conversation that I was thinking about that came up, and I think Wynn brought it up. And Wynn did like a whole series of Wally stuff. And the one that I found really interesting is where he talks about Wally with his daughter that he resuscitated. You know, he makes this like what is that? Histrionic personality disorder. That's what Wally
Mm.
has. His daughter probably choked on something and she coughed it up, but he went through with the whole thing to the hospital because if she wouldn't have been breathing or you know, for like 5-10 minutes, then something really bad happens as far as brain damage. But he was talking about he did this and he saved her. I saved my daughter's
Right.
life, and he made that whole thing out of it. And I think Wynn made a good argument on how that was all utter bullshit, or he turned a grain of truth and embellished this whole thing like Wally always does. And he was talking about having to do CPR on his own father when he had a heart attack. So, I mean, I thought that was a pretty interesting story he told, to tell you the
I've
truth.
had to do CPR. But I mean, my one of my kids choked when he was little. I had to do the Heimlich, and it worked out, and everything's fine. But I didn't want pats on the back for it. I was actually
Yeah.
freaked out by it.
Yeah,
I
that's
was like,
yeah,
I don't,
right.
I
But
don't get credit for that, is what he
Right.
says. Like he went
Yeah,
for
yeah.
like a dog treat, like he did a good job, and he put a little treat in his mouth.
you know,
but,
you make
if it wasn't for Wally, nobody else would have let his daughter live. But Wally saved his daughter, right?
He made it sound like his family was just running in circles, going ah.
Yeah, and he was just a calm,
He
collected
had
one.
it all. Yeah, okay.
But you know, you make a great point, HS, and that's the one thing I had this discussion with Dan about Wally. Wally tells his life stories like it's something, like everybody has a story, and all of us could talk about his stories, and our stories are probably no better or worse than Wally's. But in Wally's world, Wally's world. He thinks his stories are head and shoulders above the rest of the average part of humanity, and they're not. They're really not that great. I mean, his 9/11 story. We've all been.
I don't know if I agree with that, because he tells his story to random veterans and they just hand over medals.
This is the John Wayne Gacy thing, man, because Gacy had a thing for the detectives were saying how he would embellish his stuff and he was full of crap and he had an ego and he would talk to people about all the people he knew and the powerful positions of the people he knew had and all the favors he could call in. And
he was like some low level political operative.
Yeah, he was a Democratic but local
Of course he was Democrat.
Yeah. I don't forget what it's called, but basically somebody needed a light bulb change, they would call him, right? Like precinct director or something like that.
Yeah. But it was pretty creepy, this guy. I remember because he didn't this was something that he started like when he was older, right? He said he picked up some kid at a Greyhound bus station or something, and that's the first person he killed, and then it turned into 50 or 60 people, right?
It wasn't quite that much, but yeah, but it was like 30 something. I don't even.
That's probably why Wally messes with his front yard there by his terrace or his porch, and he starts digging those traps to see if he has enough room to hide the bodies.
Well, the bodies would be like his Star Wars figures. He's got little Black Series Star Wars figures buried throughout the yard.
Dan brought this up in one of his videos. I wanted to mention. I should actually do what you do, Dan. I should make a little list because there's so many good things that
notes.
Wally. Yeah, there was so many.
But that's when you start to question. You like, what do I do with my life? I'm taking notes on this guy's lunatic channel.
Do you? I said it before. I don't golf. I don't go to the bar at night. I do eat catered food on Thursday nights, second and fourth Thursdays. I do eat catered food and Warsteiner and maybe a shot of Jägermeister here and there, but that's about it. And troll Wally
at it again.
But the best one was. Did you see this, HS, where he puts up this paper and it's like, they say there's nothing wrong with me, but I have something here from a psychologist or a psychiatrist.
That was a bunch of years ago. He put up paperwork or something.
And it says that, he's not competent enough to handle
his own
correctly.
finances. Yeah,
he reads that off He's like, yeah, that's right. I can't handle my own research.
That's right.
My own money.
Well, because this is Wallyville, right? Where even when I have copies of the paperwork, his discharge notes from one of the times he went to the ER. And the notes were patient reports sadness. It wasn't like they weren't diagnosing him with anything. They were saying patient presented with this chief complaint. And the discharge note was basically, just remanded to his own custody, bed rest. And Wally holds that up to the screen as if it's proof and validation of his medical. I'm like, it doesn't say any of that there.
The hospital staff, they know, they must have people like that all the time. They just like,
Yeah.
this guy is just like, put him in a bed, give him some water, put a little monitor on him so it makes noise, and then we'll let him go in like a few hours and say,
You know what? If you want, I can share the screenshots from his paperwork. I have it right here. Let's see.
Oh yeah, let's read it over. We haven't seen it in a while. Yeah, we
All
should
right.
really.
Let me see if I can share all this stuff with you.
Yeah, Mysteriously Kind said that. Yeah, kids choke all the time. That's true. But Wally, his kid chokes, and it's
well, most adults, I don't think, talk in detail when something awful like that happens to their kid, because it's like upsetting, and you don't want to.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
like I
right.
start like my son, same thing. Something happened to him, and it was like, I don't want to remember how, like, like he had food I gave him, was it my fault? Like, you start feeling bad. You don't want to talk about it. It's like a scary, awful thing that happens. But there's Wilder. Yes, let me tell you about the heroic time I was a father. It's like,
Yeah. I took my kid to the hospital.
He tried to justify having a carb so he could take her to McDonald's to get a Happy Meal.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm having a hard time sharing these files. What's the deal here? How do you share like a JPEG?
I don't know if you
I
can
couldn't share
see it.
JPEGs either. Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't know
Yeah,
how to do
video
that.
files or slides.
What's a slide?
Yeah, I had no idea how to do that either.
Google Slides. I don't know. You got to get OBS, guys.
Dude, I'm a dentist, so I'm not an IT guy. Fuck that. You got to get a Trios 4-shape scanner. What can I tell you? I don't know.
Was that the 50 grand thing you were talking about?
That's one thing. Yeah.
That's just one of the $50,000 scanning.
Oh,
things.
it's stupid expensive, this stuff. But
Are you gonna have like a partner or anything? You just do it?
No, I'm it.
Jeez,
I'm it.
hardcore, man.
Yeah.
You don't have a very serious illness.
Yeah, well,
that's gonna stop you from working.
It's not like I have
Yeah, you don't have-
sarcoidosis. It's not like I got a rash on my shin or anything like that that's keeping me from working.
You should show it to your like when they sit in a chair, you roll up your pant leg. Check this out.
Well,
you
it's
said-
funny.
You said
Wally
something
talks about
interesting.
What?
No, you said something interesting once. I kind of believe what you said. Like his sarcoidosis probably resolved. At some
It's
point.
bullshit. My
So
father-in-law had sarcoidosis at one point, and he was like 70-something, and he was a little concerned. He went back, he got tested again, and it was in remission. Sometimes it happens spontaneously. It doesn't have to be environmental.
Right, and even when we made that video at down at Zuccotti Park, he said his sarcoidosis was in remission. So I think the only thing he can hang his hat on at this point, because I really don't, he can't say the spondylosis, or I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right.
Spondylolisthesis.
Yeah, he said that preceded 9/11, so it has nothing to do with 9/11. That was like he's trying to point that off as a work-related injury, and the sarcoidosis he said was from 9/11. But I'm sure the sarcoidosis resolved, and the only thing he has left is his Looney Tuneville stuff, which is that PTSD. But then in one of the videos where he always says he can't sleep at night for PTSD, he actually says, well, the real reason is not really the PTSD. It's because baby mama's gone and I lost my family and I got this and that. So his whole story always falls apart in the end.
He can always pinpoint whenever he can't sleep exactly which thing in his life is bothering him.
Yeah,
like
right.
When he has
right.
a nightmare, he's like, oh, that nightmare, that was from 9/11 PTSD. It could have been anything else. That caused my nightmare. Okay.
Listen, I can't share this paperwork, but I can read you some of the things from his one of his ER visits.
Can you send it to me via Facebook or something?
Sure. Why not? We'll do that way. Hang on a second.
And then I'll just put your name right on the screen. No, I won't do that.
Yeah, docs is fucking docs. I don't. Well,
Pounder's
Wally's
really
see.
good.
This is the thing. Let's go back to the doxing thing. Wally is the one who posted this shit. This is how I have it. It's not like I broke into the hospital, computer branch.
Well, that's like I fantasize about like Wally taking us to court, and they'll be like, Wally's always like, they're telling the world my intimate secrets. Like, how do I know anything about this man? It's like there's a video of Walter.
Yeah, right. The whole time that I was on there, I never gave my name. I was slippery. I had the ski mask on. It was all a goof, right? And then finally he figures it out, which I wasn't trying so hard. And then he's saying my name and he's showing up arrows of where I live, and that's the sign, and this and that.
Yeah,
and
it was your face, your
that's
name,
not
your telephone number, and your email address.
But I doxed him somehow. He keeps contesting. I doxed him. I don't even know where he gets this nonsense from. But that's our boy Wally.
Hang on, let me share this stuff. Well, he's full of shit. I just got my disability policy approved for my business. I needed to have it in order to get the bank loan secured. And I have a documented history of of lower back issues, right? That's just the way I am. It is what it is. Doesn't stop me from working. And I can guarantee I've been far more crippled at times than Wally has ever been in his life. But I still have to go to work,
Yeah,
right? And I
exactly.
still got a disability policy. I can't even tell you how stupid expensive my premium is, but I have no choice, right? Because I can't go out on disability because I can't scam the 9/11 victims compensation fraud fund like he did. So Dan, I just sent you stuff. So let me know if you can see it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, on Facebook. Oh, it hasn't gone through yet. Hang on.
Okay, so I'm just looking at this because, I was telling Dan before you came on, I was watching some of the Johnny Depp stuff and the Amber Heard stuff, and
Did Wally shit the bed?
no, but it was mentioned about Amber Heard about histrionic personality disorder. So I looked that up, and it says here, a person with histrionic personality disorder seeks attention, talks dramatically with strong opinions, is easily influenced, has rapidly changing emotions, and thinks relationships are closer than they are. So, his relationship with Shitty, that's the guy down the street, is like my really, really good friend. My like they came back from the war together. So, I mean, does that? But then I read other like mental conditions or mental diagnosis, and it all fits Wally.
Well, here's a good one.
Yes.
Here's a great Munchausen syndrome, right? Factitious disorder imposed on self. Munchausen syndrome is when someone tries to get attention and sympathy by falsifying, inducing, and/or exaggerating an illness. They lie about symptoms, sabotage medical tests, or harm themselves to get symptoms. Diagnosing and treating Munchausen syndrome is difficult because of the person's dishonesty.
They lied to them.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
lied to
I
them.
mean, if Wally isn't what is the skin thing again? I haven't heard that in a while.
Erythema nodosum. Now,
that-
that is actually a condition that is related to people who do have
have
sarcoidosis.
sarcoidosis. Yeah,
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 it's an inflammatory reaction, and from what I understand, it can suck and it can be painful.
yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you can't work for the rest of your life. I
Yeah.
mean, none of what Wally has means you can't work for the rest of your life, except he played on the 9/11 thing. He tied it to 9/11, and it was just easier for the doctors and the lawyers and everybody involved to go, cool, good. You're
Yeah,
another
it's like
statistic for us.
yeah. Just check this box, this box, this box, and then you're free to go.
And then, but he's got a picture of himself at Citi Field, so I guess that must mean that he's not a fraud, right?
Well, he's standing next to John Field, so
Yeah,
come
yeah.
on, mic
John.
drop.
No, he's standing 6 feet behind John Field.
yeah.
But the same John Field that told Dan that construction workers who showed up on 9/16 or thereafter are not first responders. So
Yeah, one of the screenshots, Dan, is from that. Oh, it comes out real fuzzy. Ah, shit. Let's see. Do you remember a nurse commented on his?
oh wait, no, now it's pretty clear.
Okay.
It just locked up pretty clear now.
One point, Wally was talking about all his medical conditions, and when he was in the ER, and a nurse commented, and you can read her comment, and Wally went off on her because he's like, Dan, I think this was the one with the whole fluff the pillows thing. Remember when he's like, nurses aren't good for anything but fluffing pillows?
Yeah, I went to look for that too, but like it disappeared. But I remember reading it as well.
Well, this is from that same thread.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I remember this. And yeah, she was like, "Oh, it could be fatty liver." He's like, "Fatty liver, bah! I told you what it is, bitch." Like,
Yeah,
such a
yeah. She
nut.
writes, "Fatty liver means you need to lose weight. Fat grows around." Well, Wally doesn't have any alcohol problems or any weight issues. Just look at the the big basketball belly, freaking Paul England looking Freddy Krueger
Yeah,
dancing
it's
around.
not very screen accurate.
oh, I have a million screenshots from back in Facebook when he was pulling this bullshit, and I was calling him out for the same thing. And I was like, he was at one point claiming he had sleep apnea, and that was related to 9/11. And I treat sleep apnea. So I was like, Wally, first of all, drop the act. You're fucking 50 pounds overweight, and you admittedly drink heavily right before you go to sleep. Why don't you start, limiting those activities, drop some weight, and see how your sleep apnea improves before you hit the taxpayers up for a CPAP machine? I mean,
Right.
the guy is so full of shit on
Agreed.
every level.
Diarrhea. He had diarrhea.
Yeah.
That's diarrhea.
Well, where does it say that? Is that in the diagnosis?
That's the
Yeah,
discharge
diarrhea.
diagnosis.
Elevated liver
Discharge.
enzymes, the elevated liver enzymes.
That
Yeah, all
happens
that
from
stuff.
anything.
Yeah, viral syndrome.
Again, this is all self-reported shit. Wally just says, "I don't feel well," and this is their way. This is medical speak for saying we really can't prove you have anything, but this is what you came
You
in with.
came in, yeah.
So go home and just take care of yourself. That's all they said.
Right. Go home is the key part of that.
Well, that's it. They can't keep. He doesn't have a medical condition for them to treat. He's got nothing. This angiography of his chest, it said, I think if you read at the bottom, it says that there's nothing in his lungs, that everything's fine. I think somewhere in this paperwork it says he might have interstitial lung disease, which is related to his sarcoidosis, which again is a minor finding. Yeah, there are no pulmonary emboli, heart size is upper normal, thoracic upper normal, because Wally's a big fat fuck.
He just likes having paperwork.
It says the
Just
lungs
like,
are clear,
paperwork.
other than what it says. The lungs are clear, other than minimal dependent edema, no effusions. I can't really,
that means particulate matter. Yeah,
are present. So I mean,
no cloudy. Yeah, no clouds. Basically, they're saying he's fine.
yeah.
He's got nothing.
Wally, you're fine.
Yeah, well, you come on.
But here's some paperwork to make you feel better, Wally. Okay.
Oh, well, I'm going back to what we were saying before. The moron posts paperwork that doesn't even support his own argument, but he thinks by holding a piece of paper up in front of a camera that you can't even really read, that adds legitimacy. When he was talking about the definition of a first responder, and he's like, it says right here, a first responder is police, fire, or EMT. And he holds up the piece of paper and then he goes, so the definition is very broad. It's like, no, asshole. The definition is very narrow. You just showed the piece of paper.
He also shows up a piece of paper. He goes, "This says I'm a first responder," and the paperwork says he's a responder.
You're not a first,
which is what John Field calls him. And I'm like, dude, you're not a first responder. You're a responder. And he's like, this says something it doesn't say. I don't like. How do you? Again, part of me wishes he takes me to court so that he can have his little fantasy where I'm on stand, and he's like, "What about this non-evidence?" And the jury and the judge are like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy?" But it would never get that far because they wouldn't even humor him. Because
I win again. My reputation is intact. You know,
I see Alakazam in the background, but I don't believe. I don't believe. Come on, who are you, Alakazam? You got to give me something to go by. Either cam up in the little thing or something in the chat. Because there's a bunch of people who are pretending to be that's Garage Autonomous's logo, and the last time I did this, it was a dick. It's always a dick.
It's really me, Garage. He said. I mean, the way Wally described Garage Autonomous, you thought he was like a Black Panther with an AK-47 waiting out in front of a polling station. I mean, the guy's actually
he's like a professor at college.
Yeah, he's a pretty articulate, freaking intelligent guy. You know, again, another guy pissed off at Wally who has a.
Well, in Wally's mind, he's a black guy, so he must be a militant, ignoramus who wants to kill Whitey. Like that's Wally. It's as far as Wally gets.
Actually, before I saw that, what's her name, Queen Latifah, Queen
Matt or something.
Well, Queen Matt. I saw her, and I took a look to see if Wally was in there because he.
Yeah, I did too.
You looked in there too. Nothing happening.
Well, because I said, even if I kind of think Wally may have like a week. Sometimes you get a week suspension if you mess up a minor thing. You get like put in a penalty box, but that wouldn't prevent him from camming up on these live streams. So I've been looking. Mo Reese does a couple things, and
nothing.
Things. Yeah.
Well, he says it's Garage Autonomous at protonmail.com, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is.
Who are you talking about?
Someone Alakazam.
What, he said something in the
private chat? He says, "Here's proof of his email address."
Oh yeah, well everyone has that. Come on.
I have a Proton Mail. I didn't know what Proton Mail was before. Now I have about 6 of them.
Here we go. Ready?
Dan, I just sent you more stuff on Facebook.
It's really me, guys.
Oh, it is. Okay.
All right.
Sorry, man. He was sitting there for a while. I'm like, because I think you pointed out last week, somebody, or maybe the week before, somebody was like, like Garage Autonomous, and then it was the pornography. So
yeah, no, I saw that. I saw the fake person. You'll always could tell because whenever and believe me, that wasn't the first person. I've been around for a while.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Yeah, it's happened to me.
An impersonation.
There's Garbage Autonomous. There's The Garbage
I've seen that one
Lobotomist.
before.
Actually, my favorite was Garbage Lobotomist. This was created by,
That's pretty good, actually.
this was this was created by this couple who I terrorized. They live in
Like
they live
terrorized.
in New Orleans. She wasn't so happy when I put out her arrest records because the only reason why I did that is because she made like this huge series about somebody else being a criminal as if she was so great. And then she didn't
Hypocrisy
like
is
it
always
so
amazing.
much. She didn't like it so much when I put her stuff out because in Louisiana, state of Louisiana, they don't care, man. They like you get arrested, you will get your entire docket put online. Like the red states do not play. But anyway, that's a long story. But anyway, yeah, they made a fake account of me and they called it Garage Lobotomist. I actually like that one the most.
That's pretty good too. Garage.
Oh no, that's a phlebotomist. The guy, Hebrew would know that. The guy takes a person that
Blood.
takes blood. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a phlebotomist. Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Garage, this is the first time we're actually speaking. It's nice to meet you, my friend. How are you?
I know, man. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I wish I had known about your. I think when your channel went down, was that? I think it was when I was I was actually in Louisiana just last week.
Okay.
College
okay.
tour for my youngest daughter. So
Yes. Yeah. I heard you on this program. It's a program. I heard you. I heard you on the program, and I thought the comments you made about True were really cool. About him being in a live stream and having to take his son and take care of his son, and like you guys sort of work things out. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I knew True a little bit further down. Somebody else was trolling him that I knew, and then I got kind of roped into that one. But I think that like I said, I was like, okay, all of these guys in the manosphere really aren't. I know that there are a few of them out there that aren't that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
And with some of them, it's like, okay, well, I'll agree to disagree, but
Yeah.
at
I met a
least
lot of
know
them
that
during this journey, and same thing. It's like initially, like especially when you do research on MGTOW, it sounds like it's this awful world. But a lot of these guys, like I'm like, I don't agree with it, but I get it. Like they've been through the ringer, and they don't want to get into that situation again with the woman. I'm like, I get it.
Yes, it's like if you like, I know that they all don't have the same story, but when you dig in their past a little bit, like I've done, it turns out that, oh no, you really are as bad as you are. But then it's like, okay, but then but then I've even heard True say, like, my wife and my ex and I are not like the way things were back then. But like you get a lot of them who haven't seen their kids, like Wally, who doesn't give a shit about their kids and never have, and then they get on YouTube because it's part of their grift to say, oh, this horrible thing happened to me. I had to pay child support. I had to do this. I had to do that. And it's all because the courts hate us, hate the men. And, and then it turns out these dudes were really messed up. Like the founding father of the men's rights movement. Gosh, his name, Paul Elam. This is a guy who, his big sob story, and I'm gonna stop talking about him in a second. It's just that I'm only bringing him up because, again, this is one more awful person on the internet who has very strong resemblances to Wally. This guy, swore up and down that the reason why he had to start the men's rights movement was because his wife cheated on him, and it's always this weird fantasy about a black guy. It's like she cheated on me with a black guy, and then got pregnant by him, and then that's when I left. Then an actual newspaper, like an actual online newspaper, did a whole full story on this guy. It turns out, one, she did get pregnant, but she was pregnant by his very own daughter, who resembles the guy, Paul Elam. Two, he never worked a day in his life when he was married to his wife. Matter of fact, his wife had to join the armed forces. I think it was the Army or the Marines or something, just to put food on the table because the guy just refused to work. And three, he was actually physically abusive. So when it comes to these dudes, like not all of them, a lot of them will have a sob story, and it turns out that they really are as bad as they are. But then, you get the few people out there like True who just is like, well, it was what it was, but I'm here in my kid's life and I'm taking care of my kid.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm divorced. I co-parent with my ex. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't love the situation, but you do the best you can for your kids.
And that's
I'm
exactly what happened. Like in the end, you might divorce the mom, but you haven't divorced your kid. So
right.
it's
Well,
like,
but to Wally, everybody ran out on him. Everybody turned their back on him.
Yeah.
He's slighted, and he's the one who ran away.
yeah.
Well, he's
Exactly.
like, you have to come back, and we have to be married, and she had to like he wants it all, and it's like,
Which is crazy.
dude, like start small. Like, let's see if you could.
Well,
be
he's
with
just
your
delusional.
kids. Like,
He's delusional, and he clearly doesn't want that as an end game.
And that's the interesting thing, because and Dan's made all these videos, and I love watching his videos because he's got a great sense of humor in it, and it's fun to watch how he incorporates everything. But going back to some of his earliest videos, he gave like Wally this really, really good advice. He said, look, it's expensive to live in New York, yes, but you make sacrifices for your kids. So you got to get a little small apartment, a studio somewhere close to your kids where you can still form a relationship and take it one step at a time, baby steps. But Wally doesn't really want that, or else he would have done that. So it's
Listen,
quite
you know how
obvious.
expensive it is for me to live where I live in Brooklyn.
I'm
But
sure
leaving my
it's,
kids was not an option.
and
Yeah.
it's
I've got
also
a
weird.
small
Like
apartment.
Wally's parents live. Like, just suck it up and move in with your parents. Like, he did that for a little bit, but I think they got
Yeah, but
sick
they
of
kicked
him.
his ass out because
But like,
they can't
in
stand him
other
either.
words, it's like an option. It's like, suck it up, live with, because the kids will be like, oh, it's daddy, grandma, and grandpa. It's like
Well,
bonus,
it would
and
be
he's
an
not
option
paying
for any
rent.
normal person, but this
it's
is
his other
Wally.
bullshit stories too. Like, I was homeless. Now, when you think of someone homeless, you think of someone living under an underpass, eating out of old
Exactly.
soup cans. He
Right
wasn't
out of a
homeless.
car.
He was,
He was in
out
his
of a
car.
car, but he obviously had the option to go to his parents if he wanted to, but his
Yeah.
ego didn't allow him
He
to
could have
do
gone
it.
to friends' houses, right?
course,
At the time,
of
he had
course.
people who were still supporting him. He could have slept on the couch or something.
Fun
Well-
fact: I was talking to him one night. We was homeless, and like I remember I was sitting
Well,
on
when
the
did he
toilet,
ever have a home
and
to
I
be
was thinking of
homeless
like,
from?
maybe
never
I
had.
could have Wally for a couple. Like, I actually humored it for like about 30 seconds, sitting on the cam about
You
like,
dodged the
wait
bullet.
a minute, no, he'll either never leave or he'll live stream at 3 a.m. I'm like, I'm not gonna have Wally in the house. But I came
You could have John Wayne Gacy'd him.
maybe that far. I wasn't that close.
Wally walking around at 1 a.m. with a towel over, going to the shower. Hey,
Because
Dan, how are
my
you?
kid is at a residential school upstate, so I'm like, he could stay in my kid's room for a couple days. But I'm like, wait, what am I doing? Like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Man, you
That's
dodged
hard.
the bullet.
Oh, boy.
He would have been a complete and utter nightmare for you.
I would have come home
Just
and
as
like,
I'm
would
pretty
have been
sure.
crying.
Just as I'm pretty sure it was a nightmare for Gildardo. Like, no way.
Oh.
No way.
Oh,
Jose.
Gildardo. I
And
know.
I would have been a subject to while it was like, yeah, I was staying in his bed, and his bed was too small, and he gave me sheets, and they were kid sheets. Like, come on, I'm a man. Like, I can only imagine like what.
I saw somebody
happened.
now has an account. He commented on one of my videos and on Dan's. His name is Gildardo, and it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
hysterical.
who is that? Do we
I
know?
don't have no idea.
It'd be great if it was the real Gildardo.
He speaks in broken English. It cracks me up. On mine, he was like, "No, cancel his channel." That was what Gildardo said.
No, he. This is good. Yeah, he'll bother my daughter too much if you cancel his
Yeah,
channel.
no,
Yeah.
cancel. Poor Gildardo. Get Gildardo. Come on the live stream.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'd be
Wally
great.
is every parent's nightmare, right? I mean,
Yep.
like, oh, bring your drug-addled, boozy, unemployed, fat, unfuckable, boyfriend over to just mooch off of everything your mother and I have worked hard
And the
for.
family did the right. It's like it's like, here's a guy in need. Like, that's what Jesus teaches, right? Like, you bring
Right.
in someone in need, and then like 180. She's
But
beaten up. with a
knowing
daughter,
Wally
Jesus.
now, you could have brought him in. You could have treated him like a prince. You could have done everything for him, and then
And it
something
wouldn't
would
have
have
been good, no.
happened. Yeah, it would have blown up in your face, and he would badmouth you for the rest of his existence, just like he
Yeah.
does everything else.
Wally, come on
Well,
in. Everybody's here. Come on.
Well,
He's plotting.
The thing about him is that what is always, and I may be repeating myself here, but I just remembered that what distinctly the thing that really bothered me about his lying, his constant lying, and how he can't work, like when he lived here in New York, was that nothing stopped him from sitting down, because you're in a sitting position. You don't have to stand or walk. in a classroom. Like, why didn't he just take his ass back to school with whatever money or settlement that he's supposedly gotten after getting sick from 9/11, which I don't believe actually happened. I think that he's probably already had these conditions, but even
Well, that's
before
what we were
I
talking
agree.
about
Yeah,
earlier.
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely.
But even if that were the case and he did win some money, that's exactly the time to take your ass back to school. And then you don't have to be a plumber anymore. You don't have to, well, he was never really a plumber, but plumber's helper or whatever the fuck it
Yeah.
was he was doing. Like, you don't have to do any of those things. Take your ass to school and do something else with your life.
Wait, you
And
don't
I'm
mean the market for version 4, episode 2 Freddy gloves isn't as big as he thought it was?
excellent.
I
Yeah.
guess that the Freddy fedoras, the ones that he made himself and sold didn't pay the rent.
I
But
think
I
it was
think
MGTOW in the Wind actually said, like, like teach a class, since, like, I mean, I doubt Wally
I could
has
work
any
at a
real
call
plumbing
center,
skill,
for God's
but
sakes.
Yeah.
teach the next generation of plumbers
well,
your
it-
Yeah.
skills, but
like Dan was saying before, like we said before, like this whole MGTOW thing. I didn't know anything from it. I just like got into this part of YouTube, and it's like a completely new experience. Didn't know any of what that philosophy is, but apparently, and yeah, I'm like Dan. Great, live and let live. If that's your thing, and I can understand why. But I mean, part of it seems to me, is like if you're in that position, or you were put through the ringer, you had a difficult relationship, you broke off, you're now in a position where you want to try to better yourself, right? But look at
Exactly.
Wally. He has done absolutely nothing. He lives with this subsistence check that he gets, barely above water. That not even above water, where he has to fill out and get a grant to pay his rent. So he's barely above water. He obviously doesn't know how to
he
how
made a
to
video. I'm reviewing his videos because I'm flagging them. But one
yeah.
of his videos, he's like, I worked real hard and got this grant. Like, in his mind,
Yeah, right,
applying
right.
for a grant is
Applying
work.
for a grant is
Well,
work.
when he
Yeah.
says
And I
work
got
real
my
hard,
paycheck.
it's the same energy he used to get turned down twice from workman's comp and disability, right? And he pestered the fuck out of everybody. He channeled that much mental energy into doing it until he finally
Oh,
gamed the system and they gave up. That's
But
Wally's definition of of how
That's
hard
why
he worked.
you hit a nerve when you said game the system, and because, like, he knew,
he
but
gets
he only reacts if he knows you're
exactly
right.
what Garage said. He and if you believed anything about the philosophy, like he said he did, one of it is to improve himself, and he's done absolutely nothing. He could have gone to school. He could have done something, because what he's
He
essentially
could have got
showing.
3 high school diplomas.
Oh, but he's essentially happy. He's essentially content now with living on a subsistence check, barely making it through, and buying his BB guns and pepper balls and making videos for the rest of his life. That's what he considers success. And I mean, I
right.
don't see it. I don't. But I guess he does. And anybody that questions it or might suggest it to him, he automatically turns on them
Do
and
you
calls
think
them
he
an
says that
enemy.
because he's trying to convince his audience, or he's trying to convince himself?
Yes.
Oh,
Both.
that's a good
Yes.
question.
Uh,
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
Because I feel his
yeah.
videos are, he's trying to, like, not just convince the 3 people watching, which is us.
Yeah.
He's trying to convince himself, I'm a great guy and I did everything right. And it's like, come on, man.
The
All right,
thing
here's
is,
a question for the group. Sorry,
Go
where
ahead.
do you see him, Wally, in like another 5 years? Like, I mean, I can imagine in my
Same
head him.
place.
Yeah, but can you picture, like, I mean, how sad the guy is 50, 55, doing the same
Yeah.
that he's doing.
He may
His
or may
car
not
won't
be.
last forever, right?
He may actually be. He may actually lose the apartment, and he may actually be doing his YouTube videos from his fucking car. I had to get another arch enemy from years ago. She wound up like that. So it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want her to be that way. She's just fucking nuts. I couldn't stand her. But the thing is that yeah, I could imagine that being the next phase, because here's the thing: if he moved out there, I mean, this is the thing. If I got some kind of, if I wound up on SSI, right? Like, if he really did get this money from New York because he got sick or whatever, if that really did happen, I swear to you guys, I've lived in the South for a huge chunk of my time before I was kidnapped by my wife and brought up here. When I've lived out there, I know exactly what's cheap and what's not. I know exactly. He lives in the kind of apartment complex that most college students live in or wind up living in when they graduate.
Hmm.
He lives in the kind of apartment complex where most people who are day laborers or workers or whatever, they kind of have to live in there with three other people. Like that's where he lives. Now, if he actually got New York's chunk of what SSI is based on cost of living in New York or whatever, and he didn't tell them where he was living, and if he had a decent relationship with his parents, they would just forward the check or forward the money to him. He would make out like a bandit if he actually lived in the South off of that check. And again, it's not a lot, but if it's enough to try to cover what SSI says is, this is how much we think you're going to get in housing. This is what we think we should give you for housing. This is what we think we should give you for groceries. He'd be making out an abandon. He would not be in that fucking apartment. I'm telling you, he'd be renting out a house, or if not, if he can't really afford that, fine, he'd be in a nicer apartment, and he wouldn't be like trying to, apply for fucking loan and shit. Like, I think that he's hit the wall is what's going on.
Well,
So
he's
yeah,
he's
that's a
applying for
great
grant money,
question.
so something's going on.
It's a great
Yeah.
question that Hebrew Spaceman asked. Where is he going to be in 5 years? One thing he's not going to do is quit YouTube. He's going to be in that car, doing YouTube.
Yeah, but his
on the
car
side.
can't last forever. I mean, his
It'll
car is
just be up on cinder blocks under a bridge somewhere, and that'll be it.
in a
Yeah,
van down by the
probably
river.
so.
But
I mean,
you
the
know,
guy can't get a car, right? He on his income. What the heck is he ever going to do? Where does he go?
You kind of wonder too. Like, I just happen to think the guy's lazy. I just think he's lazy.
He is.
And I just think like somebody else in his
Wait,
situation.
Slippery, do you think for a second that there was sympathy in my voice?
But,
No.
No, but I'm just saying, why
Quit
wouldn't you
picking on
go?
him, Hebrew.
We all know people that are marginally disabled. Put the disabled in quotes. We all know them. I mean, firefighters that went out on 2/3, Long Island Railroad guys that went out on 2/3. But
right.
it's just sort of part of New York. And what happens is that they always try to find a little cash gig on the side to whatever.
Yeah,
it
Wally
is,
doesn't even do that.
He doesn't even bother with that. He doesn't even care to do that because, and if nothing else, it saves your sanity because you have some social interaction other than shitty on.
Wally brought up like the whole thing with Gildardo. He was like, oh, he was doing stuff on the side for cash, like he was making like it was a criminal.
Yeah,
but
right.
That apartment that Wally lived in with Baby Mama was under Gildardo's name.
Yeah,
because he owned that building because it was a duplex.
Yeah,
Gildardo owned that. Okay, I saw the property, the deed information. Gildardo owned that. As a matter of fact, there's not one damn address.
Oh, garage is on the case.
There's not one
garage.
Address.
You're gonna get one of these.
Oh,
that's a Wally cease and desist.
I hope so.
Parking ticket.
I feel like reading a paragraph from it just because it's kind of become a tradition. I'm just going to read one paragraph. Just a random one.
Let me just finish my point though. There is now. Oh fuck! Now I forgot what my point was. Never mind. Go ahead.
No. You were saying Gildardo was on the deed. It was his
thank
place.
you. There was not one address that I saw in all of New York City, in all of the boroughs that had Wally's name on it, which means that he must have went straight from his mom's house. He met Baby Mama, and then he moved into Gildardo's house. I don't think he's ever had a place of his own.
He claimed he did.
I was gonna say, I think he said he was like at a place. Maybe he was with friends or something. Like
Wally had friends.
They went in together or something.
He could have been living with those highly talented bandmates of his who completely made it on their own without him. But
Engine of the
Nun. You guys want to make
a
band with no singer?
Yeah, Engine of the Sun. You mean engine of an engine? Like a sun is an engine. Like that. Who made up that? I almost want to say Wally made up the title to that, but I don't think that he's that smart. I don't think he's that creative.
No, if Wally made the title, it would be like, I'm Wally, the greatest man, dad on earth guy.
Watalika. He probably would have called them Watalika.
Absolutely
no, like imagination.
Well, hold on. Let me just get this one in quick.
Go ahead. I want to hear.
Falsely accusing me of publicly attempting to kill them. I have never been convicted of a misdemeanor and or felony, nor have I ever been imprisoned for any amount of time.
That's true. He pleaded down. Well, he pleaded down.
imprisoned, but I mean,
No, he
he
was in
wasn't
prison
in prison.
overnight.
He was in jail.
He
Yeah,
went to jail. He wasn't in prison. There's a
yeah.
difference.
Well, yeah, that's probably right. So yeah,
Yeah.
there you
This
go.
is Wally playing
Sounds
semantics.
like a lawyer went through that.
I like he always has sometimes he has an omnibus in some of these phrases, including but not limited to. So that's
And
that's
or.
In no way,
And
shape, or
or
form.
But I do have a question about those charges. How did he? Because maybe because I'm not. Well, I've never been arrested for in my life, so I wouldn't know. But how in the hell did he, from a domestic charge, wind up not spending?
I can tell you how.
Yeah, tell me how, please.
All right, because I'm going to pull up the list of charges. Most of them were like 3rd and 4th degree. They were really pretty small. Arraignment charges 240.2 disorderly conduct, 120.0 assault in the 3rd degree, 260.1 endangering the welfare of a child, 242.26 harassment in the 2nd degree, 145 criminal mischief in the 4th degree. See, there's 121.11, my favorite, criminal obstruction of breathing or blood circulation. Most of these were pretty minor, right? So the court didn't really have time. He wasn't going to serve much in the way of jail time. So basically, what this little fucking sneaky bastard did was he pleaded down to disorderly conduct, which is not a criminal offense. It's a civil it's considered a civil violation. And whatever time he was arrested and spent the night in jail, they consider that time served. So while he's not incorrect when he says he doesn't have a criminal record and he wasn't convicted of anything, he pleaded down to a lesser charge that's a non-violent charge. That doesn't mean that he wasn't guilty of it.
The other thing on
Yeah.
that is it was like 1 year of he probably had to take courses or something, and then it was a 2-year restraining order. So it's not like he got off scot-free, like, oh, get out of here, you didn't do nothing. It's like you're not allowed to see people now. Like that's not nothing, But when he phrases it, yes, he has
the
to-
rub on that whole thing.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jump, what's going
Hey,
on?
buddy. Busy today, man. I had a lot of work to do. Just got home from work. Babies are screaming, so I take care of those. And my girl goes to get drive out. It's a lot of work doing it, and it's a crazy life I have. I mean, it's very busy.
Hey, you know what? That's all good. You keep moving.
Yeah. It was sucks though. It's like it seems like every paycheck, just because I'm young, like we just got our first apartment, we're paying stupid for it. Getting our credits going up so we can get a house, and it seems like everybody's been in the same kind of boat. The mom's selling me the same thing, and her mom's selling her. It's just interesting. It seems like every paycheck's just going to bills. It's
Welcome to real life, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah,
being a young parent, I don't miss
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I have his disposition up, his certificate of disposition up in front of me. Garage. So the court date was 9/22/2016. The court action it says pled guilty and sentence imposed. Conditional discharge 1 year, so he was on probation for 1 year. An order of protection was for 2 years, and that was 2016. I have to believe that she renewed the order of protection.
Yeah, I
But
think
he
that's
pled
what's
down
going on.
to what did I say? Disorderly conduct. So he gamed the. I mean, anybody else would have done the same thing. So I can't really blame Wally in this case for gaming the system. But it is another example of Wally gaming the system.
Well,
But
like
I
you
think
said, the way when he talks about the arrest, he's like, I didn't go to prison. It's like, well, you went to jail. You
Right.
were put in a
Right.
cell, and they
But-
closed the door, and locked you. It wasn't a prison, but it's all the way he words it. Like, come on.
anything new on Walter, or is it kind of the same Hail Mary?
Yeah, we talking. I was talking about up top. It was he did a Hail Mary a week ago, and it's been crickets, except for him,
Oh,
of course, trying to take me down.
you think he got arrested? He got arrested for the violation of the order.
I don't think so. I don't think. Getting back to his arrest, the only thing that I find a rub with that whole thing is because the way he talks about it, it's like, oh yeah, I came home, I hit the bottle, I came home, and we got into an argument, and he's like, oh, she bit my nipple and this and that, and supposedly this all happened before the cops came, but the mere fact that the cops gave him slapped 6 charges on him mean that they saw something or that he was acting in a really aggressive way,
Yeah.
or else they would have just done a discon and taken him away from the first from the first time that they saw him. But since they put 6 on him, they saw him like the criminal mischief is. They must have saw him break something or throw a phone or something.
I think it was
Dan
a
mentioned
cell
that.
phone.
Yeah.
Didn't he say something about he threw herself? She threw his
Or the-
cell
or the
phone.
For
or
some
something?
reason, I
Yeah.
remembered that story, but I can't remember who told me about the cell phone being
It's
like
probably
someone
Wally.
tried to call the police and he knocked it out of their hands or something.
It's probably Wally. Everything we know about this fucking guy is from him.
Yeah, I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, you know, Dan did this one video once, and he just reminded me of it because he said I was able to get the video from him of where Wally is in Esteban's house, and he's walking through Esteban's house, and he's showing pictures of relatives on. And Dan says like, Wally, he says something like, and Wally, why do I know your son's name? Why do I know Esteban's son's name is Isaac? Why should I know that? He's like does this whole bit, and I still think it's hysterical.
But you Slippery, you doxed Esteban by calling the phone number that Esteban gave out.
Yes,
on
I
Wally's
did. Yes,
live
I
stream.
did, Wally.
You're
I
the
did.
bad guy.
I called Esteban, and I'm going to call him again because I like the guy. I think he's good. I'm going to call him.
I think because Wally got in trouble with Esteban for
I
all
think he
that,
did,
because
too.
the fact that he's trying so hard to make you the criminal, in that he's like, oh, I'm talking to Esteban and we're gonna submit paper. Like you could tell he's trying to tell Esteban, I'm not the bad guy here. Slippery is the guy who you should be, going
I
after.
hope he posts the message, because the message that I left on Esteban's phone was like really like if you had a friend and another friend like surreptitiously recorded you and you were at some kind of intervention at another friend's house. I said to him, look, Esteban, I know, you're probably a good guy and your friend is Walter and everything else, but he recorded you secretly and then he puts it up on the internet for everybody else to hear about another friend of yours having a hard time. And it's probably something that shouldn't be on the internet. So I'm just telling you so you know that. I'm not trolling Esteban. I'm not trying to break Esteban's chops. I'm telling him what he should know. And the mere fact that Wally took that video down means that Esteban told him, look, that's not cool.
Like
so
within
I know,
hours.
within hours. Yeah. So I know that Esteban, has some sensibilities, and he probably knows that Wally's nuts, but what's he going to do? He befriended him.
I wonder if Esteban knew about the whole head
No.
caching thing. Like,
No, I'm telling you, this goes back to another thing we've been talking about before. I would bet any amount of money that Wally's quote unquote friends have no idea about his online YouTube persona. Otherwise, they would think that this is ridiculous. He probably acts a certain way around them. They think, oh, he's a good guy. He's a bit of a loudmouth, New York, ego, whatever. But they don't have the patience and the history and the time that we do, to review this shit. So
it's probably a process. Like the Star Wars guys, like you learn, like he's this weirdo and he's gonna suck you into. You're going to have a minor argument with him, and he's going to make a 4-hour video on how you're the Antichrist, and it's public, and there's no going back from it. They're going to learn. Like,
I can't picture Esteban and Mrs. Esteban and Junior Esteban are sitting around and going, oh, it's Dogpile Thursday. We got to, oh, Wally made a new video. Mira. No, they're not doing that.
I'd love to have him on the show.
Esteban has any idea that Wally did that whole thing when Esteban cut his forehead or whatever it was about his mother. I think he has no idea about that. And if he knew that Wally had put that whole thing up and told that whole story, I think he would be fucking mortified.
Well, I bet you, because I remember the timeline was Tico was like, you're full of shit, Wally. He didn't cut his head. And Wally's like, he cut his head. What am I supposed to put him on camera for you guys? And then a few days later, he had a picture of Esteban's forehead. So I imagine he was like, Esteban, I need you to take a picture of your forehead just to make sure you're like, I'm sure he didn't tell Esteban, please take a picture so I could show my trolls that you really cut yourself. So I bet you Esteban has no idea about
Dan, you remember that? He's like sitting there and he's like cursing Tico and he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Put the fucking guy on camera and show him when he's bleeding? And then what did he do? He took a freaking picture of the guy's forehead. The guy has like a towel over his face, and you can see his forehead, and he put it up for show and
tell. Why is he covering his identity? Like, we know it's Esteban. Like, what are you covering? I don't. He's so weird. The way he thinks is so fucking weird. Let me show you this guy Esteban, but let me cover his face so you can't tell.
My heart is split completed.
My chest is.
It's
poor
like
Esteban. Well, I think Esteban doesn't fully understand. Like he probably doesn't understand all of Wally's ramblings because he doesn't like English isn't his first language. So he
Yeah,
probably
yeah, no,
doesn't
yeah,
realize
right,
what a piece of shit
right.
Wally is.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, realize. But I heard on a couple of the live streams where Esteban says I'm going to start my own channel too in Spanish or something like that. But I don't think he's completely clued into what the whole thing is about and how wacky Wally is. Because I mean, and that's the other thing too that that you brought up, Dan. That where Esteban says, "Oh, if you need something done in your house, call my number," and this that where Wally should have probably stopped him and said, "Hey, you know what? That's probably not a good idea." This, you know what I mean? And he didn't bother to do that. So
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
Wally's live stream. It's like it's on
yeah,
you, idiot. Like
yeah,
he never mans
exactly.
up to anything.
No,
Like,
no, never.
All right, all of this begs the question. Wally's been too quiet for too long.
Yeah.
What is he doing to reinvent himself? What's the next Japanese screen in Wallyville?
it's gonna. I said in my video he's gonna lose his channel. It may not happen anytime soon, but like his channel always goes away. It's a matter of time before YouTube looks at it. Like they could just look at one of his videos and be like, "This guy seems crazy," and then they probably review. But he's gonna lose his channel, and then he's gonna have this panic attack, and he's gonna reach out to YouTube and been like, "You have to give me back my channel because I had a panic attack," and he's gonna go that route. And he's just going to reemerge. He's going to be like, "Oh, I learned a lot, and I'm back, and I won't be silenced." And it'll never change forever. It'll just be the same.
There's
forever.
too many plot holes right now. I still want to know about his car. I still want to know about the whole EMT, the last, EMTs at his house. Like lately, he's been posting shit, and either he gets called out on it so early, or he has no backup plan. But then he
My theory
completely
with
drops
EMT,
the narrative, and then you never hear about it again.
My
Never
theory
hear
with
about
EMT is that's his human contact because Wally has zero, like there's no human being touching him in a nice. Maybe they shake hands. So like Wally has a stomach ache just so the man could touch him and go. And he's like, "Oh, human contact." And I think that's all Wally does. That's the EMT business.
But he doesn't
That whole-
follow up on the story.
But that whole EMT thing where he put up that little snippet, that was like I'm convinced that was just another one of his panic attacks that was precipitated by that live stream, and he just needed to do that to see like that's just his natural
Well, that's
reaction.
like with WinterCon, it's like he
Yeah.
causes a scene.
Yeah,
Wait, what's
He
WinterCon?
realizes
I never
that
heard
the
about.
audience isn't on his side, and then it's feel bad for me for my illness.
What is
It's
this
like a
WinterCon you
6-year-old.
speak of? I've never
Yeah.
heard of this before.
Yeah.
Oh, the
I
winter.
shouldn't say that.
And I'm
It's
kidding.
like,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
WinterCon.
HS, did you see the video where he's not the video? He was doing the live stream where like even his own troll, even his own like MAGA guys are saying like I put up this little video where he says, "Oh, the Brooklyn shooter guy." He says, "Oh, this guy's terrible," and he's all this anti-Semitic stuff. Oh, that's terrible.
Cover
Yeah,
my
Right.
ears.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
I was
yeah.
cracking up because I'm like, "What the fuck you talking about? You've called me a kike." You
Yeah,
called me a-
exactly. And then I spliced it together, right? And then he's doing his live stream, and there's some people in there asking him about it, and then he put a link to it, and then he doesn't play the link. He's like he
Hour
goes
and a half.
he goes to his own page where the original video is, and he sits there and he starts playing it. And he says, "Look, I'm not touching anything, not my hands," and he's just sitting there like this, and he's like doesn't know how to get out of this
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he doesn't know.
The look on his face is like,
Yeah,
"Oh
he has
boy,
no
how am I
idea-
gonna get out of this?"
Instead of just look, I don't know how Wally's mind works. None of us know, and that's why we're here. But I'm convinced. Like if he ever mans up, like he could have said, "You know what? I drank a lot. I was mad at this guy. It was it was like
that's where to start.
it was just a primeval thought. It was wrong. I shouldn't
He
have said it.
started to,
He
but like
can
he
never-
wouldn't just admit to it.
Yeah. Finally,
He was like, "People want to put you in a place." But
yeah.
like he's never made that apology. Like you could
but-
be like apologize and say, "Yeah, that was a bad time when I did that." But he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that.
He was getting there, but it was like you had to bring him there. They were like the people in the chat were dragging him there, kicking and screaming, and he was just about there. But then he never.
And the
gets
only
there.
reason he was even close is because his attempts at fooling his audience for an hour and a half failed. Like he was just totally like, oh, this video's where I'm anti-Semitic. Well, let me play you another video and see the other video. I'm not anti-Semitic.
And then
Mic
it's like
drop. Like
this.
what?
There's 6 people in his own chat that are saying, "Well, that's not the video. That's not the video."
Yeah,
and he's sitting there like this, and he's like, you can tell he's like a stubborn child that got caught doing something. He's just like clenching his fists and just like.
Is
I'm
this
not
the
listening-
broken one
yeah.
that he edited to down to like an hour? You know, I missed the first. I only caught the hour-long crying. Why is everyone
I
out to
have
get
it.
me
I
part?
recorded it.
I have it too. I found
Okay,
it today.
good.
I was looking over because I'm a terrible organizer, and I just download everything, and I have it in 70 different
And I
folders.
recorded it like a screenshot, so it has the chat, because that was half the fun, was the fucking like show going on in the chat.
Was there? I don't know why I'm thinking of what. One of the people who was questioning him, somebody named Q or Kantaka or something like that.
Oh, that was
'Cause
great too. Yeah,
Yeah, he did
I
a
just-
180
I
on
didn't-
Wally.
Wally was like, I can't decide. I don't know. Was this person a supporter of Wally's, and then
Yes,
they
yes,
changed their mind?
Yeah, so Wally, that guy was in some kind of feud with. There's a guy that's in a feud with Trusherm. So it's Trusherm and Kantaka versus this. Mickey Farley is the bad guy. So Wally made a video when again he doesn't talk. He
Is this
doesn't drop
wrestling
names.
or is this Wally?
Yeah,
World?
that's
what the hell is happening?
he doesn't drop names, but Wally made this poorly articulated video where he was saying, "Hey Kantaka, I've been watching your feud with Mickey Farley, and like I'm on your side." So the fact that Kantaka did a 180 in Wally's live stream chat, Wally was like, "But we're friends." What? Like that's why it was shocking and upsetting to Wally, because Wally, in his mind, he made a video saying, "I'm on your side, Kantaka," and then like Kantaka was like, "You're an idiot," or whatever he said to him.
Kintaka was one of the guys that I saw posted on one of Wally's videos, and I went over to his channel, and one of his newest videos, I posted a link to Wally's stuff, and he responded. He gave it a like and responded, and he's like, "Yeah, I know Wally does some some crazy stuff, but like tried to like be kind of Switzerland on the whole thing."
Mhm.
And I think that's so I kind of got a read for him. But then in the chat, where that first 2 hours, somewhere in there, he comes in the chat, and Wally's like, "Hey, Kintaka," whatever, and he says a couple of things, and then he puts in hashtag not a first responder, and like it blew Wally's mind. You could tell it really bothered him a lot. And
well, at one point he put Kantaka's like thing on the screen, but Wally didn't understand that, like he wasn't his pal at that point. But Wally's like, "Ha, look at the words you posted to me."
I think that didn't after that live stream, that whole 3-hour live stream that went from like rage to like he ended up crying at
It
the end.
started
remember
with
the
me.
crying
I
part.
was in the chat, and he was
Yeah,
actually chatting
exactly.
with me. And I said 9/11, and he was like 9/11, and he went on his video like folder nonsense, and he booted me. So I'm like, oh, here we go.
Exactly. And I think, wasn't it after that he put up that, "Does it hurt your belly?"
Yeah,
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 that was-
yeah.
that
I
was
think
that
the
night.
next day.
That was the typical Wally response. That whole live stream. He went through
They
all
hurt
the
my
emotions.
belly.
Yeah, they went. Here's a doll.
Right, show me the
did
doll.
they? Yeah. That live stream went through all his emotions, and he got screwed up, and he had his panic attack, and then he put that up because that's always a natural reaction. And then he came back the next day because he probably talked to one of his rabbis, a garage, not garage, probably a plastic in the tree, or who's the
He's
other
been
one? Penny
quiet.
Pat.
I haven't seen much out of him.
And they probably told him, "Don't give
Because
them the
comments
benefit."
are off. So we
Yeah,
don't-
they probably tell him what anybody would tell him is like, don't react to it, just make it go away and just go on with it. But he can't. He
Well,
never
you
can.
can tell they must say that, because he'll make a video and the start of it will be like, I didn't want to talk about this subject, but here I am, and like, so I think that's him addressing his friends being like, "Wally, don't talk about New York anymore."
Yeah, just leave it alone. Go move on.
I wasn't going to talk about New York, but here I go.
Well, that's always that's always the interesting thing too. Okay, we get it. You don't like New York, or you claim to not, but we all know he would.
That's a shtick. He's only
it's a
doing
shtick,
it for us.
Yeah.
You think any of the rest of his viewers give a crap about him shitting on New York?
But
He shits on
everybody
New York
wants to
for
know.
our benefit.
There was that
There's
one
49
live stream.
other states.
Yeah,
was that other live
exactly.
stream where he was like, "Oh, let me show you about the crime in New York." It started out like that, and then he's like, "Oh, and there's the street where the crime was committed, and there's the restaurant that I used to go to, and oh boy, they had great. Oh, and she used to eat there. Her favorite meal was this." And like he did a 180, and now he's looking at like street view of like where his old stomping ground. He's like getting upset. So
Well,
he obviously misses
I
New
used to
York
take
more
one
her
of
than
the
anything.
one of the
Burrito
Star Wars
Loco.
guys who doesn't come on these streams, but we talk behind the scenes, and Dan, I think you talked to him as well. He knows Wally from the hood back in the day in Queens, and according to him, like anytime a crime happens in Queens, that's suddenly Wally's neighborhood. Like,
Yeah, right.
according to him, according to Wally, he's lived in like 19 different places in Queens because every crime that happens is right near where his elderly parents
Well, also
live.
he made a video. He's like, there was like some kind of two people were arguing. Like it was like a road rage thing. They pulled over and they were shouting at one another in front of like Wally's mom's complex. And Wally had video of this and was like, "Look, Democrats, are you happy? like somehow the voters are responsible for the two people fighting in front of mom and dad's house."
Wally's World, 1 + 1 = 7. It's always disjointed.
Are you happy? This is what you get for not
This is
voting
what-
for whoever.
And you know what? Even if something happened to those people those pieces of shit that I hate in New York, if they got hurt, I would be concerned.
Yeah, he's
Wally,
concerned about us.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
After the death threats that I
Yeah,
got in my
yeah.
inbox, he's worried about me and my family.
All right, so Wally has used up all his audiences, right? He's used up all his groups. What does he do to reinvent himself, and where does he go from here?
I think he's probably gonna go to another. I've talked about this before. I don't know why he isn't just full white supremacist. Like they would embrace his lunacy. He's already talking in the code. The feds have been to his house because he pushes things too far. Like I don't know why he just doesn't commit.
You know why?
Just be
Because
like,
he doesn't
yeah.
have the balls. Because he doesn't have the balls. Wally, excuse me, likes to
Audience
play
at home,
dress up.
I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm wondering why
Wally likes
racist
to play
Wally
dress
hasn't
up.
committed.
Wally can't commit to a cause. He doesn't have that kind of dedication.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that kind of spirit. He'll call other people to rise up with,
Because I was going to say he'll go to whatever platform they do their thing, but he wants the views. I think a big part of his life is, he gets a subscriber, he gets a goal. YouTube is the king, it's like that's the most watched platform. So he can't, he's talked about leaving it, but he'll never leave it because he's addicted to it.
I actually give him credit because after he lost his channel with the 1,800 subscribers, I thought he was just going to tap out. I didn't think he would stick it out and come back, but he did. He's the boy's got some resiliency sometimes. He really does. I would have.
It's almost like he's got too much time on his hands with nothing to do.
but I mean, it's like, what was the one? Yeah. Oh yeah. What was the one when he comes back then and like does something completely different than like talking politics, and it's always something that's like you just shake your head and you're like, yeah, just go back to the politics, Wally. This is no fun. I mean, it's like when he
Let me show you my glove collection.
When he buys the Dickies shirts at Walmart and then he puts a little patch on it, and then the patch that he put on there, he's like, I didn't like the way this one came out, and they're from some internet, from some YouTube channel that I never heard of, but I guess he's infatuated with it. So he had his own.
I didn't either. Red Letter Media. I never.
Yeah,
heard of
yeah.
it before
I never heard of
either.
it. But then he said, well, I made the first group of like 3 Dickies shirts, and I didn't like the way they came out. So
yeah, how much money is he
it
spending?
looks like a fucking janitor shirt. Who's gonna? Nobody gets it. You know what I mean? If he's walking around in that shirt, nobody's gonna come up to him on the street and say, "Oh yeah, you're like the Red Letter Media guy." No, you look like a fucking janitor. Is what you look like. It does.
Well, even if he did, like, no one's gonna be like, well, you look like the Red Letter Media guys, but the shirt, the pockets aren't wide enough, and the patch is a little on the side. Like, no one's gonna scrutinize your dumb costume that's barely recognizable.
The best one was when he did the Freddy gloves. He has a glove, and then he sent away for the other glove because a little plastic thing that you can have.
Because that wasn't display accurate to 1984.
Yeah, then he fantasized about like inviting his friends over to
glove
collection on his wall.
Shitty, look at what I got. Esteban, can you imagine what they're thinking to themselves? Oh yeah, that's great. That's a 1981. What was it? Special glove, and that was the basis for the Freddy glove. Who's
They'll
gonna
go to
care?
put it on, and Wally be like, "No."
You know, I actually when he did that video, I eBay to look for them to see if I could find one
Me
just
too.
You guys are sick.
because I wanted to get some and like do a goof video. I don't know. I mean, we think alike. I
I
mean,
think they were like 35, but I don't know if I was looking at the right thing. They were like $35.
but
But
they had
again, like
the
the
stripes, the right stripes.
his paperwork where he's like, "Oh, by the way, I can't handle my finances." Apparently, he got $6,000 from somewhere, and he's like buying gloves and he's getting a geisha screen, necklaces. It's like I hate picking on like poor people buying shit with their money, but while he literally made a video where he's like, I'm short on cash, and now he's got a windfall, and he's like, oh, look at all this nonsense I'm buying.
I got the Gina Carano because you can't get that anymore because at one time it was valued at $1,000, but I got it for $80. So it's
Yeah,
a
he's
deal for
he
me.
can tell
Yeah.
he's convincing himself, like yeah. Wow, Wally, nice two pair.
Two different, one's like one's like the hero, and one's the stunt version.
Yeah,
And
I think it was like Nightmare on Elm Street 2 versus Nightmare on Elm Street 4. Like,
You know what would be my if I had one of those lamps, an Aladdin lamp, can you make this wish come true? And the wish would be that like Wally was at his apartment, Esteban was there, and Wally was doing something, and Esteban takes the gloves and puts them on to do some gardening or something. And Wally comes out, he's like, oh!
Well, no, because they would be in a display case, a 1984 Kmart, limited edition display case.
Would they be above or below the Count Dracula medal?
Well, he
shelf's
threw that
gone.
out, right?
No,
an
we
empty
caught him.
shelf.
I know.
We caught him.
He
Oh,
doesn't
I
have the
know.
shelf anymore, though. It's
He's
definitely-
got the every prop guy. We all have the IKEA. I forget the name of the model, but they all have these
Oh, it's hidden.
glass things. Oh, hidden.
I just realized like I was yelling at Money AD because he did a thing on Thursday, and I'm like, jerk, Thursday in the title. But sometimes Money AD does a thing on Wednesday, so no, Hidden, this isn't me trying to fuck with Money AD. I just happened. It's Kevin's fault. Kevin can't show up on Thursdays.
That's true.
So I decided to go.
I can show up on the first and third Thursdays, and all the Thursdays after June.
Yeah, I just realized like it might be like people thinking I'm being passive aggressive. Like, oh yeah, Money AD, I'm gonna do my show now. I'm not really mad at Money. I've been meaning to go over there and mock yell at him. Well, actually, I went in the chat and I said I wanted to fight Money AD, but nothing ever came of it. He'd probably kick my ass anyway.
Giving the haters the slip. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if Wally came in the chat, I'm sure you would give him all the respect he deserves, right?
Well, I would block him and everything.
Yeah, I don't know that I could keep my mouth closed, but
I keep saying I'll do a one-on-one with him, but it would have to be my channel because he would.
Yeah,
he would have me on and boot me and then talk about 9/11 for 4 hours with his folder of nonsense. Here's me standing on the steps with the guy that you said, and he said, and you said, and okay.
Did you catch HS? I don't know if you caught it or Dan talked to you about it, but there's this what's her name, Queen Matt something or other.
No.
Right? And she's like a black woman who's like a conservative. And I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I know Dan was in there, and I didn't see Dan.
Oh, it's just the one where she was like, "That's not your real name, Dan King."
Yeah, yes.
I caught bits and pieces of it, but honestly,
she's just like a monster. I can't even get like. Even with Slippery, she was like, "What's an automatic weapon?" And Slippery's
right.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I got sandbagged as soon as I got in there. And then
I could answer that for her. I mean, but what is
it was like
to?
she had answers in her head, and you would never. No, it was bizarre.
She started out with the line, define an assault weapon, right? And
anything you use in the commission of an assault.
Well, yeah.
No, she was like, nothing is an assault weapon or something.
Right.
Crazy. Like,
right.
what?
Right. or an assault rifle or whatever it is. But she was,
Okay.
she was playing games or whatever, and I was in there for a while, and I had what I thought was a pretty decent conversation, and then it ended up, I tried to steer it into Wally and talked about Dan a little bit, and then I left or whatever. She says, "Well, do you have anything else to contribute?" Like, no, I really don't have a lot to contribute, and then she just cut me off. But then Wally came in later on, and he was huffing and puffing, and he was all mad that both of us were in there.
He fell into our trap.
Exactly. He was huffing and puffing, and whenever you see him come in and start doing that, I don't know, it just triggers some serotonin in my brain. It just makes me happy.
Well, it was great
The
because
dopamine. It's like
like-
I get a
like
runner's
her
high
channel is
without
all
having to
about
run.
like you have to be like the tough alpha male, like that's like she talks about that, and then as well he's like, and they came after me and they called me names and they stole my house.
Well,
and I'm
look,
this
in
guy.
the end,
and she was like
in the end, we
Uh-huh.
do this. I do this. I can't speak for anybody else because it gets to him. Like Wally has the thinnest skin
Yeah.
of anybody.
Right now he's going, they admit it, they make fun of me. Just
Yeah,
to upset
absolutely. I
me."
admit it. Yeah, Wally, I want you to die. Not at my hand, but I want you to die.
My
Okay?
wife gets so annoyed when I do this. She calls me a emotional sadist to Wally. I'm doing it's like like it's sadistic stuff to Wally. But I said,
Wait, what's
you just
going on? Hidden, what's happening? Hidden's flip flopping his comments.
who's MFM? It was.
It's Hidden's other account.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was saying. What's going on?
It's motherfucking MAGA. That's who.
Wally,
but the,
come on in, buddy.
the
We haven't
only
heard from
reason
you in
this
a week.
works is because it gets to Wally.
It does. I mean, you're right. You're right.
They've admitted on live streams that they make fun of me just to give me panic attacks, and they're responsible for my.
His very existence invites abuse. I feel it would be impolite not to accept.
Yeah. They
Don't wanna
sent
be
me to the
rude.
hospital. They sent me to the hospital. I had a panic attack.
If you are an attention-seeking whore, this is what you get. Be careful of the attention that you're looking for because you're going to find it. Nobody else cares but us. I mean, I find this to be fun.
Oh,
Nobody else
I
does.
gave
I
the
do
other
too.
one a wrench. Hidden. I'm giving out wrenches. Akuma Matata, or whatever Wally would say.
I still don't figure. I don't know how the
Maricopa,
wrench thing works. I
Padre?
think he
I don't know.
wrenched me once, and I don't know how that works. I don't know who I would wrench. I don't know how that. Like, how does one wrench a
You have to be
person?
on Facebook to get it.
Is it a sex act or something? Is this something Wally would know about? Wrenching somebody? Baboo!
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh,
Yeah,
there
bro.
he is. There he is.
Did you guys already talk about how we're modifying his videos and putting fake lips on him, and he didn't say the Hebrew Jew thing? He was
Yeah, I don't know what he meant. I think he was talking about. Maybe he was talking about the what's his fake account?
Phantasma.
Because Phantasma was
Dozangs.
robot voice.
Right.
So Dozangs did a couple of videos with that, but it started with the Heb Kike comment.
Yes.
And he was doing a live stream, and one of his followers was asking him like if this is true, and he was like saying, no, they make up this and that, and then the follower was like, so do you think maybe they just did a fake video and put their own face on your their own lips on your face and fake the video? And he jumped all over that. He was like, yeah, that's exactly what they do. They have a bunch of videos of me. It's not really me. They modified a video. So like that's his new thing that he's telling his audience now, that they're faking the videos.
Yeah. I mean, we just talked about that before because, like, in that, I know what you're talking about, like where he got caught out there, and the people in the chat were like saying, hey, there's a video up there that Slippery did, and it looks like you were saying a lot of anti-Semitic stuff. And he was like, and he was waffling back and forth and then going over to the original video and just playing that where nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then, that's when he came up. And I told Dan about that. I thought that bothered me too. There's like, oh no, they're just overdubbing my videos and putting in this anti-Semitic stuff.
Oh, and
which
also you were in the chat. The guys were sharing that link amongst each other. And then coincidentally, Wally does a copyright strike against you like a couple days later to make sure that goes away.
Right.
Wally erasing history again.
Yeah, right. I mean, and we were saying, Babu, like if in in that live stream he was doing, like the people in the chat were trying to drag him across, and Dan was right. He was like getting there and getting there. But like if he was like manned up, and he never mans up, and Hebrew said the same thing. He never mans up about anything. But if he said, you know what, I was really fucking shit faced, and that's not an excuse either, by the way. But I'm just saying. But if I was shit faced and I was really mad and I was, saying primal things and the worst parts of me were coming out and it was really wrong and I should have never said anything like that. And I'm not anti-Semitic. Maybe a couple of people would have believed it, but he can never get there. He can never get to that point.
But he wants forgiveness for it, which is fascinating.
Yeah,
He's like, oh, people want to, they want to hold you at a point in time, but he doesn't acknowledge that the point in time he's talking about doesn't exist. Like, it's
and it's
like
funny because he was like, people make mistakes in the past and they're allowed to change. And then one of his followers was like, yeah, if it was from a while ago, people could change. And then somebody's like, no, this was like last week.
Yeah. Right. It's not ancient history. Just like when he's like, "Oh, I haven't drank alcohol in like a whole 4 days. I did it."
Well, because to a new audience, the people like jump, right? They hear this guy for the first time. They don't know who to believe. They think he's making, And then if you have the inclination and the time, you start digging deeper, and then you start hearing his absurdity, and you hear the conflicting stories and everything. And you start going, well, maybe this guy's full of shit. But he comes across as sort of a sympathetic, believable character.
Absolutely.
That's why Wally's mad at us, because we're ruining his little. That's it in a nutshell. Wally can't say that, but we're ruining his grift or whatever.
Yeah, this is Act 1, Scene 1 of the Wally movie. Like, this is how he is with every group that he starts with. He gets a sympathy act. He tells about how he's the victim and the mama did all these bad things. And then after a while, you realize he's full of shit, and he's done this like 10 times already.
Well, you can't. He's such a dummy. Like, his stories. If you're
he's a dummy because he puts it out there in fucking video. He records his own mistakes.
He's telling his story about how, like, oh yeah, we were drunk and we fought, and I went to the bar and I came back and we fought again, and he wants the audience to sympathize with him. And it's like, it sounds like you got drunk, then got really drunk, then laid your hands on her, and the cop showed up. That's what I heard.
I remember that. Hidden is putting on their. We should have played the clip of him teaching.
I remember that's when most.
I remember that too. Yeah, that's when he.
That was a seminal Wally.
Two Manosphere guys made videos like saying, "Wow, you're an asshole for that."
Yeah, I was on that live stream. That was on Money's live stream, and he started in with Della, and then I came into the live stream, and then he started with me. But then he went savage on her. I mean, he said some really
sleep on your couch.
Well, the Inner Racist came out.
Yeah,
in his mind, he's like, "Oh, the audience is eating this up. They're loving it. I'm this tough alpha guy," and everyone was like, "You're just, you're like a teenager right now."
I remember too. I mean, who was the other girl, Brandy, right? And I remember, it was Shenanigans episode, and he was going completely crazy, and he was talking about my daughter and saying the nastiest things. And I remember them two, Della and Brandy, like saying, "Wow, how can wow, don't talk about the man's daughter," and and he doesn't get it. I mean, Dan says it that social cue.
No holds barred.
Yeah, he doesn't get any of those social cues, but everybody was kind of mortified. Even like I'm looking at Money, and he's there, and he doesn't know, like what to make of it. Like it was a seminal Wally moment for sure.
Money's like, I'm just eating my salad. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm laughing over here.
A couple of people that I know saw that because I put it up in something else, and they're like, "What is wrong with this guy? Holy
God!"
Well,
the better question is, what is right? And the answer is nothing.
It's a shorter list.
Yeah, right.
It's easier to pick out what's positive because the answer there is zero.
I mean, it was like such a grade school type of argument that he was having. It was, it's like, oh, your mother wears army boots kind of thing.
I think in his mind, he is so hurt by words and YouTube and stuff, and he wants to make you feel bad. So he's going to say words that he thinks is hurting you. I think that's his MO. I'm not making up excuses for the guy, but I think he's like, there's a combination of words that's going to make Slippery cry on the floor, like it happens to me.
Right.
And there's probably nothing that could be said to most adults that'll reduce them to a blubbering, embryonic position person.
I was having this conversation with my buddy who also knows the Wally saga. Like, the worst thing in Wally's life that happened was the whole thing with Baby Mama. So let's say that never happened, and he got to live in New York and raise his parents.
You mean it wasn't the shitty pants at WinterCon?
Well, let's say he didn't shit his pants. Let's say he was like, he got to see his kids. He never got kicked out. Would he be this Wally now in 2022, or would he actually be an okay guy?
No, he wouldn't
You
be.
think that's like a nexus point in the Wally
Right,
timeline?
right. That was the tipping point.
Well,
Nah,
that
it would've
begs the
been something
question:
else.
is it nature or nurture with Wally? Is he just miswired because of his physiology, or did something in his life cause him to be? He claims it was 9/11. I don't think so. I can't see it because
No,
I know a
no.
lot. I know a ton of guys that were down there actually at 9/11, and they're pretty. They didn't change from who they were before, basically on how they interact as a human being. Yeah, they might have some bad memories of it, just like but
Well, he used to
fundamentally.
say, like, I have PTSD from 9/11, but he was constantly talking about 9/11, and at the
Right.
time he was going down to ground zero like every day because he had nothing else on his plate, and he had some kind of like lifetime free pass to the museum, so he was always going down there and bringing people. And I remember thinking, I don't have much experience with PTSD, but like, if I got PTSD from like Vietnam, I wouldn't want to go visit the battlefield where I got PTSD.
Right. Like
It
if he
just
had
doesn't make any sense to
if he
me.
had
But
PTSD from 9/11, the last thing he would be talking about would be 9/11. He would want to stay
reliving
away
it
from that
every
subject.
day, like,
Right.
but
You know,
maybe
I'm
that's
going back to
therapy for it.
the
I don't know.
I'm going to go back to the Ted Bundy documentary I was watching. They were showing video of the cops at the time when they first caught Bundy. I'm sorry, not Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and they were digging up the crawl space of his house. These guys had no PPE on. It was just a bunch of cops in like jeans and t-shirts and sweatshirts in the middle of winter, digging dead bodies out of the mud. I mean, the most horrific. I'm watching this 1970s footage and I'm like getting triggered by it all. I can't imagine with somebody like, and they were interviewing a lot of these guys afterwards, and they were like, it was the job. I mean, like, I wouldn't have the mental fortitude.
They were
You
like, it
know,
was the 70s. There was dead bodies everywhere.
but then you flash ahead to somebody like Wally, who, first of all, I go on record for the public record, his story is bullshit, and I don't think he was there or saw anything. But even if he did, he plays it up so much. Like, think of the shit that people see in actual combat, right? Think of the shit that cops see and that firemen see, and on a day-to-day basis, and they're all not dropping like flies, and 20 years later can't sleep at night like Wally did because he was at 9/11. And think of the thousands of people who were there that are, it's listen, I was in I was part of the state forensic team. I was at the medical examiner's office. You talk to me about PTSD. I remember having to identify victims of a plane crash in Maryland a bunch of years ago. I saw some shit my head could not even interpret. And you know what? I still sleep at night. I mean, like, Wally's stuff is so made up. You cannot sympathize with him.
Well, Shane. I mean, I know this guy. He's a local. He's retired now. He moved down to Florida, but I know this guy, and I know from his brother because he never talked about it. He was a waist gunner in Vietnam, and he got shot out of a Huey twice. And he re-upped for a second tour. And I'm sure he never, ever, ever talked about it because one time I just said to him, "Hey, I heard you were in Vietnam or whatever," and he's like, "Oh yeah, and that's it." He didn't say, he didn't glorify it. But Wally, everything that he says is a noun, a verb, and 9/11, which leads you to believe.
Ticket.
Yeah, that's all it is for him. I mean, he wants to be put up on some kind of pedestal, and he's the guy to do it because that's all he talks about. Because
It's funny. In one of his live streams, he was like saying, "Yeah, us people who were there at 9/11, we don't want that recognition. We don't want the attention."
I was listening to that too.
He talks about it
Yeah, he
every
was talking about
fucking
the
video.
parade, like someone threw a parade. He's like, what kind of person wants a parade?
How many
the guy
people
who carried out the flag on the field?
Well, that was great too because that whole guy, what was his name, T.J. Gilmartin or whatever it was, and like we talked to him, and
he's a fraud because he works on child support. Come on now.
But somehow he must have seen one of a video that had that guy in there. I put one up. I don't know if Dan talked about it too, but he must have seen the video because he went through he did a whole live stream just about that, right? Just about that guy. So I mean, you like you say, what's going to trigger Wally. He's very
I'm so
easy
happy
to trigger.
he's watching my videos. So like, when I got the copyright strike, I'm like, he's watching. Yay, I did it.
I mean, listen, going back so of the four of us who are here now, right? I would consider us all average. Nobody's particularly special or known for anything. Wally's an average, everyday schmuck, much less average than the rest of us.
He's just
yeah,
just an
if you
idiot with a
Google
baseball
him,
cap.
if you
just a
right,
guy.
exactly. If you Google him, there's like links immediately to 10 different news stories and 5 clips from the video, and then he is such an attention-seeking whore.
Yeah,
Right, he
celebrity.
goes out of his way to get recognition. How many people have been on the news twice because their car was vandalized and because of 9/11? Blah blah. Most people, unless they're a celebrity, which Wally considers himself one because he's made himself.
He said a minor celebrity.
Yeah.
Minor
Wally is
celebrity.
like
I
the
was in the
dumbest, poorest
newspapers.
Kardashian there ever was.
I have money and they don't like it.
You know, in one of the emails that Dan got from YouTube, it cites the WCNC video about the 9/11 story
Yeah.
they did, and it says
Misrepresented.
yeah. Well, you know, he's doing a copyright thing. He doesn't own that story, but he's saying it's misrepresented. So I you know, it's again Wally 1 + 1 = 8. It doesn't make any sense. So he's
Right.
complaining to anybody who'll listen. It has nothing to do with copyright, but he was misrepresented. It's not he's not declaring misrepresentation.
And I thought
He's
that statement was funny because does he mean he was misrepresented by the reporter? Because you know, like, is he saying, "Oh, she said I was not a first responder"? Like, maybe I'm digging into the comment too much, but it sounded almost like he was saying I was misrepresented on the story because she said I'm not a first responder, but I am a first responder. But I'm looking into it too far.
That's the mic drop point. That's a mic drop point on that video. Okay,
come on, Kmart, who are you, buddy?
That's
He's obviously a troll. This guy.
That's the mic drop when she said, "But he,
but
although
he's
he
not a
wasn't
first
yeah,
responder."
hey, it's Baron Yam."
Wait a
Another one
minute,
of-
it's Kmart, then Baron Yam, then Kmart. I think Baron, are you Kmart? Don't tell me, I don't want to know.
And those were the 2 pinnacle points for Wally. It was when he got corrected for not being a first responder in a news story, and Jesus Christ, I just lost my train of thought. But that's literally what broke him, where he was touting his story and showing everybody his interview, and then they pretty much retracted that whole thing and said he's not a first responder. He just showed up one day, and that took away his whole fame. And then the other thing was the whole Feel Good Foundation, where it's like, yeah, I'm a representative of the Feel Good Foundation, and then you outed him to pretty much being told that he's not a first responder there either, and he
there's a
still
news
doesn't
story
get it.
and it says he's not a first responder, and he's still going. It's synonymous. Don't you? Let me.
Well, the
redefine it.
definition is very broad. It means A, B, or C. So
But why doesn't
therefore,
he
it must mean
contact? Why doesn't he contact whoever at WCNC and like retract the? You know,
Right.
update their story because he's a first responder. It's like
you know what bothers me. Oh, you know the other thing he misuses the word he misuses.
docs. He doesn't know what docs means.
misuses narcissist.
Hyperbole.
Yeah.
No. In some of the legal documents he showed, he says without prejudice,
Oh,
prejudice, and he declares that as meaning that his story is 100%
Right, that
true.
just
It
means
means
they
he's
can't
not
reopen
racist.
the case.
It means they didn't make a determination on his statement. Without
Right,
prejudice means
right.
it's not determined by the court to be true or false. They're not determining if there's any prejudice on it. They're determining something completely different.
Well,
So that
not exactly. Actually, sorry. What that actually means is that you cannot reopen the case. Without prejudice means it's just complete. It's settled. It's done. It's dismissed. It's a little different than that. It's still full of
double
shit.
jeopardy proofing.
He's still misusing it. He's still absolutely misusing the term.
and you know the other thing that I thought too is like the letter he shows as the piece de resistance of him being down at ground zero is this union guy, right? This union guy that writes down these dates and times and what he did. Where did the union guy get the information to put it in the letter?
He got it from Wally.
He got it from Wally. It's
Right.
not corroborated from some independent source or somebody that was down there or the NYPD or the FDNY. Wally told him that. He typed the letter and said, "Yeah, Wally really did it." There's no third party. It's not an independently corroborated.
Yeah, Wally's like, "Hey,
thing.
listen, I need this paperwork to do this thing."
Yeah,
The guy's
exactly.
like, "Yeah, here you go."
Yeah. Yeah, and it's from his union guy. It's not like from the NYPD that said, "Yeah, this guy Wally, he gave me the," it's just whatever it is. It's very thin.
So, what were you guys' thoughts of where he's been the last 7 days?
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier. He's reinventing himself, and I'd love to know how. Maybe his car will be a nice shade of blue.
I think he's got some kind of like YouTube strike because the fact that like Elon, his boy Elon, bought Twitter, and while there's like been all this stuff in the news that I feel he would have made a story if he was able to. So I think he either has a strike, like only like a week-long thing, and he has no backup channel, or he's in the embryonic position because watching my videos and time stamping them and then and then YouTube's like, nah, fail. He's like, he's crying on the floor.
Well, his last video was that he was making a Hail Mary play for something obviously involving his kids. So I'm really hoping he went to New York to try to see his kids and he got locked up or something, which would be great.
I looked at CMPD to see if they arrested him because it's pretty easy to do that, and he hasn't been. Well, I haven't checked in a few days, but he hasn't been arrested. Kmart, come on, your shit's so over the top.
Man is a warrior. Yeah,
I see Kmart in Wally's streams, and I'm like, this guy is fucking. Wally doesn't realize he's trolling. It's funny.
Did you notice though? Wally had before he had the little axe or whatever that thing is, the hammer. He had another one.
That yeah, there was a Viking thing.
Yeah, and he I guess he traded that. I like what HS called it, mall jewelry.
Yeah, exactly.
he doesn't wear the other one. He only wears the little axe now. The other one is done.
He picked it up the same time he got a bedazzled phone.
Yeah, Savage. I think if he was on a suicide watch, he would have made a little teaser like does your belly hurt video. He would have been like, I'm going to the hospital, guys. But there's like just radio silence. So
yeah, the belly.
Who knows?
The belly hurt one just evaporated. That one didn't get.
I was really disappointed by that one. I was hoping we would get some great out of that.
Yeah, it didn't get what it deserved because then like it really didn't. It's like a news dump on a Friday afternoon. It didn't get what it deserved.
I think the EMT guy eventually just pushed down on Wally's stomach, and Wally just let out an enormous fart. And then he was like, "Actually, I feel better now. Thanks a lot for coming out."
And it's like, there's got to be more to that tape somewhere, to that video, because he must have staged it all to get recorded. You know what I mean? It's
let alone the fact that Wally's going to have to pay for that visit from an EMT person to come to his house.
Yeah,
no,
free.
We have to pay for it.
You get like a bill when they come out. Like,
but
even if you have
who do you think pays that bill, Dan? If that is your real name, we do.
Well, I mean, like he still gets it's not 100% insurance. He's still getting some kind of thing for. Oh, you mean like whatever he gets?
Dan, he has no income. Let me explain.
Yeah, all right.
Every penny,
you're right.
Every jersey he
owns.
No,
he worked for that grant.
Every Wells Lamont vintage
he filled
glove.
out paperwork.
That $6,000 is already spent. It's gone.
BP, you got to tell us. You got to tell us how Wally scored some sweet honeys with the red leather pants. I mean, that's got to be.
Well, in high school, red leather pants in that age, like that's a catch right there. If you have red leather pants, you're that machismo male over there.
That's how you score the Shakira-looking Spanish girls, right?
That's it. But it was just so funny and he keeps saying this wrong every time he talks about it. I didn't say he had a leopard headband. He had a Def Leppard, like the band, the Def Leppard headband.
I always would write leopard print. I would always write leopard print because I had this envisioned of the leopard.
No, it was like the British flag with like Def Leppard, the logo on it, and he had like these red pants and this gigantic boombox. I was so obnoxious. Like, it makes me sick to think of that memory of him walking down the block.
You cringe on his behalf thinking about it.
But
he's probably like, "Oh man, I wish I had that leather pants and boombox. Oh, I should go on eBay and hunt for the same boombox I had and pay $4,000 for it."
Well, he says he still has that boombox, which is funny because again, he's 6 feet something tall. You shouldn't be wearing red leather pants at that height. Like it just doesn't. It's not good.
I just have this vision in my head where he's got the guitar and he's got the big beer belly and he's got the soccer shirt on and he's got the James Hetfield band on and he's like shredding and he does the hard thing after it. It's just so goofy. It's like a Saturday Night Live skit.
And it was just another example of Wally's failure because he tried making his band so much more than it was. And it was a shit band. Like it was like the definition of garage band. Like it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. But he, in his mind, thought they were famous.
Well, just like Wally thinks he's famous now. He made a name for himself.
And it was funny because I saw them go through 3 different singers, and you know why the singers left. Because they're like, this band sucks.
Oh, he did have a singer.
And I remember after the third singer, they made the decision to just go purely instrumental, like mostly like Dream Theater. They're gonna have all these licks, but then it was like 4 bars of the same repetitive shit after the other. It's just like
Yeah,
there's
they go
nothing
up a chord.
interesting about it.
I gave up my band. I sold all my guitars for this woman. I did everything for the. Did you hear when he said that in the live stream? He said,
Yep.
"I did everything
Mhm.
Yeah,
with this
he did
woman."
everything except take care of them.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
he was going out with the band and
Yeah.
then hanging out the bar drinking. It wasn't like playing music with your friends. It was drinking in a bar was the issue. An idiot sells his guitar. Like stop drinking.
Now, there's a great video that he made years ago where he's talking about all his Nike shoes that he bought, and this is when he was living in his car. And in his backseat, you can see all the boxes of his shit, and he's like reaching out behind him, getting like a different sneaker, and like these are the Air Force Ones from 1995. He's like, what?
Were
and
they the shoes
incidentally,
he gave to the homeless person?
oh,
bragging
remember
about
that one? Oh, he has to.
And
Remember
even
what?
that story doesn't like I remember there was a news story about there was a guy wandering around what do you call it Times Square without any shoes, and like a handsome like young cop bought
I
him
remember that
shoes.
story.
And
Yeah, I
it was
remember
it was a big news story, and then Wally has a similar story.
Yeah,
suddenly,
right.
like, okay,
I think if I'm not mistaken, I think I remember him saying in one of his videos that like he has a storage locker where he keeps shit.
I don't recall that.
I don't think he's paying for a storage.
And
I
that's
think,
what
I think it's called. I think it's the Bradley unit. That's all it is.
Just fill up the kids' room. Like, what else are you doing in that room? Just fill it up with crap.
It's been 6 years. Well, oh, Wally's birthday was last weekend.
Yeah, the 17th.
Oh.
I was
Maybe that's
we,
why
we
he's
were looking
quiet.
at his paperwork, and his birthday was on. I'm like, oh yeah, it just passed. Maybe that's why he's sad.
He was
like,
out
no
with
one,
Esteban and Shitty.
no one got him a cake or nothing.
Yeah, there's just before you came on, Babu, HS was saying that there's just so many, plot things that haven't been sewn up yet. There's the car. We don't know how the windshield and the paint job turned out. We don't know the Hail Mary pass for Baby Mama.
Yeah, the mid-season finale of Wally is incredible. I can't wait for it to come back.
The mysterious phone call to Esteban that hasn't been put out there yet because he was going to match.
What was that one? That apparently. All right, so somebody
We
called
need the
Esteban.
1950s like end of a show, like
Yeah.
will his car be repaired? What's going on with Esteban? Tune in next Saturday.
He was going to do a whole. He said he was going to try to get permission from Esteban to get the recording, and then he suspects he knows who it might be, and then match them up on a live stream because he did that before. He had the face recognition. Actually, that was pretty cool. I have to admit that.
I'm telling you, Wally has talent, and he just doesn't know how to use it. Like the dude.
All his friends are like, Wally, the guy fessed up to it. There's no reason. He's like, no, I must expose.
I told you, his friends don't watch his channel. They do not know about online.
No,
Wally.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
I don't know if I agree with that because I think Wally is proud of his work, and he's like,
but they won't watch it because they have lives and they have families and they have jobs and they
I feel like when Wally, especially when they were over at Wally's house, I bet you Wally's like, everyone sit down. I have a surprise for you, and he probably just fired up. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm so fixated on this John Wayne Gacy thing because the more I think about it, the more we talk, the more the parallels are uncanny. Like serial killers like John Wayne Gacy, they lead, they're the people who the neighbors go, he was such a nice guy.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
He kept
like
mostly to himself. Yeah.
He's
look at
probably an okay blowhard.
This Kmart investor is trolling hard, Dan. Look, Mega Man the Apex, Dan Swing,
Dollar
Tree,
Honey. Someone told me that Dollar Tree sells steak like for $1. Like, what kind of steak would you eat for $1?
That'd be awful.
Well, the same guy who would eat crudité from Walmart.
That's the epitome of taste. Is
I remember that
caviar.
video where he was complaining. He thought he had COVID.
He thought he had COVID.
He thought he had COVID, and then Dan says, you big dummy, you probably got listeria from that contaminated vegetable platter.
Like
you got
exactly
at
a week earlier, he's like just popping broccoli with his nasty plumber hands out of the tray. It's like, just rinse it off at least.
Yeah, I remember he put like 7 videos out. It's like, the doctors think I have COVID. They're 99% sure I have
so they
COVID.
give everyone a COVID test, Wally. That was part of the deal when you walk in the door.
You can't believe his neighbors don't know when he walks around with a full tripod on his phone.
I saw that.
There was one when he walked around the car, you could see the reflection of the tripod, and it's this whole. It's got things on it. Like I want to know what the tripod.
he has a whole contraption. He has a ring light around his phone so he can
Is
get
that
the
what it
lighting.
is? It's a light.
Yeah, but like the dude spent money on this shit, and it's such a
Buy
shitty
a
channel
green
with no
screen, for
content.
Christ's sake.
Like the
Instead, he's
dude,
got the stupid screen.
he has all the capability to do a really good YouTube channel, and he does it doing nonsense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, or when he's in his friend's bathroom screaming.
The
Okay,
greatest
goodness.
part about those videos is that like you could tell he's playing it up for the camera. So it's like obviously the camera's not shown to anybody's face, but like he starts getting on this speech and he's trying to sound all noble, and then I guess the person that he's consoling tries to say something, and he cuts him off so he can keep giving his speech to sound noble.
The suicidal guy. He's like, yeah, whatever. Anyway, more about me.
I'm like asshole. You made a point, and he's trying to voice his feelings, and you're like, yeah, but brother, don't worry about that. Like,
And
what?
while these deep thoughts are like, we're all made of stardust. It's like, wow, like whatever he said was like this deep thing. It's like, oh, when we die, it's not the end. Wow, Wally, that's a real crazy concept. There
Like
you go.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I know I've listened to maybe hundreds of hours of Wally's video, and I've
What's
never
wrong with
ever.
this?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a whole. Somebody's going to start doing live streams about us that says that we're screwed up.
I wish.
Do you remember that when he got his sunglasses, his NASCAR sunglasses tan?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He had he was out in the sun and he got that stupid tan.
His nose is red.
He looks like one of those women that had the 2 cucumber slices on and stayed under the suntan lamp too long.
He's like a 1950s airplane pilot that was like starting to turn, and he took his goggles off.
He's been flying his biplane. Yeah, he takes it off like this. That's what you got.
Oh, that's great. Hold
I
on,
forgot
let me
I
find-
had that one.
yeah, let me
Oh,
find
that
my
is
favorite.
great.
Let me find my. This is my favorite. I love that one.
Yeah, that's wait, that was the gunshots.
Yes.
Big tough Magma. He's been preparing for Antifa to come, and
And it
they're
was-
outside, and he hits the deck.
It was the most natural reaction of Wally I've ever seen. Oh my god.
They're showing pictures of me. Well, Mr. Hilligas, how do you think
Hey,
they got
Babu,
those
did he try to
pictures?
get anything? Did you get any copyright stuff from YouTube on anything?
No. And I think it's because I always
misspoke.
put.
I think I said you did, and I lied to my audience. Sorry.
Okay,
I
all right.
mean-
I was curious. Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, I haven't seen any flags or anything like that. But I've been away for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
But I usually start all the videos with obviously the disclaimer, and I try and chop it up or put something over it, so you can't really strike me for anything. 'Cause I'm not using his video. I'll zoom in or make it look different, so it's not really the same video.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of a lazy YouTuber, so I just rob and steal his stuff and then put it up there. Because it's like no comment. You know, honestly, why I think I've done a public service, because I've gone through hours and hours and hours of Wally's. I'm like a miner. I'm like a gold miner, and you have to go through like literally hundreds of hours of Wally video to pick out all the golden nuggets. And I've done that, and I pick out the golden nuggets and I put them out there. So I think I've done a public service. And then he flags me down for copyright. It's just so wrong. But
well,
Wally,
you're taking money out of his pocket.
Wally, I will persevere. I will not be silenced.
Does it say which video he got you for or no?
Oh, just a whole list of them, all of them, everything.
So that means Wally took the time to go through all your videos.
Well, I think he did 3, because I think 3 strikes you're out. So he was like, like if he does 1, you have time to fight it, and then so he was like bam, bam, bam on purpose. So
well, that's what he did to me. Yeah, that's what he did to me.
Good. 1, 2, 3, and nothing happened. So
because like with me, like
Wally,
he got like 1, and then I didn't address it. Like I'll say, let me look at it the next day, and then I got 2, and then he did a bunch more, and then my channel was gone. And then to try and fight it when you can't even get into the channel anymore to use the what is it, the YouTube Studio to go back to it you have to do this whole other process, and it click this link and go here, and and then it's like becomes impossible. But I won't let that happen again. I know what to do now.
Yeah, and like not for nothing. All right, cool. Wally, I lose my channel. I'm just gonna make another one. I have all the videos.
Well, that's what I said in the video. It's like nothing will stop you from ever not making a channel. Like
it would be great.
Win.
It would be great to get rid of his channel though, because his head would explode if he loses his channel with his what has he got? 300 subs now? 500?
Well, I think when he lost it last time, isn't that when he threatened to put? No, that wasn't the BB gun in the mouth thing, right? But he did have a panic attack, right? He
Yeah.
The
did.
BB one in
he
the
wa-
mouth was just it was on his channel before we even before we were even on the scene. He was
Yeah,
like,
imagine
talking
Yeah.
about shooting.
9/11 didn't give him a panic attack. Losing his kids didn't give him a panic attack, but the YouTube channel gives him panic attacks. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, come on.
I mean, I don't even know, like, not to minimize it. I'm sure people have legitimate panic attacks, but I mean, for me, what
Well,
a
people
panic.
do. Wally doesn't.
Yeah, right. You're right. I always thought of a panic attack is something that a suburban housewife has when
Well, I'll be honest with you, I've had them. I mean,
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm
From
I'm
Wally, Wally got you upset.
yeah, I got triggered by him. No, I mean, fucking, it's a real thing. But
He
Wally,
can't
I'm
even
sure it is.
pronounce my
Wally,
name right.
like he trots his kids out. He trots out the panic attack thing as a way to garner sympathy.
Yeah,
The same way
absolutely.
he brings his kids out as a prop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
it's not a real thing for Wally.
Even
And
what
if
he
he's
said
having a
about-
real panic attack, my favorite video of Wally's is when he's like, "Hey guys, I'm filming myself having a panic attack right now, and I'm about to go to the hospital." Like, if you're in the middle of a fucking panic attack, you're not holding your phone out in front of
Yes.
you
right,
as you're recording
right.
yourself going to
Or
the
when you're in the
hospital.
hospital coughing and you have the one arm out.
If your body is at such a point of distress where you think you have to go to the hospital, the last thing you're thinking about is filming it for sure.
Right.
The
I mean,
one video that the one
That's
video
what it looks
that
like.
makes me sick to my stomach every time I see it is the one with the phlegm. When he shows that phlegm,
Oh, yeah.
I
Look, guys,
swear I almost gag every time.
Yeah. I when I use it in my video, I'm like, I should have done that because it's gross.
Oh
But I
my
want
god,
to do this one
so
too. And he's
disgusting.
like, guys, I can't even hold my camera right. I'm just so upset today.
Yeah. Dan,
That's why you
play
know it's bad when he's just like, my camera's shaking.
Dan, I sent you a clip. It actually goes back to the crudité comment. If you this
Oh,
little
Oh,
clip
look
I
at
sent
this guy!
Here we
Look at
go.
this guy!
there he is. There he
you. Hit
is.
in.
There is no evidence to support that I have mental issues. None whatsoever.
Wait, gets better.
So
Herein. He might be.
He's like chewing like a cow.
He's like, wait, hold on.
Look at that hair!
There is no evidence that I have mental issues. Crunch, 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 crunch.
You can hear
That
it.
video is evidence. That's the best evidence. yet.
That's the whole point.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Wally can't possibly sue Baby Mama for anything because any one of his videos are going to work against him.
Oh, I didn't realize this was a video. This is from Hid.
It's just a picture. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Hey,
hear you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's PC Principal from South Park.
It's Wally.
I think Babu changed his picture. Yeah.
Look at his.
Yeah,
He's
that's
got
Wally
the same
again.
goatee. He's just missing a beer belly.
Show
That
me on
is
the
him.
doll where you heard.
You know, Wally looks like he should be like on the sidelines of a NASCAR race, like waiting for the car to pull in. Like he has a stupid hat, the glasses. Like, look at this guy. Look at this. Like you expect him to like wait for a car to pull in so he could change the tires. Like, look, what a mess.
He wouldn't be able to do it right though. He would mess it up somehow.
He would have put
And
the
then
nuts
he'd
on the
play
tire.
the jack. He'd throw down the tool. He'd be like, the tool doesn't work.
Well, no, he can't because he's got sarcoidosis. Remember, he can't work. He can't change a tire.
Well, no,
It would
he
be-
said he's in remission. Didn't he say he's in remission now from sarcoid?
He's been in remission for 20 years.
Right.
Mentally, he's been in regression for 44 years.
Yeah, the dude, like, he worked in plumbing for however long. Like, he probably had whatever ailments he had long before 9/11. But 9/11 was the cash cow, and that's the
Yes.
wave that he rode.
Well, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. We were going through his medical diagnosis. And that's the thing. When you boil it all down, I mean, how I got involved in the whole Wally saga is I cannot stand when people game the fucking system, which is why I keep saying that. Because Wally uses all his bullshit medical diagnoses as a way to, weasel his way in. And the only proof that he was even at 9/11, when you take everything else away, is a letter from a union guy who said he was there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
No, I'm
That's the
telling you,
only
there's so
proof
many-
that Wally has.
There were so many times where he said he was waiting at the Java Center, waiting to be called. And now it became that he was there like 5 days. He wasn't there.
All his
I know.
pictures are like hanging out, waiting. There's no picture of him with a bucket, like with with stuff.
Yeah,
in it,
yeah,
right?
exactly. And in that other video, he was saying how like he was calling out the other guy who was a tow truck driver, and he's like, there were no tow trucks there. Wally, there were a million tow trucks there
know.
because they were getting rid of all the vehicles that were covered by all the debris. Like I don't understand this guy.
No, well, that guy's a piece of shit because his family life is atrocious.
I
So
still have to find
he
out.
must not be a good guy.
I got to
As a
post this
guy.
video where he's going in on somebody named Dale Jeremy Drew or something like that. And I got to find out who this guy is because he was calling that guy a pedophile and every bad thing in the world.
Oh, that's early on. Yeah, I don't know who that person is either, but I know what you're talking about.
We need
Yeah,
to
I have
define
it.
the epochs of Wally.
Yeah.
Like there's
It's
the
like
first
the Big
age,
Bang of Wally.
like Lord of the Rings. There's the third age of Wally. The second
I'm
age.
telling you, man, it was all that. The tipping point was when baby mama got rid of him. I can't imagine him being a father to kids now, being the way he is.
That was pretty traumatic, though, getting thrown out of the house, and then I think he went right to mom and dad, but then he was homeless. So, like, what happened at mom and dad's house? Like, he
they
doesn't talk
kicked him
about
out.
that.
Imagine being such a shit that your own parents kick you out
Yeah,
of
they're
your
like,
house.
go sleep in your car.
Like, how much of a fuck up do you have to be that your own parents don't want you in their
because
home?
He probably said he probably did the same thing to them that he does to us, and he probably blamed them for all his problems, right? He probably
Can't take that picture serious.
That picture is so good. It's just so funny.
Yeah, I caught that. I was watching that video. It's from not that long ago, and I was just like, Jesus, that's a fucked up tan. So I just had to grab the screen grab.
Hey guys, I was out with my friends all day in the sun, and we would
Fell
drink
asleep.
and yeah, fell
But
Picking
you
up
know what-
diapers.
with the New York thing, right?
the glare from the white diapers. Just
I remember him saying that. I don't know, and I think Dan is right. I think when people come over to his house, I think he shows them his videos, and he had mentioned one time, like some people said to him, and I guess it's friends of his or whatever, maybe plastic in the tree, or maybe a penny pounder said, stop with the New York stuff. It's already you're belaboring it, and it's too much. But he just can't. He just can't stop with the New York stuff, and
No.
I think people who watch it just get tired of it. I mean,
I didn't want to have to make another video on New York guys.
But before you came in,
was right.
I don't know if you guys remember, he used to have videos where when he was living in baby mama's house where he was throwing a backyard party and he got all the food and beer and then nobody showed up, and then he would make another video saying how fucked up it was that nobody showed up.
Yes, I do remember this.
Dude, I got to find those somewhere. But it was great because he got really mad. He's like, I got all this beer and I'm doing the right thing and a nice thing, and nobody shows up.
Well,
Like,
it's like the whole WinterCon thing all over again. It's just like I did
What?
all this stuff, and
Oh, do you
they don't
remember-
Was
like
that
me.
somebody's birthday or something? I'm trying
No,
to remember. What was the reason he threw a party?
it was. I think it might have been like a 4th of July type thing, but it wasn't on the 4th of July weekend. It was like either the weekend before or after. But he got
Well,
like a
he
bunch
probably
of.
threw a party on Tuesday afternoon when people are working, when
Do you-
normies are working, and he's like,
Yeah, it was
"Why
like
did
the-
anyone show up?"
It
Do
was
you
like the
remember when
11th of July, but like
when-
he got all the beer and he set up the music, which is really his shitty boombox in the backyard, and nobody showed up.
Engine of the Sun for 8 hours long.
Do you remember when he complained that when his daughter was born in the hospital, he complained that none of the Mason guys came out and none of the
Yeah, how dare you guys?
Yeah. Well, we didn't really even know him that well when his daughter was born. That's kind of a personal thing to go to the hospital when, so I mean, and I remember him complaining about that, and he complained about the 501st guys. Oh, only a couple came to see me when I had my daughter was born. I mean,
Well, he has panic attack, and only 4 guys called me up from the group.
Yeah, right.
From
Well,
the
the
costuming
entire
group, I mean.
501st was
Only
supposed to
4
call him.
people. So you know what has to happen? Their 501c status must go away.
Oh yeah. That has.
Oh,
to
did
go
you guys
away.
hear when he was when they asked him about the whole Harrison Ford thing on his stream, and he was just like, "Yeah, no, I didn't get to see him, and that was it. Nothing big happened."
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. No big shakes, no biggie.
Yeah, nothing happened. He came and I just didn't get to see him. That was
I
it.
love
I
it.
was
He's like, "Oh, you should have had him wait." Like, no one's asking Indiana Jones to wait for Wally. Okay.
He's such a fuck up. He's great. He's such a fuck up, but he's great. Like you can't
No,
make this
Mr.
shit
Ford,
up.
you have to meet this guy. Wait till you get a load of this guy, Mr. Harrison Ford.
I'm saying Wally could be a really good reality TV show, but I just don't know who to call for that.
Fun fact: I did IT work for this for this bigwig that'll remain nameless in Manhattan, and it was an Outlook thing, so I had to go through the guy's like contacts and emails. And I'm with my boss because this was the head honcho of the company, so my boss was there to make sure everything was fine. And we're going through his contacts, and we stop because one of his contacts was Harrison Ford. So we look at one another. We're like, "Do you think that's really?" I'm like, he's this rich guy. He probably so like we didn't write it down or anything. And then later on, we went up to this guy's assistant, and we're like, is that really Harrison Ford? And they're like, oh yeah, they're neighbors. Like they have a ranch somewhere out in. So I had access to Harrison Ford.
You hear that, Wally? You missed it again.
But we were fantasizing, me and my boss, like we should crank him and just like say like random Star Wars lines and hang up the phone. just like you stupid looking nerf herder, and then hang up the phone. So Wally, I could have back in the day. I could have given you Harrison's phone number.
What do we think? Another 2 days tops before he makes a video?
We don't know what's going on. It's always a mystery.
Well, yeah, that's
Well,
the
we
biggest
know
thing.
he's watching Dan's videos, which was what one of the takeaways. The first takeaway I had when Dan was like, "Yay, look at the copyright strike thing," and I was like, well, "At least we know now he's watching the videos, so you know he's going to be watching this."
And
Hi,
419 of this video, he used this clip, and he just drew attention to
So
YouTube.
Wally, go fuck yourself. I hope you come out of retirement. Come on, Wally.
Wally,
I'd love
come on
to
the
hear from
stream,
you.
buddy.
I happen to
Watch
think he's probably has a he probably has a community strike. They say that's a 7-day thing. I'm thinking he's going to reappear tomorrow.
What would be the strike for?
Community strikes get bigger every time you get them.
But
so if it's on that channel, he's probably going to be going.
Well, how do you
longer
get?
than
What's
that.
an example of a community strike? You say.
But how would he what
my other
earns
channel
him that
has.
strike?
Well, you got like a copyright thing. Or is that the same thing we're talking about?
I got a community strike for not taking down the copyright stuff that I was streaming. So I got both.
So wait, is this your new channel because the old one got hit?
Yeah, I wasn't able to live stream anymore for like a week, so I had to switch over to this channel to do the live stream.
Oh wow!
And I
think that
just
was Wally?
decided I'll just keep that live stream in the other channel.
Kind
and
of
do
my
video.
fault. But we're
Is it really?
No, but I already had that set up in case that happened. So I already
we were
knew
like
it was
flat
coming.
out watching a movie, but we thought we were safe because there was no audio and there was like a graphic overlay. But I think they still hit us.
Yeah, because we were saying the
hit-
lines word for word, so it was like the movie was actually playing.
We were just doing the dialogue.
Yeah.
Like I winced when I'm like that was dumb.
Yeah, well, we're just testing the fucking water.
There we go, testing the water. There you go. So yeah.
So the
Trying
big
out my
question is
contingency.
it a strike that he's off, or is it because Wally's in the hospital with a panic attack?
He's
gone?
definitely in
think
the
it's
hospital
either.
because, like
I
you said,
think he's regrouping.
if he was in the hospital, he'd have 17 videos out already in the last 3 days. So he's definitely not in that.
And I
So
think
you
if he did get a strike, he would have still went on like one of the other channels he haunts to like say, "Hey, I'm still here," and like whatever. But he didn't do that.
But when did he disappear? Right after he was on that girl show.
It's been 7 days since he posted.
Yeah, he put out a video saying he's going for one big Hail Mary play, and
And then the day after that is when he tried to do the copyright thing based on.
So you think? Wait, do you think the Hail Mary was that he was going to start striking people?
No,
he was talking about baby mama. He was being a little cryptic, but it's obviously baby mama.
Yeah. God, I hope he tries to sue her because the lawyer is going to have a field day with this guy's videos.
How is he going to sue her?
That's a
What
great way to
money
get your
does
girl
this guy?
back
What
is to
attorney
sue
is
her.
going to take this case?
Pro bono? Yeah.
Question
I mean,
I have
nobody.
is, how did he find that other person's channel that he was on, and how did you guys know he was on it? These are weird.
There's a
fucking
whole
questions.
Because Wally
Dan King
goes, "I'd
slippery
like
army
to
out
thank
there.
Mo Reese for all my new subscribers." So I'm like, Mo Reese.
The mouth.
Like Wally he just outed himself. Like, duh.
And I was telling him last time, Hidden, they have a whole, like, all of us are replaced. Like, he has a new Sifu over there. There's a new Hidden. There's a new Money. Like, he got new ones, new people. And the new Sifu is actually kind of funnier than the old Sifu.
Oh no.
New and improved.
What's the old? What's the new Sifu's deal?
The new Sifu is just like this old white hick guy who's like really country and shit, but he's a little bit of
talking about, yes.
yeah, he's like a little bit racist too. So like he fits
See, I
in
was
really
wondering. I was wondering how long it was going to be before he started flying Dixie flags and shit.
He had the guy you're talking about, but was he the guy he has the 3%ers / what's the Confederate flag?
Yeah.
He had a patch and it was half 3%ers, half Confederate flag, and that was the guy who was like darf, because of course he talked like that.
Hidden. Who was the guy that like when Sifu like tried? Wally came back after a while when he was all butthurt and everything. And he's and he tried. Who was the other guy that tried to coax him out and said, "Hey, you're a young guy."
Oh, I remember that. I was watching that.
There he is. You're a man.
You're a man.
Look at all athletic. You have a shirt.
You're wearing athletic wear. Who was that guy?
Oh, that was so.
He's like, I have a gun.
We
See,
your
problem is
soccer
you guys are
jersey,
sober
you're
for
a
that
man.
shit.
You're a man. Look at you. Wow.
I have to be in the same state of drunkenness to remember.
And then he stops you off camera. That's all it did.
I mean, that was so pathetic. That was so funny.
But I was gonna say, like to watch. Jesus Christ! I lose
guys have a
thought
clip?
every time I see this goddamn pic.
Somebody's got the clip because somebody played it recently.
I think it was Kevin. I think Kevin put it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did put it up recently, but I always wondered who that guy was because that was gold. That was
play that clip. Play that clip. That's great.
Share it with Dan if you can find it. Yeah, I was watching that thing live and I thought, oh my God. And that guy was crying too. He's like, I got problems too.
Yeah, like everybody was joining in. It was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like the get-along gang of failures while in this crew.
Wally convinces people to tell their like stories they shouldn't tell. It's like, don't tell the story. It's like keep
My
that
buddy's
under your
mom
hat.
just killed himself, and his wife is pissed off at him. Like, what else do you want to tell us about him?
On this clip, I remember in the clip also, Sifu was like, "You're bona fide, baby." That kills me when he says that. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
It means you've been approved by Sifu, which is like being approved by dust. Like, it makes no difference. Oh, I love you, Sifu.
I like Sifu too. Where's Sifu 2, Electric Boogaloo? Where's the new Sifu?
Yeah, this is where Wally goes. See, Sifu, they're making fun of you, brother.
But he does piss me off when he's just buying whatever MAGA Man's selling. I'm like,
oh no, the greatest is when Sifu gets into it with quote unquote MAGA Man. Like, MAGA Man really pisses him off, and then he'll leave, and then I'll come in. I'll say hi, Sifu, and he's the nicest guy to me.
Yeah, he does that to me too. And he's always like, MAGA Man, is this the real MAGA Man? It's like it's never the real MAGA Man. It's never gonna be.
Sifu's awesome. I love the guy.
Sifu, come on the stream.
Oh, he would never. He's 100% loyal to Wally.
Well, he'd be like, I don't like the drama, but whenever he comes on a live stream, he's like, I like the fuck dolls.
Oh, he's always yelling at MK like, "Fuck you, you little kid."
Yeah, he just gets right into it.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, that goes both ways.
I would love old Sifu to meet new Sifu. That would be great, and see how that goes.
Oh, I just downloaded it, but where'd it go? Hold on.
You're a
is he
man.
actually racist?
God, he's big time. Well, Sifu's not racist, I don't think, but the new Sifu.
Sifu's not, yeah.
I haven't seen the new Sifu yet.
Oh, the new Sifu's totally racist.
Where is he? Where is the new Sifu from?
He's part of Wally's new crew.
Yeah, it's like Maurice and Queen, whatever.
So it's great
it's
because
not
he
allowed
has
to have real guns.
Yeah, he has a new hidden, and like that he's like the host of the shows. and then he has new Sifu, and then every now and then the new money will show up. So he literally replaced everybody.
Well, I want a replacement. Who's my replacement?
Well, we'll have to infiltrate that crew and have some fun there.
They're infiltrating the manosphere. I love it when he says I'm trying to cancel the manosphere, and he's like canceling everybody.
I told you guys not to let them into this space, and see where we are now. Like, where are we?
Yeah, we're exactly where they would have been regardless. Because after a while, they would have found out all about Wally anyway.
Yeah,
that just tells me that he thinks that we're successful, and he needs to mimic that for success.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt.
Literally, when the whole stuff came out about him and the Manosphere pretty much like put their back towards him, he lost a big part of his YouTube entity, so he had to go find a replacement. Hey, you're a man.
Come on, there's something about you, man, that you're still here for, and I'm looking for it. I'm waiting for it. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, there he is.
God, this is
There we
so
go.
creepy.
Come on now.
He's trying to position the camera.
No, man. I was so impressed when you did that live stream talking about your
His
intervention.
mascara's running.
That was some bona fide
Fine,
badass shit right there.
You're a
Fuck
man.
yeah.
Yeah, you got headphones
Yes.
on. You got headphones
Yes.
on.
The red.
You're wearing fucking athletic shit.
There.
Yeah, you're a man. Shit, look at
You're
you.
already
You're a
Look
man.
at you. You're a,
baby.
There it is. Says
there it is,
Fucking
baby.
man.
that's like
You're
a
a man.
like a Calvin
Yeah,
Klein
I'm a
catalog
little
right there.
Fuck yeah, you're beat down right now. Fuck yeah, you feel like shit. Well, you know what? I've been there way more than once.
Dude, this guy's somebody's father. Oh my God, look at this guy.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
That's the face of somebody's father. Can you imagine this? There's two lives that look at this guy and
I
go,
like that
"That's my
guy.
dad."
He was just like trying to work with what he had. He's like, yeah, you got headphones on your head. You're wearing clothing. Yeah, like he was probably really thinking, like, oh Jesus, look at this fucking guy.
Well, he says you're wearing athletic clothing, and then
You're wearing athletic
and
gear.
then Mega Man tilts the camera down so you can see his beer belly. Right?
Yeah.
Does that.
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, I've got a gut. You see, I
You
just
like
dress this
watching
way."
Sports? You're a man.
Well,
Guys,
seated.
I gotta jump up. My kids just jumped out of the room and they're like, "Dad, what are you still doing up?" It's so
Yeah,
late."
I got to turn in too, actually. But
All right,
I can
let's
do this
call
all
it a
night
wrap.
now, but I gotta work
Right,
tomorrow.
we'll wrap
Well,
things up. It's
Well, this was
midnight.
All right.
great. This was great. I mean,
Well-
Wally wasn't even here for a week, and we can still come up with stuff. But there's so many cliffhangers. There's so many loose ends to be wrapped up. We gotta.
Oh,
gotta
next
do
week's
something,
going to be amazing.
You're wearing athletic shit.
You're a man.
You're a man. Look at you.
Show us your dick just to prove you're a man. Oh damn, son. Stephen would be all of that.
Boner side. Boner.
I should have double tapped myself 20 years ago.
I used to show my dick all the time to people.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right,
All
later.
right,
Nice.
this was great, man. Be good.
Yeah, I
All
missed
right,
y'all. Have a great week,
Peace
everybody.
out.
All right. All the best.
Good night, good night. All right, dudes. I'll see you later.
Okay, everybody's bailing.
Bye. Come see me on my new channel. I've got 30 hardcore subs.
Are you able to like? Is the other one in back in effect, or was it just a week, or was it more?
Yeah, I'm able to stream again. It's just I'm going to keep the streams on this channel now.
Uh-oh. Well,
So if I get a strike on this channel for streaming, I can still stream on the other one.
right,
I don't want to give the other one a whole bunch of strikes.
right. You got to space out your strikes.
Yeah, because I'm still in the middle of the copyright one. So if I get in shit for something I stream, I'm probably going to get shut down not too long after. Probably shouldn't say that out loud because
YouTube leads like
there are people who would like to probably do that. It's funny though, I've been cross-referencing the subs, and I'm surprised. It's got to be people that are watching the show, because why would they switch?
Oh,
Like,
you're
I've
trying
lost-
to figure out who's.
Well, yeah, I'm seeing who's watching the show by all the people that are coming in and subbing to the new channel to watch it. And I see that I'm not losing a lot of subs because I'm not I'm not posting on that other channel.
Right.
I haven't had anything posted in weeks, and I've only lost like 4 subs there. So it's people that probably just want to watch that show.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No.
made a secondary channel because I was waiting for the hammer to fall. But YouTube was like, fuck you, Wally.
You should have made 5 while you still had the chance.
Fake accounts.
Not fake accounts, just new other brand accounts that you could switch to if you had to. You used to be able to do 5 altogether. Like you had your personal account and then you had 4 brand accounts. They just
that
reduced
explains, like, Mo Reese does that. That's the reason why Wally slipped through the cracks earlier, because I was looking at
it. Yeah.
one of his channels, and he was on one of the other channels. It's like, aha!
That's it. You'll probably find that they're subbed to themselves most times. That's
Yeah, I
what
do that too, just to see what I look like to strangers.
Yeah.
Like when you schedule stuff, it doesn't like show up for you. So you're like, did I schedule it? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I still have to figure out how to, like, I want to do like what you do with all the graphics and stuff, but the sound is like messing with me. Like there's a delay. I think maybe echo protection is. I don't know. I have to figure it
You
out.
can do
Like,
weird stuff with your voice.
yeah, I was listening to you guys.
If you get the right program.
Well, is that software or you got like a gadget?
Yeah. No, it's a software. It's called Voice Mod.
And were you, because I know that you and Money were playing with it. Was he running it on his computer, or how were you guys sharing it? Because it seems like he was picking stuff out and then playing it. So I'm like, what are they doing? I was like trying to like backwards engineer what you were doing. Oh, you went silent. I think you muted yourself. Nothing. We got nothing. You broke it. He didn't come back. Right now, imagine you're fumbling around with buttons. Being like, oh shit. Nope, still nothing. Well, we lost it and he broke it.
I'm back.
There you go.
I fucking closed the window and it killed my audio. Because you have to set it up that the voice mod is your mic.
Right, it's like a virtual microphone. I was playing with
Yeah.
some software because I was watching some live stream person.
I knew it existed. I just had to find out where it was, and I finally found it.
Was it free?
Yeah, there's a free version, which is the one that Money has, and then I've got the paid version. It's like $40 Canadian, so probably like $5 American.
Is that subscription or you just boom?
That was a joke. I think it's probably like $30 American.
But I mean, like you bought it one shot. There's no subscription.
Yeah, it's a lifetime sub, and
Oh,
then
cool. I like
you
that
can do
stuff.
all kinds of shit with it. Like there's
I
so
can't
much
stand-
more stuff.
There's a lot of this like monthly model bullshit where people are like,
Yeah,
subscribe.
like
It's
that.
like, no.
This one you can put anything you want in the soundboard.
Oh, nice.
So you can put any clips of anything like.
Holy fucking shit!
Just do all Wally.
I like that
That's
one.
all you had to say.
No, where's the?
We're gonna
Oh,
get a
yeah.
copyright again.
No, these are all safe.
You lied to me.
Mr. T, you lied to me.
I was gonna say, is that Mr. T?
You got my music in here.
Hey, boo, I'm pregnant.
Don't be coming up with that shit.
Deny your baby.
That's bullshit, you know, bitch.
Oh, listen, you.
Is that all you?
Yeah. That's a song I've been sitting on for 20 years because I never had
Oh,
anybody...
is that it? I remember you talking about it.
Yeah. I was like, I've had this song for 20 fucking years. It's got 3
20
extra spots for verses. I've been waiting to fucking put people in there. So now True Sherm's on there.
So what are you like you're just doing your thing, and all of a sudden you're like, I should work on that 20-year-old song.
Well, no, I was just like, we were all like rapping all the time. So I was like, well, fuck, if you guys can rap, I may as well put you guys on this fucking song I've been
I
sitting
love all
on.
these guys. Like, they're so mad at Wally. They're just like, I'm gonna rap about how much I hate this guy. Like that to me would be like, I'd have to do some self-reflection if there were like multiple people in
Well,
this
that
world,
hasn't
they're like,
happened yet.
They're making songs about how terrible I am.
That could happen.
I should reevaluate my life choices.
This song I've been sitting on, it's about babies. It's about not having someone's
Babies
baby.
are gross.
Especially in the first, 20
I
years.
joke around. My wife just had we had a. I guess I'm a grandfather now. Her daughter had a child, and she's like, "Oh, the baby's so cute." I'm like, "No, babies are cute. They're all ugly. They're terrible.
They're
They
cute
look
when
like
they're
little
asleep.
fetal pigs." You give them like 3 or 4 months, and then they're looking at you and smiling. Then they're kind of cute. But newborn babies, are ugly.
And then when they're
Gross.
2 years old, they're like confronting you at every turn.
Or the little babies will look at you while they're shitting. They'll be like, their face
Yeah.
will like mush up, and they're like, "What's wrong with him? Oh, he's shitting. Oh, okay."
That was like that time that Mega Man came in with his head shaved. And he was making all those taking a shit in your pants faces. And I was
He
trying
just
to
looks
figure out
all
what he was doing.
Pussy. Hurrah!
You remember that? And everybody's like, "What the fuck?" And Money's like, "I'm just eating my salad." Like he was like,
you were like, "Oh no!" That was the first thing you said. You were like, "Oh no,
I
he's
saw
gonna
him with
kill
that
himself on my show."
shaved head. It was like, what?
That's like classic suicide. Like you shave your body hair before you off yourself. You were like, "Oh no."
Well, that's a drastic change, right? Never
Well,
seen him with a
you must have
shaved
been like,
head
well,
before.
well, like, I'll probably get a lot of views
Oh,
before
no.
this guy offs himself. And then Money, of course, yes. Why can't we just be calm?
He didn't know what to say. He saw his hair and he's like, Mega Man got a haircut.
Yeah, he camped up. He's
So
like,
just-
Mega Man got a haircut.
What's this all about? But he was making all those taking a shit in your pants faces when he wasn't saying anything. He was just
He was obviously
twisting
like,
his head around and
like I think
making
he was like
faces.
on meds or like it was more than beer. What was going on? Whatever the hell was going on. Wally, what was going on? Let us know. Come on the show. Sick people watching. Come
You
on.
lied to me.
Lied to me.
I remember watching
You
the
gotta
A-Team,
grow up.
the A-Team religiously back in the day.
Yeah, that was a good show. Dun, 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 dun,
But even as a little kid, I remember there was one where like there's a helicopter full of bad guys, and it smashes into the side of a mountain and it tumbles down the mountain, and then like all the guys they all like come out of the wreckage and they're coughing like they survived because you can't kill anybody on TV. And I
Yeah.
remember as a kid, I'm like, wait a minute.
Every time something blows up, the guy's like 20 feet in front of it, jumping in the air. Every time you shoot at people, it's like bullet holes all around them. Oh, I couldn't see the screen. Then he pumped his fists and. You ever see see, he's turning into a lol cow, and I don't know if he knows it.
He's turning into what?
A lol cow.
A locale.
LOL. Lol cow.
LOL.
Like you can milk them for laughs.
Okay. Forever.
And
Wally,
it's-
come on the live stream, buddy.
It's usually people that are sick.
Fucking Wally. So yeah,
Like-
what do you think? What do you
like Chris
think Wally
Chan.
is?
Like Chris Chan, you know
I
Chris
still have
Chan?
to check out Chris Chan. I think I looked into him a little bit.
Well, that
'Cause
whole
you mentioned him a few times.
that whole storyline has kind of found an end.
Like an
Like
end
he's
to
in
end?
he's in jail, yeah.
Oh.
He's in
Oh, was
jail
he
for
like
molesting
he's like
his
a pedophile
mom.
or something? Oh.
Well, he molested his mom. Yeah, his dad died, and so he's I forget what he's diagnosed as, but he's actually like he's got mental problems. Like he was always going to be a kid in his head.
The father.
No, the
Chris
son.
Chan.
Yeah, Chris Chan. And he like made like a fake. Well, I guess he'd freak out if I said that, or she would say that. It's all fucked up, man. He turned into trans.
Yeah, I know. I remember that part.
And then
of
he
the
said he's a
story.
lesbian. And I'm like, that is so typical to do that. And then
I think
yeah,
Wally's attracted to trans
it could
women.
be.
That's I think half his problem is he's just like cause,
Leather
like
pants.
why else would you make a video where you say I'm attracted to biological females? Everybody like why do you feel the need to say that to your audience?
Maybe he was copying Blake Rose's content.
Is he a guy
Blake Rose. I haven't seen a video from him in a long time, actually. He was doing he was sponsored by what is it, transdating.com or something. And he actually started bringing over trans people to his apartment.
But like that's fine. But like, was he like shitting on them at the same time?
No, well, I mean, I don't think so.
Because Wally, I think
It's hard
like,
to
he
explain.
talks about like that community, but like I think meanwhile he wants to like embrace them. Like
Oh, like the overcompensation of the in the
yeah,
closet.
like he's like a closeted, he hates, but he's really gay or something. Something's going on with Wally. Because normal 40-something-year-old people don't go, I'm attracted to women. Everybody,
Even if they have a penis.
they have to be biological women. Biological women. Okay, straight white male on the license plate. Like that's just like, come on, we get it.
I wonder if that all came off.
he said he took it off because the insurance guy who's fixing the window was like, maybe if you don't have that on your car won't get damaged.
Like as if that's the first time that was proposed. Like,
Well,
probably
he does a
told
news
to him
article where
lots
he's like,
beforehand.
I was targeted because I'm a Trump supporter and I had these stickers, which I don't know if I believe because it's a red state where he is, and at the time he just had like a little Trump sticker.
Just he Smooly at himself.
Yeah, who knows?
He juicied. He threw a rock at his own car and was like, "See, they hate white people here."
Well, that one actually there was footage. There was a camera. I think that's why it made the news because there was dramatic footage. It was like grainy black and white footage, and some like hippie-looking kid with a ponytail comes out and like looks both ways, and then you could see him like sticking a tire, and then the car like goes down. So, like, I think that's why it made the news because there was dramatic video footage of someone slashed. But Wally was like, my tires were slashed because of the Trump supporter. But I think he probably just pissed somebody off, like at Walmart, or like they saw a video or something.
I don't know.
Because,
I'd be
again,
too
it's a
afraid to
red
try
state.
that.
Like you know what, like 60%, 70% of the people down there are Trump people. So like I don't know if I buy it.
All the balconies have Trump flags, Trump Pence flags on them and stuff, and they just single his car out.
That was a funny, like Wally was like, I will always fly my Trump, and I'm this Trump guy, and I'll always have a flag. And then like a month later, he's like, yeah, so the landlord sent out a memo, and we have to take down our flags. Like, and I'm sure it was all related to Wally's drama of like getting his tires slashed. They're like, yeah, no more of that. Like Wally ruined it for everybody.
No fireworks displays.
Fucking guy. Wally, where are you, buddy? Come on the show. Let us know. I keep on seeing if his channel's still up because I'm trying to take it down. I know it's a dick move, but god damn it, he came from my channel.
I wonder what that girl would think of that video of Della.
What girl?
Where he was over on her stream. And then he went over. And he's like, see, they're doing it again.
Wait, the Queen whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking because he goes on Prepping Mama, which is like, she's like, I think she's from upstate New York, and she's like preparing for the apocalypse. But I thought you meant because she apparently has an autistic son, and while he made a video, he's like, oh, I sent her, like, he likes a certain kind of juice, and I ordered juice. Like, he's like the savior of autistic children. But meanwhile, he's talking shit about, like I thought you meant if she saw him saying shit about.
If that woman saw that
Yeah.
video where he's going at Kevin's daughter, then yeah, that would probably make her.
I think Kevin tried to share it with her, but it didn't go through.
Yeah, but I was talking about the other one, the black girl.
Yeah, Queen, whatever.
Show the video of him doing Della's Juneteenth.
Every time I see, like, I've subscribed to her, which I should probably unsubscribe, but every time I see, she has like a thumbnail is like her with like a Terminator face, like Photoshop, but
Yeah.
it's so bad. It's like the Terminator face is smaller than her face. Like the eye lines up, but the teeth are up here, and I'm like, I get like irrationally angry. I'm like, Photoshop your shit right, man. Like, I should bring up a picture, but she'll probably sue me because she's a terrible, awful person.
Really?
Queen. Oh, you don't know about this girl?
No, well, I don't know much about her at all.
Oh, I assume like everyone in Wally's universe is like like everyone is like knows Wally's business,
No.
but I think she's more like.
I have a job and shit.
Yeah, right.
And I do
actually.
a show every Friday. It takes up the rest of my time.
Oh, are you back to like did Canada like defrost? Are you back at work?
It was actually snowing today.
It was snowing here too.
So
yeah.
it was all defrosted. Now it's fucking snowing.
Yeah, it's like 2 days before
So much
May.
for fucking global warming.
Hold on, let's see. Try and take a screenshot of our thing. Snipping tool. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Save it someplace.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a mixtape of all those fucking crazy fucking songs we did on Money's show the other day.
I like when you were like just making up skits on the spot.
The fucking
Like you were a zombie,
yeah.
and Money was hunting down the zombie. Are you
It's like,
okay?
you look like you're turning into a zombie. Let me come down and help you.
Like, no.
Hello down there. Are you okay? No.
There we
Oh
go.
my God.
It's like come on, and it's on every damn thing. Like look at where the mouth is.
Oh man.
But
And
she
she
like,
left the
saw
hair
that-
on too.
She saw that and was like, "Yep, this is good. This is perfect."
I wonder if she paid someone to do that.
Jesus, get your money back.
She's like, she's on Kijiji or whatever the fuck, Craigslist. Anybody
She's
do, like,
monetized.
logos?
Like every time, because I was like trying to get on her show, and it was like I had
What?
to sit through fucking commercials. Like, yeah, she's got like 2,000 subs. That's what made me so. I was like irrationally mad for like a half an hour after she booted me. It's like that bitch.
2,000 subs and she's monetized.
Let me see. I'm looking at her. 2.12K. But her stuff is just like it's irrational. It doesn't even. It's not even good right-wing stuff. It's like crazy conspiracy theory stuff. Like really. Like I remember trying to watch something. I'm like, I don't even get her point. Like it was just. Yeah. And so the guy was like, yeah. I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
Maybe you had to be watching for like the last 4 years or some shit. It's all inside shit.
I don't know. It was just they were bouncing nonsense off of one another. I'm like, okay, I guess this will get you 2,000 subs. What do I know? She's on Maurice all the time. That's how I found her. I went down the rabbit hole.
Oh, jeez. There's so much rabbit hole.
But the one time I was watching Maurice was cracking me up because Wally was doing his thing, and Maurice was like, "Magman, you gotta shut up. Magman, you talk too much." And Wally's just like, "Ha ha ha." Anyway, like he doesn't get any social cue. Like maybe I should knock it off.
Or like
So
when
he's
the,
already wearing out his welcome with those guys.
or like when the host mutes you and you unmute yourself to continue.
Yeah, I remember.
And then you get
yelled at
mad
him
when
for
you
that.
get kicked out.
I remember you had to yell at him. You were like, "Magman, when I mute you, there's a reason
Jeez.
why I'm muting you."
Means shut the fuck up for fucking 2 seconds.
Well, there's always an excuse that he must, get his point across or whatever.
The same
why I
fucking
said-
point.
I said before, I'm like, Wally, if you want to do a one-on-one, come on my channel because I'm not going to go on your channel because you'll fuck with me the whole time. But it'll never happen because he's a coward, Wally. You're a coward.
Oh shit.
Fucking guy. Fight me, Wally. No, don't fight me. Wally probably beat me up in a fist fight. He's bigger than me, and
Try
he's
to
angry.
stab you. Try to stab you with
I
his
just want to like talk reason.
Twin
I'm like, I'm a
Towers
reasonable
plaque.
guy. Ah. Well, he'd pop me with whatever. He would use all his stuff. He'd be like Batman, just throwing out stuff from his utility belt.
With his Officer Bar Brady looking ass. Oh fuck.
Officer Bar Brady, can Jews have Christmas snow? No.
Christmas snow.
Like he was real unsure. Like no.
Yeah, you shouldn't eat snow. Just a tip.
Not even crystal clean Canadian snow.
No. You put your hand out and you see enough of it accumulate and you look closely, you see there's all kinds of shit in it.
Well, it's all filtering through the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's picking up all the dirt and the fucking debris and shit, and then it puts it all in a nice little package and puts it on your hand. And then I see kids licking it up. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, you're like eating all the world's pollution. What the fuck are you doing?
What if you boil
Filtering.
it? I guess it's still because
Yeah, you gotta boil it. Get all that shit out.
Well, you'd have to distill it.
Or distill it.
You'd have to catch the steam and cool down the steam. This is Survival Wednesdays with Dan King. Everybody, we're gonna after
You're
this,
gonna
I'm gonna show you
survive
how
shit
to.
hitting the fan.
I'm gonna show you how to prep spaghetti to last 400 years.
When Mega Man boards you into your apartment.
And he's gonna be like, I'm the only one in the world with a gun to hunt rodents or whatever. You ever see those series of videos he makes?
What's he gonna kill with his weaponry?
Well, in his mind, he fantasizes about he's going to be able to feed his neighbors because
Has
he's
he ever
the
tried to
only
shoot a squirrel?
guy in the South. Well, not just that. It's like I can't imagine Wally cleaning an animal. Like he's this big clean freak guy.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
He's gonna like put a raccoon up and skin it and and cut it up so he doesn't like poison himself or whatever.
It's like me. I was always able to get rabbit. I just was never able to clean it. I'd have to give it off to someone else. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. What's
Take
to
care
do
of
with
it.
that? It's gross.
I caught it. You clean it.
Like I get it. I went hunting once. I'm like, that was like going to Vietnam. Like I don't want to do that again. There's blood and guts and drama.
I'm the trapper. Not actual trapper, but I can trap. And they're dead when I get them. It's an overnight thing.
Is it like a snare?
Yeah.
That's your rabbit trap, a snare.
Yep. You gotta keep track of the trails.
But you're eating them afterwards.
Yeah.
Do you do anything with the fur?
Well, my grandfather was an actual trapper, so he did. He would sell it. You catch all kinds of stuff. But I imagine that business is pretty dead now.
Yeah.
They still do it, but not very much.
Now they just like have a farm.
Now you just have overpopulation of all these little woodland creatures all over the fucking place.
I saw a rabbit in the backyard today for the first time. Well, I mean the first time this season, the winter and all that. But I remember thinking about I think something like 90% of rabbits just get eaten. Like that's their existence. They're food for bigger creatures.
I used to have rabbits when I was a kid. They all got fat.
A pet.
Yeah, I would have them as a
It's a
pet,
bad
and
pet.
then
Any pet
I would
that's
give them to my
acceptable
other
to-
grandfather, and he would keep them as a farm, and then he would slaughter them.
Yeah, I was gonna say any creature that's acceptable to eat as a pet is just a bad pet. Like you can eat rabbit or keep them as a pet.
Well, depends on where you live. Anything is
It's
edible.
true. Dogs. I think they like dogs in Korea.
Yeah, I imagine those cats are not faring very well in China. They've
think
captured
they-
so many of them.
You think
I
they eat 'em
imagine they're
there?
trying to. Well, I don't know if they eat them or not, but I bet the government would be telling them to eat them now.
Things are bad in China.
You haven't been watching?
I
Things are
don't
bad all over, bro.
Politics get you crazy.
Well, in
Well,
China,
that was
they're
always the
having
thing,
like a big wave of
when we were always a kid,
disease again.
if you didn't eat your food, it would be like, oh, there are starving kids in China. But I think
Yeah,
it's changed
well,
over the years.
the reason why they're starving isn't because they don't have food. It's because they're selling it all off.
They're
It's all
selling
being
their-
shipped out. We're eating it.
Do you think the people shipping them out are watching the food? They're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
wait, before you put that on a boat.
That's why they were jumping off the
They go to
friggin-
grab it and someone puts it on a boat. They're like, what the fuck?
Pretty much. Pretty much. That's why they were jumping off the buildings. So they had to put nets all around the buildings because people were like, fuck this.
Oh, that's because they were making iPhones 15 hours a
Yeah.
day. They
And
probably
then,
put them on they were probably on an assembly line. It was like screw, 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 screw. It's like you can't do that as a human being. Use your mind.
Well,
Yeah,
now
something
they're having
calm.
another wave there, and so they're back to locking people in their apartments with the bars across the door. So people started jumping off their balconies this time.
You got to like get out further.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the city, that's for sure.
Imagine being suicidal and being like, okay, how am I going to do this? They got nets over there.
Imagine
poison
being a
myself,
guy that's
no.
not locked in your apartment, and the guy lands right in front of you on the sidewalk. Fuck. I
I'd be
don't
like,
think an
what was
umbrella's
his
going to cover
position?
this kind of rain.
I was like, what was his position? Because maybe he gets more money if I do the screw. I think they said they were trying to. Foxconn? No, it was something com was making iPhone parts, but they were like, okay, we're going to try to change up because I think they were putting somebody doing the same task 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. It drives anybody crazy. So like, okay, on Monday you'll do the screw, but on Tuesday you'll do the screen. Like, I don't think it matters, you know.
Yeah, I've worked in factories. They kind of already do that. I would imagine they would do it there too.
What kind of thing were you doing, if I may ask?
Painting.
Painting.
Yeah.
All right. Was
So
it
it'd be
toys?
like the
Were you doing
factory was like, because it would go by on a line and you'd have to paint it, and then the next thing would come up and you'd have to paint that, and it would go fast.
So you just had a brush with one color on it.
No, like spray paint.
Spray paint.
Like
Okay.
I'd have a gun with a tank of paint, and it would
Okay.
paint the parts as
I
they go
imagine
by.
like you would do an action figures. Because
Oh,
every time,
yeah, no.
like every time I like, if I see an action figure now, I look at it, I'm like, somebody painted like the eyes, like that was their job, just go eyes.
Yeah,
you know, like,
that's
oh,
more
God.
like that's more stuff you'll find in Asia.
Yeah.
The hand painted stuff.
I remember
imagine
my-
that would make you. I
my-
think they
my-
paint the whole thing though.
My grandmother had a clock on her TV, and it was this glass-looking thing. And I like when she passed away, I took it was like the one thing I took from her house because I always remember looking at it. And I found out on the what do you call it, the corners, like 12 o'clock, 15 minutes, it had this irradiated paint that made it glow in the dark.
Yeah.
It was faded by now, but then I was researching it. And it turned out the people that were painting that in the factory, they got
Yeah.
all kinds of weird cancer because they were doing
course.
this with the brush and then putting it on, and they got like weird lip cancer and shit.
Their fucking tongue, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, I never did any of that at the factory.
It was like,
I did watch
no
a can of paint
irradiated
explode
paint.
though. No, but I did see someone that was being trained open a tank while it was still pressurized. That was stupid.
Oh my god! What was in a tank?
Like just white paint, but like you're using a pressurized paint to paint the stuff that's going by. It's all air pressure.
Yeah.
So the paint has air being forced into the tank so that you can release it with the spray nozzle. And it still had the pressure in the tank. She didn't release the pressure before opening it. There's like a little valve, you open it and it's like psss, all the air comes out, and then you can safely take the top off. Well, she just opened the top.
Did she just
And
get
that air,
blasted?
yeah, like she's lucky that there was like a safety latch on the side that holds the top of the tank on no matter what.
Oh, jeez.
So it doesn't fly off in your face. But the paint came flying out.
I was gonna say she just got blasted by paint.
Oh yeah, all in her eyes, in her face, in her mouth, in her nose, everywhere. And then she's like wandering around looking for she can't see shit. She's like her whole face is covered
For the
white.
eye wash station.
She's looking for the eye wash station. She's like got her arms out. She's like and she's
That's
wandering
a good
around
point.
a factory.
They should teach you how to find the eye wash station, like blindfolded.
Should be the first thing.
Because your
Yeah.
eyes don't work at that point.
Exactly. Well, there's enough people in there that someone should have noticed that happen and grab you and bring you to the eye wash station. It's like one of the protocols. But
you were too busy
at
laughing.
first, everybody's like
You were
surprised,
pointing and
right?
laughing at her.
Well, not that bad, but it was like, oh shit, like oh no, and you're kind of
Once you realize
stunned
she's
for a
okay,
second.
Then you laugh.
Yeah, afterwards we laughed at her big time. And she was pulled off the line. She was sent back down
Yeah.
to masking, where you put the little pieces of tape on so that you don't paint that part.
Now you screw.
Yeah, that part. Put it on the thing so I can paint it. Rack it so that I can paint the parts. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was like, and everybody
remember
turns
as
and looks, and she's like,
my very first job, it was like I was in high school and somebody was like, hey, they got this part-time thing at this. It was right across the street from where I lived or nearby, so I could walk there. And it was like a clothing factory. They made patches that were going to get put on clothing, but they made the patches wrong. So all we had to do for like 3 weeks was
Oh, no.
we took Sharpies and we had to draw in the black that the machine didn't make. And like there was a bunch, and we were getting high from the smell of like Sharpies or whatever.
that'll be the first thing that would fade off too.
But I remember
Like-
I was losing my mind from that. It was only 4 hours after school, and we made probably nothing. But it was like people who do that all day long. Like
I'd rather do that than sell ad copy. I sold ad copy for a while. Oh my god, that's so fucking soul sucking.
What is that, like phone calls? You want to run an ad?
Yeah,
You wanna run an ad?
cold
Yeah.
cold calling fucking people. And
Yeah,
of course you get the shit shift where you're like bugging everybody at fucking supper time and shit.
Dinner
It's like,
time.
oh fuck. What do you want? I'm eating. It's like, oh fuck, yeah, I just want to harass you for 10 minutes and hopefully you'll give me a couple $100.
I used to install phones, and I did a lot of work for Wall Street, and there were like these scumbag brokerage firms, and like that's what like after I'd install a phone, like that's what they would do, and I'd feel guilty. I'm like, I'm enabling these assholes to
Yeah.
trick old people out of their life savings to buy whatever fucking stock they were gonna like scam.
Oh,
It's like, what am I doing with my life? And it was like 10 guys, and they'd be like, yeah, this is John Smith. Like John Smith was the one guy who passed the Series 7 or whatever test you had to take to be a broker, and all these
Yeah.
guys would say, oh yeah, this is John Smith. They all tended to be, and John Smith, if you got a deal, John Smith got a cut and you got a cut, and that was like the deal. But it was flat out fraud. They're pretending to be a guy. like
Jeez.
you're not supposed to sell this. That's why you need to take that test.
Call now. Tony Robbins himself will talk to you. Some guy that's like, oh,
And
whack.
it's like John Smith needs 14 more phones so he could,
Yeah.
scam people. Okay.
And all the John Smiths sound exactly alike. They're all like John Smith impersonators.
They didn't even try to like disguise their voices. They're like, and then if they got the deal, the real John Smith would call, and every now and again, the real John Smith would be like, "Oh no, this is me," like because the person was like, "You don't sound like the 13-year-old."
You sounded like you were from India last time I talked to you.
Fucking scumbags! I'm so glad like they kind of like. Whoever the Wall Street police saw, the FCC? No, I don't know. Like whoever the SEC, the SEC like shut those like boil room operations down pretty much. Also, people could buy stock online now, so I think back in the day it was like you had to go through an asshole to buy stock. Now you can just click online and you're done.
Buy GameStop, GameStop stock.
That's the ma'am
just to
video
stick it to
Ollie
the man.
always talks about.
Ma'am.
Yeah, isn't that
GameStop.
GameStop? I've never watched the whole video. I just know from Wally.
It's ma'am.
He's always bringing that up. Again, he's fascinated. Another one of the videos he made was just him. It wasn't even him cammed up. It was he had clips of trans people on like TikTok. And all I kept thinking of is Wally's spending time watching trans people on TikTok. Like what again is more like Wally's fascinated by, Wally.
Big Blair White fan.
Put a dress on, Wally. It's fine. It's like no one's gonna say anything.
Wow. You might want to shave again, not just the top of your head, but the beard, mustache.
Well, I think he was on the Blaze and he was telling everyone how he like manscaped the other day. And again, like why is he telling this group of men this
Everybody
fact?
just stops when he says stuff like that. They just stop talking.
No one knows how to handle it.
What?
Lots of times it was just you and him. And I would watch you squirm like trying to handle Wally talking about his dick again. Like,
yeah, if there was a camera on my face for a lot of stuff, people would be like, "Oh, okay." That's why
right,
he's
baby.
quiet. He's making a face. I get it.
he just keeps going off and off and off. I'm like, yeah, you got a big dick, huh, Wally? Wally, come on the live stream. Come on. There's 5 people watching. Who could it be?
I just don't know how you think you're gonna shoot squirrels with pepper balls and get food.
Well, no, he brags about he's got a break barrel rifle. It's a pellet gun, but it's a 22 caliber, which I didn't even know they had 22 caliber air ammunition, but he's got it. So maybe you could maybe the squirrel was like
Just
12
doesn't
feet
move
away.
fast enough.
But it's kind of cruel. Like he's like, oh, you could shoot
It
deer with
is.
this. It's like you can't.
What?
Like you're not gonna kill a deer. You're gonna hurt it and run off, and it's gonna die slowly
Look,
and awfully.
I've shot squirrels with pellet guns. They do not die from the first shot. And you don't have the time to cock your rifle 28 times to make it strong enough to kill it again.
Yeah.
You have to fucking go chasing after it and following blood trails and shit. It's not as easy as it sounds. Not with that kind of weaponry.
I don't think there's enough meat on a squirrel to make it worthwhile.
There is, but you're gonna need something pretty powerful to take it out. Like you can't just shoot a BB
you can
gun
get
at
some
it.
edible bits off a squirrel.
Yeah, you make a stew.
They have
especially in the Carolinas.
There's woodchucks up here, but you never hear people. They look like they're big animals, but you never hear of anybody eating a woodchuck. Or I guess groundhog is the same creature.
I don't think you'd want to eat that shit.
Well, it seems like it's not a thing because you never hear about somebody going, "Ooh, I had some woodchuck the other day." And I
They're
see them
probably
all
too
over,
elusive.
and they look pretty big. They're usually on the side of the road, and like the grass is green, and there's this big brown lump. It's like they look like they're pretty
Yeah,
easy
if you were
target.
shooting them, it'd be easy to get them, but trying to trap them would be hard because
Trap them.
even like trying to chase them or anything like that, forget it. They're always within like 10, 15 feet from a hole that they can duck
Yes,
into.
they just zip into a hole.
And you're like, what? There's a hole there? You only find out when you're walking through tall grass and step in it that you're like, ah, there's a fucking hole there.
That's how many horses have died stepping in a gopher hole.
Friggin' right, man. That'll break your ankle off. Especially if you continue moving. Like you're still in stride, like you're walking, you just snap your ankle and then try to keep walking and pull your foot off in the hole.
Then a bear ate you. Fucking wilderness.
The gopher drags you into the
That
hole
was your
piece by
grandfather.
piece.
He was out there in the shit, trapping stuff
Yeah.
in the frozen north. Mountain man.
Well, it's not frozen, but
No, Canada's always frozen.
yeah. Like every morning we come out of our igloos and we
That's
look
way north.
to see if we can see our shadows.
Like, are there, like, if you just keep driving north out of anywhere in Canada, like, it just turns into nothing after a while. It's just fucking wilderness, right? Like, I was looking at a map of
Yeah, it doesn't take
everything's
long.
down south, and then
Yeah.
it just slowly turns into the North Pole. Like, Jesus.
A lot of it's protected.
Oh, is that, it's like parks or whatever?
Yeah, like because it's considered pretty much the oxygen for the earth because of how
Right.
much trees we have in that section. You don't want to start chopping those down or else we're all going to start dying.
Also, where's Bigfoot gonna live?
What do they call them here? Sasquatch.
Sasquatch, yeah. That's where they come from.
In BC,
Who's BC?
British Columbia.
Oh,
like
I thought
the
you
left
meant there was
coast.
another monster.
There
called
is.
BC.
We've got one of everything pretty much.
Well, then it turns into the Yeti, right? There's like that's the white, that's the polar bear version of Bigfoot is the Yeti.
And Sasquatch too. He's sort of like he can be in both. His fur changes color.
They flat out debunked like Bigfoot. They figured out if a bear runs at a certain speed, it's like footprints step on each other. So instead of 4 footprints, it looks like 2 big footprints because it's just like the front of the paw and the back of the paw. And they filmed this and they debunked it, but the Bigfoot people are like, nope.
Wouldn't they have
There's
like
still an ape up there?
Wouldn't they have like 15 toes though?
No, they've debunked. They're like, this is what's going on. But now people go up there and they make fake tracks. But initially, it started out like it was a bear ran through the snow, and someone was like, "Those are big giant. That's a big creature walked through there." But it's just a bear. But that's not fun to think that
It's like the Loch Ness monster. We have a version of that here too.
Yeah, and that too. Like the guy on his deathbed who took the famous black and white. There's like the grainy footage.
Mhm.
He's like, oh yeah, that was a toy, and we put lead in it so it sank low, and then we
Oh,
made
nice.
a thing, and so helped me film it, and he like told the whole thing, but people they don't want to hear that. They want to.
Meanwhile, it was the lead
there's a
in the water that made everybody believe the picture. They were drinking the water and it made them nuts.
And there was another famous Bigfoot picture, Loch Ness monster picture, where it's this blurry thing in the water, but then they show you the next frame, like on the actual film, and it's a dog with a stick in its mouth in the lake, and you can see
Swimming.
the previous one is just a blurry version of that, and that's the other famous one. It's like they're debunked everything, but like the Bigfoot people and the Loch Ness monster people, they're making money,
Well, don't talk about 9/11.
Oh, that's right. Good.
Don't debunk anything of that because
Well, that
Could
was
be a
Wally's
trigger.
big thing on Facebook. He made a bunch of, like, people say 9/11's a hoax. Well, I know better because I was there. And, like, that was when I
Yeah.
first started watching him.
I was on the plane.
6 years ago. He was, like, debunking.
I
like-
found those. I found those passports.
But,
on
he
the
cleaned
ground.
up the day after, but somehow he's an expert. Like, it was my start of, like, Wally fascination. I'm like, what is with this guy?
He was on the first responder team for Building 7. When he said, pull it. Mega Man
What do
gave
you
the
wanna
order,
talk
pull
to
it.
you? I don't know what Wally Halligash is talking about. Wally, clear
Remember
up your
when he
thoughts.
wouldn't talk to you, but he mediated between that?
And also, let me
Exactly,
know
guy.
if I'm looking at your avatar picture. Wally's mouth is like a perfect like sphere. Like, look at the red YouTube logo. It could just fit right into his frown. Is that a Photoshop frown?
That's a
It's like,
Photoshop frown for sure.
you think so? It's so
Yeah.
perfectly. It's like a Muppet mouth, like like what Beaker when he opens like
I
this.
think that's what he was going for.
Okay, I'm just Wally Halligash.
Meep, meep.
Clarify your statement and let us know if you're going for Beaker.
Especially with that nose.
Or does he have a Muppet nose? Well, he's got the fake nose, yeah.
He's got
That's
the
because-
Humpty Hump nose. The Humpty dance is your chance.
No, Humpty's
to
is
do the
black.
hump.
He's got a black
Yeah,
nose.
well, it matched the skin
Da-da-da.
color. R.I.P. R.I.P. Humpty Hump.
Oh, is he gone? I didn't know
Yeah,
this.
yeah, he died. That's why That's why
I'm a freak.
That's why Digital Underground doesn't exist anymore. He was half the band. He played himself like 2-3 times in that band.
Samoans do the Humpty Hump. Do the Humpty Hump.
I remember he was doing what the hell was it called? We're all in the same gang, I think. The big East Coast West Coast beef squash that they did in the late 80s.
I don't know if I
Like
know that.
everybody's just doing a lot of drama. We need to stop being East versus West. Let's all be together.
You
We're
ever
all
see
in the same
that
gang.
Chris Rock movie? Was it CB40? CB40?
CB4, Cell Block 4.
CB4. I always forget his name.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's like dated, but that yeah. When they're all in the car and they're like, "I'm Run DMC." No, I'm Run. Like it's supposed to be Run DMC, but they're all Run. So many good parts of that movie.
Did you see that other one, Fear of the Black Hat, that I have on my channel? It was kind of like CB4. It came out right before CB4.
Oh no, I never heard of it. Same kind of thing, like making fun of the whole gangster rap era.
Even more, because it's like making
Really?
fun of all hip hop. Yeah, it was like
Check it out.
it was like a band like NWA, and then they break up and they all do different kinds of music, and they're like copying 90s, all these other different 90s guys. Like one guy becomes like a MC Hammer guy, another guy becomes like PM Dawn.
What's MC Hammer? Is MC Hammer still alive? He was doing
Yeah.
credit commercials when I saw him last.
Oh shit, that's not good.
Yeah, he was he was like telling you how to like fix your credit.
It's like Wesley Snipes doing H&R Block commercials or something.
Well, didn't he like just not pay his taxes or something?
Yeah.
Is that him?
It's like, go to H&R Block, damn it. Save yourself the problem.
That's part of his like what do you call it when you get like a you have to do public
Community
service.
service.
Work. You gotta like say, okay, pay your taxes, everybody.
Yeah.
Don't be like me.
You don't want to end up like me, other than the tax thing. You would want to be like me, but
Yeah.
not the tax thing. Don't be like that.
I feel like there's another guy, Wesley Snipes. Somebody else like didn't pay their taxes. Just didn't pay it. Just like fuck
Willie
taxes.
Nelson?
No. Can't remember who I'm thinking
Willie
of. I'll
Nelson's
remember
still
in a minute.
paying his fucking taxes. His
Leave
back
Willie
taxes.
alone.
I know, right?
He's a national treasure.
The guy's only alive to finish paying his taxes, for fuck's sakes. He's like, I can't pay them all off because then I'd die. Gotta always have a little bit extra to live for.
There was some meme going around. It was I hope the gas prices aren't too high, and then the bottom half was the gas prices, and it was Willie and Snoop Dogg hanging out.
Oh shit.
In the trailer.
Fuck. Yeah, that's not good. Up in a cloud with God. They're all smoking up. It's about as high as you can fucking get, man.
Who do you think gets better pot, Willie or Snoop Dogg?
Willie.
Yeah, me too.
Because Snoop Dogg said so himself.
Fun fact: I knew a guy. He became an accountant, but his first job he was working like as a junior accountant, but he was working for the firm that handled Willie Nelson's finances, and he said like they had this whole like little like the way they wrote off his pot fund or whatever. It was like recreational, but like he had a special like account or something. Like the way that they, it was like, we know what it's for.
So that he would never have to do without that part for sure.
Well, I think it was like they would trying to get the business to pay
Yeah.
for a spot, and it was like, we know what this is for.
Like it's like part of his rider. You have, instead of blue M&Ms, you got to have like a lot of green weed sitting in a bowl for him.
Every room.
I can't buy that stuff because I'd be taxed, and I don't have the tax money right now. So put it in the bowl.
That's probably
Pay me in weed.
That's like some real street cred if you're like a dealer and you're like, I give Willie Nelson his drugs. I bet you every drug dealer
I was
says
gonna
that.
say, yeah. There's probably at least 20 of them in
Like,
LA
sure
that say
you
that.
do.
I'm the guy that hooks up Snoop Dogg, Willie
Yeah,
Nelson. Who else is famous? Tommy Chong.
Tommy Chong's still alive, Jesus.
Yeah. He's making the bucks too.
But I bet you all those old guys, they probably don't like the new stuff. Like they're used to 1970s weed, which will like you could just smoke it and it's nothing. I think Louis C.K. did a bit like that before he got canceled. He was saying like he hadn't smoked pot since like the 80s, and he said he did a show and he went outside and there were a bunch of like 20-year-olds smoking pot. He's like, "Oh, can I have some?" And they're like, "Yeah." And he starts smoking.
Give the boomer some weed.
And the guys were like, "Dude, like calm down with that, because it's like, whatever." He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I used to do this all the time." And he said he went on to like he was like out of his mind for like
That's
an hour.
angel dust, homie.
But no, it's
all
just like he's like the science behind the marijuana now is like it's been like scientists got involved in the THC levels and everything. But I bet Willie Nelson can't handle the new stuff. He's like, I like the old. That's why he spends a lot of money for like retro organic pot it hasn't been changed since 1973. That's I bet Willie Nelson's speed. That's what he and Snoop Dogg were talking about. Snoop Dogg's like, "Oh man, you gotta try this," and Willie's like, "This is too much. I'm Willie Nelson." How does Willie Nelson talk? I don't know.
Nah, man, Willie Nelson's been at the top of that game the whole time, man.
You think
he's part of the revolution of changing it and making it better?
I just imagine he'd be like a boomer, like, we don't need all these flavors of pot.
Nah, he's always been
and goth.
You know how many High Times covers Willie Nelson's had over the years? Like, the guy is pot.
Yeah, but he's just like,
made of
you
it.
want to pay me money to be in a magazine? All right, Is he
No,
actually
Snoop
like?
Dogg himself even said that Willie Nelson's the only guy that'll smoke him under the table. So
All right, so maybe he is smoking.
it's got to
Willie
be
Nelson,
because
come on the
Snoop wouldn't
show
lie
and
about
talk
that. Like Snoop's always like, I'm the biggest smoker. No, Willie Nelson. Sorry, Willie's the biggest smoker. They do like stuff together all the time because of that. I'd like to see Martha Stewart all wrecked.
I was watching your other show where they had the three guys who never had pot before.
Yeah.
And the one guy was asleep, and he's like, "I'm okay." He's like this. He's just like asleep.
It was like
he's
two
like, I wish I
religious
didn't
guys.
do as much as I just did, but I feel okay.
One was one was a rabbi, one was a priest, and the other guy was an atheist. So they were
I
like,
just remember there was three old guys.
yeah, they were
that
trying to
was them?
see if they would, what pot would do with these three guys that are all from different faiths and stuff, because they'd never smoked really, unless when they were kids they had it, but they were like known as religious people, so they,
I remember there was
didn't really
a bigger.
say.
I don't remember the religion part. I remember there was a bigger guy, and he was just like he seemed like he had a cop vibe. He was like this, like military, like straight back and.
Oh, that's a
still, like, in
different one.
shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was a smaller old guy who smoked a lot. They were like, "Dude,
Yeah.
like calm down." He was the guy who fell asleep.
He was passing out. Yeah.
And there was some other guy. He seemed like he was kind of like in the middle. But I remember the big guy started getting all talkative, and he was like, "I don't think I'd do that again." Like he seemed like a straight, narrow kind of guy.
He's like, I was talking way too much.
Yeah, and the guy that fell asleep, he's like, I'd do it again, maybe not so much though. It was like,
The one with the religious people, it was a rabbi, a priest, and an atheist, and they all got high, and the atheist allowed the priest to, do the smudge with the. He like took ashes from the weed and put a cross on his forehead. I'm like, oh my god, the guy just got baptized in weed dust and he doesn't even realize it.
that's a good priest though. He took advantage of the situation. He's
Yeah.
I'm gonna convert this guy right
I
now.
was like, is he gonna try it out on the rabbi? And he didn't. He didn't even offer it. But he took the blessing from the rabbi. So I was like, okay, That was kind
I
of
think
weird.
the rabbi. I don't think there's anything against rabbis doing that stuff. Or is there any? I guess there's nothing like there's nothing in a book that says you can't do this. Like there's nothing in a Bible.
What, smoke
or
weed?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in there. I know
Not
alcohol.
specifically.
It's just like the body's a temple kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, there's that, but then there's also the one that the stoners always use, that God put all of this on earth for us to use it.
It's been around for that. It's also like from that area, I think, right? Isn't it from? Who knows where it's from? Do they know where it's from? Where it originated from?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I like to think of people wandering around with big handfuls of seeds and just throwing them all over the place.
Like Johnny Appleseed, there was some guy.
Just walking around with a pot on his head, and they're like, "That's why it's called pot."
They don't talk about that kid in school. They talk about Johnny Appleseed, but they don't talk about like what would his name?
Johnny Potseed.
Johnny Potseed.
Because he's got the seeds, and then he's got the pot on his head.
He's
so
the
then they'd be
lesser known
like,
Johnny.
That's why they call it pot, because he had the pot on his head. Johnny Potseed.
With the handle, just a big.
Yeah, they changed it to Appleseed because they didn't want everybody getting high, so they changed it. It's history that was altered.
Maybe he started with apple seeds. He's like, this sucks. I don't really like apples anymore. Like how many apples can you eat before you get bored of them?
Apple pie, apple strudel, apple sauce. I'm tired of this shit. Apple cider. Let's start making pot cider and pot cookies.
He started smoking pot, then got the munchies for apples again. It renewed his interest in love of apples.
It's like these seeds go hand in hand. I got an apple tree and a pot tree and an
Maybe
apple
when he
tree
got
and a
down
pot
south, like it changes because apples are like they grow up north, but then down south, it's Johnny Potseed.
Johnny Lemon Seed. Yeah, that was dumb. I shouldn't have said that. That wasn't good at all. It's not working.
Oh, it's fine.
You fucking dick!
Yeah.
What's name? So is that like a virtual mic?
Pretty much, like
software. Like you don't have to use another software. That could be the virtual mic, whatever you're using. Or is it like software, virtual mics program?
It gets between the mic and the program.
Okay.
So when you're using StreamYard, you don't select your mic as StreamYard. You select the voice mod as your mic.
Right. And then your microphone is another source in this thing you're using.
Well, it goes through it. Like it goes into that and comes out the other end with whatever you put on it. Because really what I wanted it for was to be able to play music through the mic.
Yeah.
So that it would sound better.
Yeah, I downloaded some software that does just that, but I was like, this is a lot. It was like more than I need like 4 buttons tops. This was like a billion sources and stuff. I was like,
Yeah, this one has as many as you want, so I've got quite a few. And there's a whole video game section. That's why every time I mention Mr. Money, I go like that. Or
what's the difference between the paid version and the free version?
You can do a lot more with it. There's like, they give you access to all the stuff that they have as sound effects, whereas the free version you can only do what they give you. And then same with the voice mod. Every day they give you different voice mods you can use on the free one, whereas the one you pay for, you get all of the different ones.
Right.
Plus, I think you can go unlimited with the amount of stuff you can stuff into it. Like all your little...
Holy fucking... Holy fucking shit!
I would just load it with Wally stuff.
Yeah, you can do that.
It sucks. It fucking sucks. That one I definitely do. He made one recently. It's like, it sucks.
And you broke me.
Yeah, he's broken every other day.
You finally broke me.
Shit, Negro. That's all you had to say.
Every other one of Wally's pictures, his thumbnails is the guy black and white like this. Oh, broken. Where are you, Wally?
Guy in black and white. I even lost all my color.
He used the same. I actually did a reverse image search, and it's It's man in depression is what he searches for whenever he needs a thumbnail. It's man in depression. Yeah, Wally needs that when his audience turns on him. He's like, "This is everyone's my friend now," and it's like, wah, wah. Nope.
And he sneaks into a panel. Then he gets kicked off.
Out of here, buddy.
He got bounced.
What about when somebody becomes a traitor, like his friend all of a sudden turns on him? He betrays Wally. You need a betrayal sound. Maybe bump, bump, bump. Well, that's dramatic. Let's get and stay out.
Oh. There you go.
That makes me think of Sifu for some reason. Maybe because it's an old car. He's an old dude.
That was on his Model T.
He's only maybe 15 years older than me.
I know, he's not that old.
Yeah.
Like, he's older, he's just not that old.
He's probably born the 50s. Sifu, come on the show. He won't come on because I make fun of Magomed.
I don't even think he qualifies to be a boomer.
No, probably not. I think he said he's Gen X. Oh, maybe not. I forget who's before me. I think it's Boomer. Is it Boomer? It might be Boomer before.
What are you?
A Gen X.
Boomer.
I'm 70, but that seems like it needs. I was making fun of my father. My father pointed out that he's actually pre-Boomer. He's he made the cutoff. He's I'm not a Boomer.
What are they? The greatest generation?
No, it's the silent generation
or silent
something
generation,
like that.
Yeah.
He was his parents were in World War II. They had the greatest generation. Then it's him.
Yeah.
And I think it's a silent generation, and then it's Boomer. So.
Well, the Boomers were born in the baby boom, which was after World War II.
Yeah, he was like 5 or 6.
So he was born during the war.
He remembers listening to the radio as a kid, when World War II was going.
Yeah, he was born.
So he was
just before and during. So he was born in early 40s, or
yeah, I think
late 30s.
43 maybe. No, 41.
Yeah, it'd have to be before 45.
He was telling me he remembers being a little kid listening. He remembers watching his parents listening to the radio all upset, and he didn't know what was going on. It was Pearl Harbor or something like that.
Yeah. Why are you crying, Mommy?
Well, the damn Japs got us.
It's those freaking Japs.
After that, it was everyone hated the Japs, quote unquote.
Yeah.
That's the Batman. Who has the? Oh no, I'm thinking of
Even Canada rounded up all the Japanese and put them in internment camps.
I was gonna say I saw the Batman serial on your channel, but I'm thinking of Big J Triple X has it on his.
What, it's Batman serial?
Yeah, because I remember when I first heard about the Batman serial from the 40s. I'm like, how come I never heard about this? It's Batman.
This
and
serial
then
is
I watch
show.
it and I'm like, oh, because it's horribly racist. That's why I didn't want to hear about this.
Well, the bad guys are black.
No, they're all. It was right after Pearl Harbor.
Oh,
so the Batman
they're
villain
going after...
is just a Japanese guy, and there's literally a part in it where, it's not Lois Lane. Whoever Batman's girlfriend turns and sees the villain, and she goes, "A Jap!" and she screams. And Batman pulls her close to protect her from evil. I'm like, I think I know why I haven't seen this series.
It's an Oriental.
It was, and I think also there was a carnival ride. It was come see the atrocities of the Japanese, and it was a tunnel of love, but it was
no.
There's 2 Japanese mannequins torturing somebody, and it was you'd see that, but the bad guy's lair was he would get on this ride, and halfway through he'd get out and pull a torch on the wall, and then that was where his secret Japanese lair was in the Japanese ride.
The last place they'll ever look.
And I'm like, I think I know why you don't hear about the Batman Japanese.
Well, that's all the Warner Brothers cartoons from that time period. They banned them all.
Yeah, there was one I remember seeing with it was Hitler flies a plane to bomb America himself, and the Gremlins were fucking with him, and it was the same guys who did like not Bugs Bunny, Warner Brothers did it.
Mel
That was
Blanc.
all banned.
Yeah. They
But I
had
think it was banned because there's a lot of swastikas in it, because like it was before
Pretty
they realized
much.
what they would do. And
I cannot understand that shit. It just doesn't make sense to me. Let's pretend that it existed, but it was not what it was. Like all the World War II video games, there's no swastikas anywhere. They're all just with these German crosses, and it's
Oh,
like,
is that
what the
right?
fuck is
Yeah.
the difference? Honest to God, like same thing. If you're doing Civil War, you're gonna take away all the what the fuck is that flag? The Confederate battle flag. You're gonna pull that out so that it's like, what are they gonna carry?
yeah,
Like a backwards American flag? I
my
don't
understanding,
understand.
like that Confederate flag was it was like one battalion or something. Like it started out as like one of the Confederate battalions or something, and then it kind of got like in the '60s they like kind of rebranded it as like a symbol of the South, but it wasn't always like a symbol of the Confederate Army. The Confederate flag was like different, or that was part of it maybe. I
Well,
don't know. I guess
it's the battle flag.
the battle
So when
flag
they
was
went to battle, that's the flag they brought out, and they had another flag that was for the states that had that on it. It just wasn't the whole flag.
I kind of remember reading it like the '60s when they kind of brought it back out in the '60s or something. I think it was kind of like an FU
Well,
to
it was kind of usurped
segregation.
by
And
racists.
when they were like doing the whole segregation thing, they kind of like was like, hey, fuck you, flag.
Like they don't ban swastikas because Hitler used it. They ban swastikas because neo-Nazis use it.
Yeah, they like they took it again.
Well, they didn't take it again. They they kept it.
Well, I guess I'm thinking of like it was originally like a
Well, it's like
I think
a
a
symbol
Chinese
of
symbol maybe
it's
Buddhist or
Tibetan.
something.
Well, it's not even just Tibetan. I mean, it's India has them.
Yeah, it's like such a common.
It's an
like
Eastern symbol for I want to say perpetuity or something like
It's
that.
kind of an easy thing to come up with.
So that it never ends. Has to do with like the cycle of life or something like that. And
like
so
a
he turned
pinball.
it. He inverted it, and he made the wheel turning the other way.
Oh, is that right? It's backwards.
Yeah, the one that you see on the German Nazi flag is actually the other way around.
I remember there was a house by me in when I was living in Long Beach where they had this iron railing going up the house, but in it there was that you could like there was
Yeah.
a swastika like in it repeated. I don't think it was intentional, but it was like ooh, like whoever.
It probably
like, they
was
probably
intentional,
installed
but
it.
not meant to be racist or anything.
Well, it's
like
also
that.
like I think the thing was probably from the 20s, so it was
Yeah.
probably like not a thing then.
It was a very popular symbol before.
because it's an old house and it was like ooh when you look at it.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it had to
I'll
do
throw it in
with
chat.
has to do with like meditation and stuff. King of Lions, Blue Lion.
I haven't heard from Lion in a while.
I didn't know he came to your channel that often.
Neither did I. Is this the first time you're here? I think he came a couple times.
I'm
He'll
surprised.
just come on and go to sleep. What he usually does. He'll just hang out in the corner. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap it up because it's like 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, I got work in the morning.
You don't have anything to do. Come on, it's still a frozen tundra there.
Oh no, I got work to do.
You're not spray painting things anymore.
No, I'm in a different business now.
I know, I'm kidding around. I think you told me what you do.
I have a little more leeway in the mornings, but shouldn't take advantage.
All right. You want to do an outro? Want to plug something?
Just the MFM channel.
Yeah.
I don't know how you'd find it because it's not easy to quote. It's like a whole bunch of numbers and letters.
Oh, do you want to put it in the chat?
I could, yeah.
Throw it in the chat. Everyone go to Hidden's other channel. It's good stuff
Fridays.
on Fridays. Just hanging out, no pressure, no topics. There's a chance Sifu may get naked, but that's kind of like a regular thing.
He hasn't done that on my channel.
That wasn't. Oh, that was Shenanigans. You're right.
Yeah, he was on Mr. Money's channel doing that.
That was my very first live stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my very first live stream. He got naked, and I was like, "This must happen all the time on live streams. This is a regular thing."
Can't wait to start my own.
Naked old dudes, sign me up.
With dolls.
Yeah, maybe he'll show his sex. Did he have a? I don't know if he had a sex doll then. That may have been pre-Malaya.
I've never known him before he was known about sex dolls.
Okay, but
like,
I feel like
when I met him, he was thinking about it hard, and he was like, "I am saving money."
Yeah, I remember
one.
he was like, "It's coming in the mail." Like he was all
Yeah.
excited. He was like a kid on Christmas. He's like, "I ordered it. It's coming. I'm watching, tracking." He was very excited.
She definitely needs an oil bath, though. Come on, see.
Well, she's also got like this. Like she's like.
Well, I
like-
noticed the last time there was like a lot of shadowing on her face, so I'm like, that's probably like dirt or something.
Yeah, no, like he doesn't even
you
do the
should
wig
give her an oil
anymore.
bath.
He's just like, like clean up your woman, Sifu. Come on.
Give her an oil bath.
Like C-3PO in the thing.
Yeah, that's what you got to do because there's
Dip her in the
metal
thing.
parts in it.
Ooh, I'm crashing into my blue screen, or green screen, whatever. Oh, it's good when you hit it; it doesn't shake or nothing.
You can get ice cream all over yourself. Oh no, those are popsicles.
This is a grade A. Wally, get a green screen, buddy. Look what you can do. Ooh, I kicked my camera. Everything's falling apart. Production value's going down. Okay, I'm really ending it. Okay, well, I'll probably see you in a couple days then.
Nice.
All right, man.
I know you missed it the last couple, so.
I popped in and what did I? Oh, there was a guy I didn't recognize. I think there was like a guy I didn't recognize, and Sifu wasn't there, and I was like, like I kind of like when certain
Sifu
people-
wasn't there. Sifu.
I don't think he was.
Sifu's at all of them. Sifu never misses a Friday.
Maybe it was late or something. I just remember like thinking
It might have
like,
been early.
I don't know if I want to go. It was like late, and I was on the fence anyway, and I was like, it's not people I know. Some guy I
Fuck you,
didn't know.
Dan.
I'm being honest. I'm just if I see the guests, I'm like, I don't know. I think I said hi.
You're like, I might pop in later. I might.
Yeah, maybe.
And then he doesn't pop in. He's like, I don't like your
Sorry.
guest. Fuck your guest. Your guest's a prick.
Or maybe there was a Dan. Was there another Dan? I think I was jealous. There was another Dan in the show.
I don't know if the man has been on that channel yet.
I don't know what I'm thinking of. Maybe it was hit. I'm mixing live streams in my head.
Every time the Dan goes on Money Stream, they think it's you until he starts talking, and they're like, "Oh, you're the other Dan."
That's good. I'm glad everyone thinks that he's me and not vice versa.
Probably not, because sometimes he might say something that you don't agree with. Like, that's Dan King that said that. And you'd be like, that
No.
wasn't me. I'm being framed.
Impersonation. I'll be like, Wally, go after everybody.
Don't hit me with impersonation. I already got that once.
What? That's a real. I saw that
Yeah,
option when I was flagging Wally.
They tried to say I was a doctor, that I was like claiming to be a doctor. I'm like, are you fucking well? That was before they had something to hit you with the COVID thing.
Oh God, I imagine it was like if I make a channel and I have a similar or identical name to you.
That's what
and
it's
then
supposed to be for, but
I see what you
they
mean.
didn't
That
have
was
anything
before
to
they
hit
had-
me with, so they're like, well, say he's impersonating a doctor. And I'm like, that's retarded. Okay, like the
You
doctor's
have
on the
band
screen.
with the metal thing up
Yeah.
here. Hello, a
Like,
shot
there was-
thing in your hand.
It was a doctor talking about the disease, and it had his name underneath it. So I'm like, how am I impersonating when the guy is there and it's his name underneath? Like, that's not me impersonating. They're like, denied, misinformation. I'm like, what? Whatever.
They were like, denied, Dr. Hidden.
Yeah. Don't come around here showing us your doctorate.
Yeah.
You can tell by all the things I've said about the things that I do that I'm a doctor.
Yes, that's the first thing I thought of you
Yeah.
when you're smoking
I was
pot
painting
every
people.
night.
I was painting people and installing their hair at the human factory.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. We should
Okay,
end
man.
it.
I'm booting you.
Bye.
All right, man. Good seeing you. Bye. Okay, it's just me wrapping it up. How long has it been? 4 hours. Here it's going into my allotted time. So yeah, everyone, good show. I kept all the lunatics out, and I'm too lazy to thank everybody, but you know who you are. Everybody else who stuck with us for this long, thanks for watching, and we'll do it next week, probably on Thursdays. It really depends on when Kevin has Secret Mason stuff to do every other Thursday, which I guess isn't secret anymore because I just said it. But yeah, maybe when he is around on anyway, I'll announce it probably Thursdays. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Bye.